The head of the Zhang family looked at her for a long time before recognizing that this was his legitimate daughter Zhang Ruru. You. He was exhausted and said to the maid next to him, "Why don't you take the young lady back quickly? How can she look like this?" Zhang Ruru didn't know that she had become like this. When she was taken back to the backyard by the maid, she was shocked and screamed when she saw her own face in the bronze mirror. She rolled her eyes and fainted. The scream was so loud that it could be heard clearly in the front yard. Zhang Ruai's lips curled up slightly, and the head of the Zhang family's face turned pale and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. "Master Qian, she caused trouble in my Zhang family and injured my son and many servants. If she is allowed to walk out of the gate of my Zhang family intact, how can my Zhang family gain a foothold in this Biling capital in the future?" At this moment, a familiar voice came. "I wonder what the Zhang family leader wants to do to the young master of our Zhou family?" Manager Zhou walked straight past Qian Jin and Zhang Nian, came to Zhang Ruai, bowed and said, "Young master, I am late." "Manager Zhou, there is no need to be polite." Zhang Ruai smiled. Presumably the owner of the iron shop told her adoptive father. Zhang Nian's face couldn't help but look a little ugly. How could this young master Ling Jun be related to the Zhou family? As the largest family in the capital of Biling, the Zhou family is not comparable to their Zhang family. Lord Qian smiled. "Manager Zhou, with your humble official here, how could I let the young master of your family be bullied?" The first family to give him a warning was the Zhou family. The Zhou family had a close relationship with Lord Qian. Qian Jin could not sit in his current position without the help of the Zhou family, so he naturally obeyed the words that the head of the Zhou family sent to him. I wonder if this genius Dr. Lingjun belongs to the head of the Zhou family. He is the adopted son of our head of the family. So that's it. Although he is an adopted son, his status is not comparable to that of ordinary people. At this moment, a voice came from the collapsed door again. "You dare to move my grandson? I think you Zhang family are tired of living." The head of the Li family said with full energy, and the old man walked in quickly with a group of guards. Seeing Zhang Ruai, he hurried forward. "Child, have you been bullied in this Zhang family? Tell Grandpa." Grandpa chopped him off. Everyone couldn't help but frown. "Grandpa, do you look at your grandson? Does she look like she has been bullied? She is standing here intact, and then look at the Zhang family, and everyone in the Zhang family, especially the young master of the Zhang family, who is half dead on the ground. Who bullied whom? You are so strong. Why are your eyesight so bad?"
Zhang Ruai smiled. "Grandpa, I'm fine."
"I'm glad you're fine." The old man glared at the head of the Zhang family. "If anyone bullies my grandson, I will definitely fight him to the death." Seeing that she was protected by so many people, Jun Luoyun was very jealous. She coughed. The courtyard was originally very quiet. After she made a sound, people's eyes naturally fell on her. Seeing this, the head of the Zhang family's eyes lit up. Yes. How could he forget Princess Luoyun? He hurriedly walked in front of Jun Luoyun and bowed. "I'm sorry to scare Princess Luoyun." Jun Luoyun snorted coldly. "This princess has not been to Biling for many years. I never expected that the atmosphere in Biling would become what it is now." She shook off the dust on her body, walked down the steps, and said contemptuously, "Someone actually turned black and white so upside down, and the court officials also didn't know right from wrong, bullying the weak and fearing the strong." Her few words actually scolded everyone present. Lord Qian's face darkened. Princess Luoyun? How come he had never heard of any prince's daughter with this title in Biling? Zhang Ruai sneered. "Princess Luoyun, you are a princess from the western regions. What qualifications do you have to comment on my behavior?" "I am not from your western regions." "From the western regions?" Lord Qian raised his eyebrows slightly. "There is only one princess in the western regions, and that is the adopted daughter of the king of the city in the western regions. Could it be the one in front of him?" But what the divine Dr. Lingjun said was absolutely right. Even if it was really her, what would it matter? This is Biling, not the western regions. The adopted daughter of the king of the city is not a prince or a princess, so what should he be afraid of? Thinking of this, Lord Qian just glanced at her and ignored her. Where has Jun Luoyun been treated like this? In the past, in the western regions, no matter where she went, she was always the center of attention. Everyone knew that her father doted on her. Who would dare to offend her without a long eye? Now, she was ignored like this. She couldn't help but get angry. At this time, Zhang Ruai smiled, looked at Jun Luoyun and said, I don't know how I offended the princess, and she asked her guards to kill me just now. What? When the old man of the Li family heard this, he was like his eyebrows were burned by fire, staring at Jun Luoyun and said, I don't know how my child of the Li family offended the princess, and the princess wanted to kill her. If the princess can't explain it, I will go to Shilling to ask the prince for an explanation, even if I risk my life. Zhang Ruai looked at the old man standing in front of her, and her heart moved slightly. She is an eyesore to this princess, and this is the reason. She sneered and said, she is just a lowly person. Can't this princess deal with it? When everyone heard what she said, their faces changed several times. Zhang Ruai stepped forward and sneered and said, it turns out that in the eyes of the princess, human life is like grass. Jun Luoyun glanced at her, and his anger became even greater. All the raw stones she bought yesterday were broken into pieces, and each one turned out to be a big white stone. She had completely become the laughingstock of Wancheshai. So what? She sneered. People are born with noble and humble status. This princess is a noble body, and those lowly people are all lowly bodies. Even if this princess deals with them, what's the harm? Noble? Zhang Ruai looked at her with amusement. You are just an adopted daughter. Where does your sense of superiority come from? You say you are a noble body, then please tell me, princess, which drop of blood in your body is noble. Her fig leaf was lifted, and Jun Luoyun's face turned pale. You, she said to the guards behind her. Tear her mouth apart for this princess. At this moment, a sneer came. Oh, who has offended our princess Luoyun again? Nan Charan tapped his palm with a folding fan and walked in leisurely. Behind him followed several guards in black. Upon closer inspection, the guards were dressed exactly like the two secret guards standing behind Jun Luoyun.
Yun Luoyun's pupils shrank suddenly.
Brother's secret guards. When did Nan Charan follow his brother? He looked around the Zhang family. Miserable. So miserable. He walked to Zhang Qian and stopped, looking at his still bleeding knee, and sighed. As if with some regret, he said, it's useless. This leg is really useless. Nan Charan said it was a pity, but there was no trace of regret in his tone or expression. The head of the Zhang family frowned deeply and said in a low voice, Who are you? What are you doing in my Zhang family? Nan Charan shrugged. His eyes fell on Zhang Ruai. He nodded almost inaudibly, then looked at Jun Luoyun, sneered and said, I am ordered to take the princess back. Under orders? Jun Luoyun's heart sank, and he whispered, Whose orders? I thought the princess knew it. Nan Charan sneered. Princess, I advise you not to provoke people you shouldn't provoke. Jun Luoyun clenched his fists tightly. She naturally knew whose orders Nan Charan followed, but how could she be willing to accept it? She had spent so many years trying not to get close to her brother, and now he was warning her for such an irrelevant person. Nan Charan, you are just a... So, what if your Nan family is named after the Northern Prince's mansion? Who in the court or the country recognizes your Northern Prince's mansion? How dare you talk to me like this? When we return to the palace, I will let my father punish you for your disrespect. Hearing this, Nan Charan scratched his ears. Besides this method, do you have any other ways to discipline people? For so many years, all he did was complain. Others didn't know why the city king adopted her, but they knew it very well. If it weren't for this face, the king of city would probably not even look at her. Now her appearance has changed a lot from when she was a child, and the king of city doesn't like her as much as before. Because of this, she traveled thousands of miles from the western regions to Beiling, just to bid for the rare purple oriental pearl to celebrate his birthday. Nan Charan pointed at the guards behind him and said with a smile, It is obvious whose orders I am following. If the princess disobeys, I will forcibly take you away. Luoyun bit her lower lip and said in a deep voice, Nan Charan, the princess has remembered what happened today. You just wait for me, and we will see what happens. Nan Charan looked at the guards and the 2 secret guards behind her and said in a deep voice, The princess is making trouble. Not only did you not try to dissuade her, but you also helped her to do evil. All the accompanying guards will be punished to the warehouse and will not be allowed to leave for 3 years. The 2 of you will be punished with 50 sticks and demoted 2 levels. The guards had miserable expressions on their faces, but they dared not disobey. The 2 secret guards lowered their brows and accepted the punishment. At this moment, Zhang Ruai whispered, Let's just forget about the 2 of them. I didn't use any heavy hands on them and they were still injured by my dagger. Besides, when the princess asked them to continue fighting me, they didn't make a move. Upon hearing this, Nan Charan couldn't help but look at her a few more times. He didn't expect that she would be so tolerant of the 2 of them with the way she usually treated him. He felt a little unhappy in his heart, and the look in his eyes when he looked at the 2 of them became even more ferocious. But since she has spoken, I must give her face. I believe that even if Aegon were here, he would do the same. Forget it, since you're already injured. You won't be punished. Luoyun was shocked when he heard this. I didn't expect that this Mr. Ling could actually order Nan Charan around. Upon hearing this, the 2 secret guards could not hide their shock even though they had long since trained themselves to not show their emotions. She would actually plead for them? Thank you for your forgiveness, sir. No need. Zhang Ruai smiled. It's not your fault. You just followed the wrong master. Nan Charan couldn't help but sneered. This is the miracle Dr. Lingjun. Luoyun's face turned pale. Her eyes fell on the guards behind her who had bitter faces, and her anger grew even greater. The head of the Zhang family looked between them for a few times, and he knew in his heart that this man named Nan Charan must be of great importance, and even the princess had to avoid him. At this moment, Lord Qian seemed to suddenly remember something, and his eyes suddenly lit up when he looked at him. He quickly stepped forward, walked to Nan Charan, bowed and said, Your Excellency is the Prince of the City King. Lord Qian. Before he could finish, Nan Charan interrupted him. Lord Qian, when I have time, I will visit you at your house. Okay, if you come, I will definitely make you welcome. Lord Qian's attitude surprised everyone present. They thought he was very careful with the Zhou family, but now it seems that this man named Nan Charan is more powerful than the Zhou family, and there is also the person behind him. Luoyun followed Nan Charan away, and the Zhang family became completely isolated and helpless. Zhang Qian had already fainted from the pain. The head of the Zhang family had a gloomy expression on his face, but he didn't dare to say a word. Lord Qian came up to Zhang Ruai with an even brighter smile on his face than before. Divine Dr. Lingjun, I'm sorry to have frightened you today. The person who started this incident will be punished severely. He turned to look at the head of the Zhang family. His face suddenly turned cold. Master Zhang, your son Zhang Qian broke into people's houses, abducted women, used private weapons, openly attacked people when they came to his house, and hired thugs privately. Now he is punished for multiple crimes and should have been thrown directly into death row. However, considering the merits of your ancestors and the Zhang family, I will give him a lighter punishment and give him 50 lashes of the cane as a warning to others. Do you agree? Master Zhang was shocked. 50 lashes of the cane. How is this any different from taking his son's life? Sir, please forgive me. My son has been seriously injured and cannot be punished like this. The head of the Zhang family knelt on the ground, pulled Sir Qian's collar, and said, Sir, my son is also a victim. Look at his legs. Sir Qian's face was extremely ugly. He looked at Zhang Yan with impatience and thought to himself, is the head of the Zhang family not mentally ill? I thought for a long time before finding a reason to give him a lighter punishment, but he was still not satisfied. Don't you even look at which ancestor your son has offended? That's the miracle, Dr. Lingjun. Is this someone the Zhang family can afford to offend? Master Zhang, I have already given a lighter punishment. If this matter gets out of hand, I'm afraid your Zhang family won't be able to bear it. As soon as Lord Qian finished speaking, Zhang Mian's face suddenly turned ugly. He looked at Shang Ruai in fear. He truly understood how powerful this person's background was. At this point, he has to admit it even if he doesn't want to. Sir, can we wait until his leg injury heals before executing him? The head of the Zhang family said earnestly. Qian Jin really wanted to give face to the head of the Zhang family. After all, the Zhang family was a well-known family in Beiling, and he might be able to use his talent in the future. He glanced at Shang Ruai's face obscurely and saw that she was looking at the unconscious Zhang Qian fiercely. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the look in her eyes wanted to eat him. He hurriedly said, no. His behavior is so evil that he must be severely punished on the spot. Shang Ruai raised the corners of her lips slightly when she heard this. This Lord Qian really has a good eye. Zhang Qian was unconscious, but he was awakened by the beating. He screamed for a while and then fainted again. The head of the Zhang family was very distressed. The more distressed he was, the deeper his hatred for Shang Ruai was. Shang Ruai watched the 50 beatings and bowed to Lord Qian and said, "Thank you, Lord Qian, for today. No need to thank me. This is what I should do." Although he didn't know what kind of extraordinary identity and background this divine Dr. Ling Jun had, he was protected by so many forces, and he must not be someone he could afford to provoke. After leaving the Zhang family, Shang Ruai handed 2 porcelain bottles to Manager Zhou, which contained pills with the effect of prolonging life. "Master Zhou, please take these pills to my adoptive father." Master Zhou took the porcelain bottle and said with a smile on his face, "The head of the family has already known about what happened in the Zhang family today. Our head of the family said that this grievance will not be suffered by the young master." Shang Ruai understood the meaning of these words. The Zhang family had no chance of winning against the Zhou family. She took out another porcelain bottle and put it in Master Zhou's hand. "This is..." Shang Ruai smiled. "This is naturally for Manager Zhou."
Oh.
"This pill is so valuable. How dare I accept it?" Manager Zhou refused. "You should keep this pill. It's just a few pills." Shang Ruai put it in his palm. "Manager is the most capable person around my adoptive father. Only if you are healthy can you share my adoptive father's worries for a long time." Hearing this, Manager Zhou's smile became more sincere. "In this case, I would like to thank you first, young master." After sending Manager Zhou away, she and the old man of the Li family were left. The old man looked at her from front to back again and was relieved to confirm that she was really not injured. "Child, the Zhang family is nothing. Don't pay attention to them. Our Li family is no worse than their Zhang family. When Grandpa finds an opportunity, he will definitely give them a good beating. Even if there is no opportunity, he must find a way to create some opportunities." Shang Ruai smiled. "Grandfather, then I thank you very much." At this time, in the manor outside the city,
Luoyun followed Nanshuan to Yuan Sikiane's house.
After a few days of recuperation, he found that his legs were more and more sensitive to the outside world, and his toes could move slightly. It seems that it won't be long before he can recover to his peak.
Qian.
Nan Charn walked in and said, "Your sister." When the word sister came out of his mouth, he saw 2 murderous eyes falling on him, and he quickly changed his words. "That Jun Luoyun has been brought back. Bring her here." His tone was full of anger. This Jun Luoyun did not take his warning seriously at all. Jun Luoyun walked in and said softly, "Brother, you must know that young Master Ling Jun and I have some friendship." Jun Ziqian didn't look at her directly and said lightly, "Are you doing this on purpose?" "Brother, it was obviously Ling Jun. She knew my identity, but she competed with me again and again. It is obvious that she doesn't take our Qinhuang mansion seriously." Jun Ziqian sneered. You can only coax a 3-year-old child with such words. Even his father was extremely disgusted with her tricks. "Brother." She frowned. Her eyes red and tears were about to drip out. Jun Ziqian lowered his eyes and said in a low voice, "You are not young anymore. You are plain-looking, and you don't have much knowledge. What future can you have if you hang out with a bunch of unpresentable little sisters like you all day long?" His tone was flat, but the oppressive feeling in it made her shudder. I'm not afraid of anything else. The only thing I'm afraid of is that the parents of those girls will come to our city prince's mansion and argue, saying that their daughters were led astray by the princess. Jun Luoyun's already ugly face turned even paler when he heard this. Her body trembled slightly, and she whispered, "Brother, in your eyes, is Luoyun such a despicable person? This prince does not care who you are. It was my father who brought you back. Even if you are ruined, it should be my father's concern." He finally looked up at her. "But if you do anything to disgrace our family, don't blame me for being ruthless." He looked at her coldly. Although our city prince's mansion is not as noble as the Imperial family, it also has a very upright family style. Put away your dark and vicious thoughts. If there is a next time, even if my father does not want, I will kick you out of the mansion. He waved his hand and said to Nan Charan outside the door, "Send someone to send her back to the palace. From now on, you are not allowed to step out of the yard without my permission." Jun Luoyun's body was shaky, and he fell to the ground, looking at him in disbelief. "Brother, how can you put me under house arrest?" "Don't call me brother." He frowned. "I don't have a sister." Nan Charan walked in and pouted. "Princess, let's go." Jun Luoyun slowly stood up and looked at Jun Ziqian. The fists hidden in his sleeves had been clenched tightly, and the long nails were embedded in the flesh. The palms were already bloody. Seeing that he was determined to punish her, Jun Luoyun had to turn around and leave. After she left, Jun Ziqian put down the book in his hand and said lightly, "A genius doctor, don't take the public road, but have to be a gentleman on the beam?" Shang Ruai didn't expect that she would be discovered after just listening for a while. Flying into the yard, the secret guards guarding near the house were shocked. How did this person come? How did he hide so well? Fortunately, it was Ling Jun, the genius doctor. If it was any other villain, they would be blamed for it even if they died. Shang Ruai touched the tip of her nose, smiled, and said, "I heard your conversation between brother and sister. How can I interrupt you?" For some reason, she always felt a little close to the person in front of her, as if she had known him for a long time, and her words were more intimate than those to others. "I came here today just to take a look at your legs. I wonder who taught Dr. Ling Jun all these medical skills?"
"Why?"
Shang Ruai pouted. "You think my treatment is not good enough and want to call my master to treat you?"
No.
Jun Zigan had a rare smile on his lips. "Dr. Ling Jun's medical skills have reached the pinnacle, but I want to know which master can teach a disciple like you." At this time, Nan Charan walked in, and when he heard Jun Zigan's words, he couldn't help but stand at the door in a daze. This expressionless man can laugh. And can he joke? Is he suffering from some kind of hysteria? He swallowed his saliva and looked at Shang Ruai again. What was so special about her that made this man with paralysis look at her differently? Shang Ruai examined him and said with a smile, "Your Highness is recovering well. Just keep soaking in the water for a while, and your leg will recover." Jun Zigan saw Nan Charan standing at the door. The smile on his face disappeared instantly. "Nan Charan, what? Do I look disgusting?" Shang Ruai took out a few porcelain bottles and handed them to him. "Thank you, Prince, for sending people to rescue us today. I will remember your kindness in my heart." She put the porcelain bottle on the table. This black porcelain bottle contains detoxification pills, and the other pills are nourishing. You almost went crazy before, and your leg meridians were blocked. In fact, the meridians in various parts of the body have been damaged to varying degrees. These pills will help your body recover. Jun Zigan's eyes flashed with warmth. "Thank you." Nan Charan walked forward and said angrily, "Where's mine?" "Yours what?" Shang Ruai looked at his outstretched hand, smiled, and said, "Are your meridians blocked too?" A few silver needles suddenly emerged from her fingertips and gently pricked his palm.
"Ouch!"
Nan Charan exclaimed in shock. "It would be fine if you didn't give it to me, but why do you repay kindness with evil?" He wanted to complain about something else, but his eyes fell on the blood flowing from his palm, and the words that were about to come out stopped abruptly. "Why is this black blood?" Shang Ruai glanced at him and said, "He boasted of his martial arts skills and intelligence, but he didn't even know he was poisoned." "Poisoned? How is it possible?" I haven't had any contact with anyone else today. How could I be poisoned? Nan Charan said coldly. Never had contact? No, I just went to Zhang's house and brought Jun Luoyun back. His words stopped abruptly. Jun Zigan frowned slightly, and the corners of his lips, which were originally raised, fell down. Jun Luoyun likes to study medicine. The whole city prince's mansion knows about it, and no one stops her. After all, studying medicine and curing diseases and saving lives is a good thing. Her father even hired a famous doctor for her. The medical book he gave to Shang Ruai before was actually what his father asked him to find for that famous doctor. However, it would not be good if she started studying poison techniques. As the saying goes, medicine and poison are inseparable. Perhaps Jun Luoyun has already started studying poison techniques, but they just don't know it. Jun Luoyun actually poisoned me. Nan Charan said coldly. Women have the most vicious hearts. I have no grudges against her, but she actually poisoned me.
No grudges?
Shang Ruai sneered. Not necessarily. Nan Charan touched the tip of his nose. I just reminded her kindly and didn't say anything else. He looked at Shang Ruai and asked in a low voice, what poison did she give me? It shouldn't be fatal. 7 days powder. Shang Ruai said slowly. It's not a fatal disease. That's not bad. It will take 7 days to die.
Puff.
Nan Charan spit out a mouthful of tea. 7 days? You can live in 7 days? Shang Ruai nodded. Otherwise, why is it called 7 days powder? Then I will. He spread out his palms and saw black blood beads constantly oozing out of the places where the silver needles had pierced. Let it flow. When the blood turns red, it will be detoxified. She took out a pill and threw it to him. It's for detoxification. Just as he was about to swallow it, he heard Shang Ruai say slowly, 50,000 taels of silver. Nan Charan quickly closed his mouth and looked at the pill in his hand. How much? 50,000 taels? Yes. Compared with young Master Nan's life, these 50,000 taels of silver don't seem to be a big deal. Shang Ruai raised a big smile. How is it? Is it worthwhile? The corners of Nan Charan's lips twitched for a long time, looking at the pill between his fingertips, as if he saw the white silver going away from him, and he felt very distressed. Seeing that he was reluctant to take the pill, Shang Ruai said with a smile, Master Nan, if you don't take this pill, its effectiveness will be greatly reduced. By then, you may need to buy another one. Nan Charan was shocked when he heard this, and quickly swallowed the pill in his hand. This is 50,000 taels of silver. If I buy another one, it will cost 100,000 taels. By then, it won't just be heartache, but pain all over the body. Shang Ruai's gaze fell on Jun Zigan's face again, and an inexplicable sense of familiarity came over her again. She must have seen this face somewhere. Just then, a guard came over. He was holding a tray with a silver mask on it. Prince, your mask has been repaired. Jun Zigan nodded. Put it down. Shang Ruai looked at the half mask, which was somewhat similar to her own. Seeing her eyes fall on the mask, Jun Zigan explained softly. My identity makes it inconvenient for me to be outside, so I often wear a mask. He picked up the mask and put it on his face. Shang Ruai couldn't help but stand there in a daze. This. She finally knew where that familiar feeling came from. After Jun Zigan put on the mask, their exposed chins and lips were surprisingly 90% similar, and his face was somewhat similar to his own, except that his eyebrows and eyes were more heroic. Not only Shang Ruai noticed this, but Nan Charan also saw it. If you say that you two are biological brothers, someone will definitely believe it. Nan Charan blinked and shook his head. I guess this is fate. Jun Zigan said nothing, but the emotions in his eyes were a little complicated. After leaving the manor, Shang Ruai went straight back to the Li family. Without saying hello to anyone, she went straight back to the room, locked the door, and slipped into the space. She spread out her palms, and a few strands of black hair appeared in her palms. She pulled out a few strands of hair from her head and went to the laboratory, where she compared her hair samples with Jun Zigan's hair. After a long time, When she saw the data displayed on the machine, her eyebrows twitched fiercely. They are actually brother and sister.
How could that be?
How is that possible? If it is said that blood test for kinship has no scientific basis, then there will definitely be no problem with modern machine testing. If she and Jun Zigan are siblings, then who are her biological parents? In her impression, she and Wei, her mother, looked very similar, and both had the same plum blossom mark behind their ears, so she must be Wei's biological daughter. As for who his biological father is, it seems obvious now. Could it be that his biological father is the king of the city in the western regions? Jun Luoyun's cheap father? Shang Ruai was speechless. This joke seemed a bit too big. If the rumors he had heard were true, then the woman that the city king desired but could not obtain was his mother. What on earth did my mother go through that made her give up the king of city and the head of the Zhou family and marry that good-for-nothing Shang Nian? At this moment, there was a knock on the door. "Master, are you there?" Shang Ruai flashed out of the space and opened the door. "Ah Cheng, what's wrong?" "Young master, the old man of the Li family wants you to come over, saying that someone from the family has come." Shang Ruai nodded thoughtfully, thinking that Li Wenshan and his son must have invited all the elders of the Li family. "I see." She changed her clothes, put on her mask, and walked towards the main hall. Before she reached the main hall, she heard several voices coming from inside. "Huan, you are already old now. It's time to let the younger generation take care of the family affairs." That's right, Wenshan and Quaner didn't make too many mistakes when they were managing the Li family. It's just some trivial matters that drove them out, which is really inhumane. That's right. Now you have to call us old bones over to handle your family affairs. Li Huan, the old man of the Li family, said in a deep voice, "Expelling them and their son from the Li family is my family affair. The uncles are old, and if you think it's troublesome, just ignore it. We old guys came to help you solve the problem, but you didn't thank us and you said such things. You are becoming more and more rude. Ever since you set up your own mansion, you have increasingly ignored us old guys. What, just because your business has grown, you can disrespect your elders?" The old man sitting in the first seat sneered. "I think you are not as good as Quaner, that teenager."
Li Weiyan frowned.
Facing these elders, he was angry but didn't dare to express it, for fear of really angering them. At this moment, a servant came over with a tray in his hand with teacups on it. The servant was Li Yin. "Where are you taking it?" "Mississippi," Li Yin said softly. "It's going to the main hall." Shang Ruai turned her head to look at the main hall, looking at the gray-haired old men sitting inside, took out a porcelain bottle, poured spiritual spring water into the teacups, fearing that she would say something to make them faint, so she took the medicine first to avoid any trouble. Seeing this, Li Yin said nothing, just brought the teacups in. At this time, the people in the main hall were talking dry, and when they saw the tea being served, they all drank it at the same time. After taking a sip, they felt refreshed. Everyone couldn't help but drink a few more sips. Li Huan also felt that today's tea seemed to be more fragrant than usual. "After drinking the tea, I felt better." The old men recovered their strength and continued to persuade. "Huan, you only have one son, Wenshan. If you don't give this huge family business to him, are you going to give it to outsiders?" "Outsiders?" Li Huan smiled. "I don't know who the outsiders your uncles and aunts are talking about. You drove Wenshan and Quanu out of the house. Now the Li family only has a girl like Xia. She will get married sooner or later. Are you going to give up our Li family's huge foundation to others?" Li Huan sneered. "Second uncle, I don't know how much the Li family's foundation is, but there is one thing I know. The Li family can have what it has today because of our branch's accumulation. Now it seems that it is not up to others to tell us who I should give this family business to." "You," the old man said coldly, "your father has never made things so clear with us, but now you talk to us like this. Do you still have us old guys in your eyes? Do you still have the distinction between seniority and inferiority? That's right. You can't write two Li characters with this. After all, we are all family. We share happiness and hardship. Now that you are rich and have opened some purple oriental pearls, why do you want to draw a line between you and us old men? It's a bit ungrateful." Li Shan and his son stood behind those people and sneered. Now, the only ones who can deal with this old thing are the three most senior members of the Li family. Although the Li family is a merchant family, they still attach great importance to the issue of seniority. Li Huayan's face was ashen. He wanted to get angry, but suppressed it. At this moment, Li Xia stood up and said in a deep voice, "Three great-grandfathers, this is our family's business after all. Aren't you meddling too much?" Upon hearing this, the three put down their tea and slammed the table heavily. "Huayan, is this the family education of your Li family? Now that the elders are all here, how can she, a junior, have a turn to speak?" That's exactly what the eldest brother said. Not only that, it's a girl. Girls have always been money-losing goods. How dare they be so unruly in front of us ancestors? They really should be sent to the ancestral hall and taught a lesson. Li Shan said in a cold voice, "You don't know the rules. How can you have the right to speak in front of the great-grandfather? Why don't you get back to your yard? Reflect on your mistakes behind closed doors." Li Quan also curled his lips. "That's right. How can you have the right to speak here?" Hearing this, Li Huayan pointed at Li Quan and said, "You." Cough, cough, cough. He started coughing before he finished speaking. Seeing this, the old man in the lead said hurriedly, "Huaishan, you are not in good health. You should hand over the Li family to the young people earlier." Shan has been in charge of the Li family for many years and has never made any mistakes. Quaner is young and full of youthful vigor, so you just need to be careful in the future. Why do you care so much? Li Huayan was upset by the old men's words and wanted to argue, but when he thought of their old age, he couldn't bear to speak. Li Xiaxia, who was wiping tears beside him, dared not say a word. Li Shan and his son saw this and looked at each other. It seemed that their return to the Li family was just around the corner. At this moment, a sneer came from the door. "What do you mean you have to hand over the Li family to others just because you're not in good health? If you put it that way, you know you are old and confused, so don't meddle in other people's family affairs and just take care of your own." Several people looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man in a black robe and a mask on his face standing at the door, with a sneer on the corners of his lips and looking at them with cold eyes. "You. Who are you? How dare you speak nonsense here?" The old man in white knocked heavily on the cane in front of him and said angrily, "The Li family has turned the world upside down. I don't know where some random people can talk to our ancestors in the main hall." Shang Ruai looked at him and sneered. "Ancestors? This is really the funniest joke I have heard today. Whose ancestors are you? You have no children? You have to be the ancestors of other people's families." She glanced at Li Shan and his son behind them and sneered, "I think this father and son seem to want to be your grandsons. Although they have been kicked out now, if you like them, you can pick them up." Shang Ruai's words successfully changed the faces of the people in the main hall. Li Xia looked at her with admiration, worthy of being Sister Shang. "Who are you? How dare you speak nonsense in my Li family?" The old man in white said angrily, "Is this the rule in your family?" "Yes, I haven't learned many rules, but there is one thing." Shang Ruai whispered, "If you want to live a long life, don't meddle in other people's business, especially immoral things." "You." The old man in white slammed the table fiercely. "Who are you? Ling Jun." Shang Ruai looked at Li Huayan, who was sitting in the main seat and had a slightly relieved expression, and said, "Why, you guys teamed up and came here to bully my grandfather and sister, and I can't say a few words? Grandfather? What grandfather? When did the Li family have another grandson?" The three old men looked at Li Huayan in unison. What's going on?" Li Huayan did not explain much, but said lightly, "She is indeed my grandson. There is no doubt about this." Li Shan and Li Quan's faces became very ugly when they heard this. Thinking back to the day when she came to the Li family to seek an explanation, she was here and asked why she was the old man's doctor. How come she became his grandson today? Humph, so what if she is a granddaughter? Her last name isn't Li, and the assets of our Li family must never be handed over to outsiders. The old man in green snorted coldly. The family business of our Li family must be inherited by members of the Li family. That's right. said the old man in purple who was sitting at the end. It must come from our Li family. A granddaughter with unknown origins actually wants to have the final say in our Li family and get a piece of the pie.
Bah.
I'll make it clear today. Apart from Winshan and Quanah, if anyone else takes over the Li family, we old men will never recognize them. You are shameless and take advantage of your age. I'm talking about people like you. Shang Ruai's words were merciless. The three old men were so angry when they heard it. You are full of dirty words. How can you be so vicious at such a young age?
I'm vicious.
Shang Ruai looked at them and said, Am I vicious or are you vicious? Li Winshan and his son asked Shang Ruai what they said, causing the faces of the people present to change several times. How did she know? But with some gold, silver, jewelry, or property of the Li family. Shang Ruai was not wrong. Li Winshan did exchange them with several shops of the Li family, but the shops could only be given to them if Li Winshan returned to the Li family. To him, what were these? As long as he could control the Li family, what was the importance of a few shops? You're slandering me. The old man in white tightly grasped the cane in his hand, raised it slightly, and looked as if he was going to hit her. Seeing this, Li Xia stepped in front of Shang Ruai, looked at the old man in white, and said, Great-grandpa, what are you doing? Do you still want to hit her? In fact, she was a little scared, and even her voice trembled a little, but she still stood in front of Shang Ruai with her back straight. Shang Ruai saw this. With the corners of her lips slightly raised, she smiled and patted Li Xia's shoulder and whispered, What's there to be afraid of? This is your home. As soon as Shang Ruai finished speaking, Li Xia's eyes lit up. Yes, this is her home. Li Xia looked at them again, her chin slightly raised. This is our Li family. If you want to use force here, blame us for being rude. She spoke loudly, and the posture was a complete change compared to just now. Shang Ruai raised the corners of her lips slightly. This girl is really very malleable.
How dare you?
You stinky girl. How dare you talk to me like this? You are really a who was born by a mother but not raised by a mother. You are arrogant, rude, and have no family education at all. You should be taken to the ancestral temple to be educated. Li Xia turned pale when she heard that. Whenever she mentioned that she didn't have a mother, her emotions couldn't stop surging. At this moment, a figure blocked her way. Shang Ruai's eyes were cold, and even her mask was covered with a layer of cold light. Say it again. The old man in white's pupils shrank slightly. He never expected that such momentum would emanate from a little kid. Why, is there something wrong with what I said? He whispered. You are so rude to your elders. Can't we say something? Elders? Shang Ruai sneered. You deserve it. You're just a little older. Are you worthy of being called elders by others? Shang Ruai sneered. Why don't you take a bronze mirror to see what kind of person you are? How dare you come here to point fingers and shout? Shang Ruai's merciless words made them jump with anger. Li Huaiyan felt happy. For so many years, he had been taught these so-called ethical principles, righteousness, and shame by these three uncles, and he felt very upset. He didn't expect that today he would feel relieved by his granddaughter's words. You must know who has the final say in the Li family now. The head of the Li family is my grandfather. You're just older than him. Can you surpass the status of the head of this family? Shang Ruai glanced at them. If you really have this ability, your families will not depend on my grandfather to live. They were so angry that they jumped with anger, but they had no reason to refute. They were indeed dependent on Li Huaiyan to live now. You are a grandson who came out of nowhere. What qualifications do you have to point fingers and talk nonsense here? This is the Li family. You are an outsider. Li Quan was interrupted by Shang Ruai before he finished speaking. What's wrong with an outsider? Just because you are not an outsider. How outstanding are you? Eating, drinking, and gambling. Tell me yourself, which of these do you not touch? The money from the casino has been repaid, but the money from the underground bank must not be repaid yet. So much time has passed, and the interest has been compounded. Tens of thousands of taels of silver must have doubled to 100,000 taels. Shang Ruai's words successfully turned Li Quan's face into a pale face. She was right. Now it has become 100,000 taels. If the money is not returned, those people from the underground bank will really take his life. Everyone looked at Shang Ruai, and no one dared to say anything. Everyone. Li Huaiyan said in a deep voice. What Ling Jun said is exactly what I think in my heart. If the uncles think that I drove them out of the Li family just for those tens of thousands of taels of silver, then I am too stingy. He looked at Li Wenshan and his son, whose faces changed suddenly, and sighed. It is true that our Li family has poor family education, and we actually raised a beast who wants to kill his father.
What?
Patricide? Everyone looked at Li Wenshan in shock. This man looked gentle and refined, but they didn't expect him to be such a heartless person. Thinking carefully, I am indeed ashamed of my ancestors and the Li family. He sighed again. So, I have decided that our branch will be separated from the Li family tree. I have no face to see my ancestors if I raise such a corrupt descendant. He looked up at the uncles who had stood up in shock and said, So, what happens to our Li family's descendants has nothing to do with our family, not to mention that the children we raise have brought disgrace to the Li family.
What?
Separate from the Li family? How can that be possible? Now the most powerful branch of the Li family is theirs. If they leave the Li family, then the Li family, which has prospered for so many years, will be nothing but an empty shell. The future of the younger generation of their family will be affected, and even their marriages will have to be downgraded. How could they bear to let such a god of wealth separate from the Li family? What's more, his Li family now has purple Dongzhu, and its status in the aristocratic families has risen. I'm afraid it's not a mental illness to drive them away at this time. Shang Ruai looked at her grandfather with a little surprise. She never expected that such words as separating from the family would come from his mouth. Huaiyan, don't be angry. Uncles and aunts are just worried about you. There is no one to inherit the Li family. What should we do in the future? The Li family has no successors. Is it possible that we have to adopt from several of our families? The old man in white looked at him with a hint of temptation in his eyes. What if he plans to choose someone to adopt from their families? Does that mean that this overwhelming wealth will have a chance to fall on their descendants? This blatant calculation almost made Shang Ruai laugh out loud. She finally understood why only her grandfather's branch of the Li family could prosper. Who said that there is no one in my Li family who can inherit the family business? Li Huaiyan whispered, Whether it is my granddaughter or my grandson, they are all the flesh and blood of our Li family and can inherit the family business. Nonsense. A girl will get married eventually. How can she inherit the family business? In the future, the Li family's business will have to take the husband's surname. I remember that your granddaughter's marriage has been settled, and you, the grandson, don't have a surname. How can you inherit our Li family's business? At this moment, Li Xia looked at Shang Ruai with a wavering look. Shang Ruai curled the corners of her lips slightly and whispered a few words in her ear. She was shocked. Marry into the family? Yes. Why didn't she think of it? She walked firmly in front of Li Huaiyan and knelt down. Xia, what are you doing? Grandfather, please help me. I don't want to marry Zhang He. Li Xia said coldly. Zhang He from the Zhang family is not as honest as my father said. He is simply a... He hasn't even married a wife yet, but he has taken in several concubines. Not only that, he even has children. If my granddaughter marries him, she will have to be the mother of those children. I don't want to marry such a man. What? Li Huaiyan frowned fiercely. The kid from the Zhang family actually did such a thing? You're talking nonsense. Li Wenshan said angrily. The Zhang family was carefully selected by my father. With your looks, marrying into the Zhang family is already marrying up. How dare you talk nonsense here? Shang Ruai sneered. There's no such thing as a wall that's impenetrable. If you don't want others to know, you'd better not do it. Zhang He wanted to pass the Imperial examination, so he went to a master to ask him how to succeed. The master said that Zhang He's good deeds were damaged, and he needed to find a woman with a very strong destiny to bring him good luck. That's why he came to ask for her help, and he also gave you 20,000 taels of silver. Am I right? Li Wenshan's heart was pounding. How did she know? You use these 20,000 taels of silver to buy 2 headdresses for your concubine and give the rest to your mistress for safekeeping. Seeing that Li Wenshan was sweating more and more, Zhang Ruoyi's smile deepened. You secretly kept this mistress, and she lives not far from the house you live now. Shut up. Li Wenshan's face turned pale, and he said angrily, How did you know all this? What's so important about how I know it? Didn't I just say it? If you don't want others to know, then don't do it. If someone wants to investigate, there will always be clues to find. Li Huaiyan sighed, and became even more disappointed with his son. Driving him out of the Li family was the wisest decision he had ever made. You put at least 200,000 taels in the hands of that concubine, but you didn't help your son repay the debt. Zhang Ruoyi's gaze fell on Li Quan's shocked face. I heard that your concubine also raised a son for you and hired a very strict teacher. It seems that you want to hand over the Li family's business to him. Before she finished speaking, she heard Li Quan shouting, Dad, is what she said true? Shut up. Li Wenshan said angrily. Why are you shutting up? Li Quan looked at his father, whom he trusted so much, in disbelief. So many people are chasing me for debts, and you clearly have hundreds of thousands of taels, but you are not willing to give me even tens of thousands of taels. Could it be that you really don't want to hand over the family business to me, as she said, but want to give it to the outside? Li Quan looked at Li Wenshan in shock. You hit me? That's your brother. What? He shouted angrily. If you talk nonsense again, I will take your life. His answer, even a fool would know that he tacitly agreed with what Zhang Ruoyi said just now. Enough. Li Wenshan knocked heavily on the table. Isn't it embarrassing enough? Dad. Don't call me Dad. From now on, I'm not your dad. I can't raise a heartless person like you. Li Wenshan coughed heavily a few times. Zhang Ruoyi took out a pill and handed it to him. Grandfather, it's time to take the medicine. Li Huaiyan took the pill and was about to put it in her mouth when she saw Li Wenshan rushing up, pointing at her nose, and said, I know. It must be you. It must be you, right? It was you who used the medicine to control my dad, so my dad drove us out of the Li family. Don't you know why you were kicked out? Zhang Ruoyi sneered. That day, when the old man had a heart attack, what did you say? You didn't allow the servants to call a doctor, and you had to watch him die in front of your eyes. In this way, everything in the Li family will be yours. Everyone in this mansion can testify. Do you need me to bring a few people to confront you and your son on the spot? Li Wenshan's face was bright and dark, and he didn't say anything. Li Huaiyan swallowed the pill, and his face looked much better. He waved his hand, and the housekeeper brought the pen and ink. In front of everyone, he personally wrote a document to sever the father-son relationship with his own handwriting and put his name and handprint on it. From today on, Li Wenshan and I completely sever the father-son relationship. Among his children, except Xia, the other heirs have nothing to do with my Li family. He set his eyes on Li Xia. As for Xia's marriage with the Zhang family, I will go to the Zhang family in person to cancel the engagement. What? Cancel the engagement? How can that be done? If the engagement is really cancelled, won't the money have to be returned? Dad, now the whole capital knows that Xia is engaged to the Zhang family. If the marriage is cancelled, it will be difficult to get married in the future. Li Wenshan said anxiously. Don't cancel the engagement. Even if the Zhang family boy takes a concubine, what's the problem? As long as Xia is the mistress of the house. Isn't everything in the Zhang family still in her hands? Li Wenshan's words made the people present fall into deep thought. Li Xia saw that her grandfather did not express his opinion, and she couldn't help but feel anxious. Zhang Ruoyi frowned slightly. Could it be that her grandfather still wanted to marry her? At this moment, the old man picked up the tea on the table and smashed it on Li Wenshan. The tea was newly added by Li Yin, who was standing by, and it was still boiling. Although he was wearing thick clothes now, the scalding temperature still made Li Wenshan grin. Now you have been kicked out of the Li family, don't call me Dad. We are not familiar with each other. You don't need to ask about Xia's marriage. This is my Li family's business. Li Wenshan's face was livid. He never expected that coming here today would make his father break off with him more thoroughly. I'm going to withdraw from this marriage. Li Huaiyan helped Li Xiaxia up. It's not that our Li family's children can't get married. Why do they want to marry such an unruly family like their Zhang family? Just after becoming a scholar, he has so many concubines. If he really becomes the top scholar in the future, I don't know what he will become. Such a person, even if he really becomes a dragon and phoenix among men in the future, is definitely not a good man. Shang Rui nodded secretly. Her grandfather seemed to be really good. The old men sat there and didn't dare to say much, for fear that what they said would annoy him again. After a while, they all resigned and left. Li Huaiyan didn't go to see him off in person, but just sent the housekeeper to see him off. In the past, if they came to the mansion, Li Wunshan would definitely send someone to take gifts to send them home. This time, he just sent them to the door. The housekeeper watched them leave with a smile on his face. When they came, they took a carriage together to save some money. They thought they would go back in a sedan chair like before, but they didn't expect that they would still take the same carriage. Several people were very unhappy. This Li Huaiyan is getting more and more stingy. It's okay that he didn't bring anything back, but he didn't even prepare a sedan chair. That's right, if we go back like this, I don't know what the neighbors will say. Hearing this, the old man in white sighed and said, "It's not Huaiyan's fault. We are a little anxious today." Impatient? How can I not be anxious? Big brother, that's a lot of silver. An old man said, "If Wunshan can become the head of the family, each of our families can get a gold shop and a cloth shop, which will cost tens of thousands of taels of silver." What about tens of thousands of taels? The old man in white had a heavy look in his eyes. If Li Wunshan was really kicked out of the Li family because of patricide, he would not fulfill his promise to them. The other people also thought of this and stopped talking for a while. The old man in white had the image of Shang Rui in front of him. His eyes were dim. This boy was definitely not an ordinary person. At this time, Li Huaiyan was sitting in the main seat, looking at Li Wunshan and his son who had not left yet, and said in a deep voice, "Why are you still standing here? Grandfather, you really don't recognize us?" Li Quan said with tears and snot, "Grandfather, I was blinded by greed before, so I did that. I will never dare to do it again. Never again." Li Huaiyan had no expression on his face, just looking at the father and son coldly, as if looking at a stranger.
Dad.
Li Huaiyan looked at the housekeeper and said sternly, "What are you doing? Why don't you let someone kick them out of the house? What are they doing here? It's disgusting to look at them." Upon hearing this, the housekeeper hurriedly asked the servants to drag the two of them out of the house. Li Wunshan said nothing, standing in front of the house gate with a gloomy face. Looking at the huge Li mansion on the plaque on the gate, he whispered, "One day, sooner or later, I will take all this back." Li Quan said to Li Wunshan with a sad face, "Dad, what should we do? Now, we really can't go back to the house. Why are you crying?" Li Wunshan said in a deep voice, "Useless thing." After the words fell, he turned around and left. The whistling cold wind blew on his wet body, and he couldn't help shivering. At this time, there were many pedestrians on the road. There were few people on this street who didn't know him. Now, seeing his appearance, they couldn't help pointing at him. "Did you see it? I heard that they were driven out by the old man of the Li family." Driven out?
Why?
Why else? It is said that his son lost tens of thousands of taels of silver in gambling, and the old man drove them all out in a rage. "That's not what you said." A short man said, "It is said that because he did not save the dying, the old man was anxious and he did not want to find a doctor."
What?
Is this true? That's right, it happened that day. I happened to deliver food to the Li family's house, and what I heard was true. This man has been delivering food to the Li family for many years. Everyone on this street knows it. What he said is probably true. For a while, people looked at the poor Li family father and son with contempt on their faces. They didn't even save their own biological father, and they were worse than animals. The man who delivered food looked at the figure leaving at the corner, and the corners of his lips curved. It seems that in the future, the food of the Li family will be delivered by himself. The housekeeper returned to the main hall and told the old man what happened on the street. Thanks to that food delivery man, otherwise someone might gossip about our family. The old man nodded. Yes. Since he is the food delivery man in the future, the food in our house. We don't need him to deliver it. Zhang Ruai put down the tea in her hand and said lightly, I remember that there was more than one person delivering food that day. Is the other person on the street today? Yes, Mississippi. The housekeeper knew her identity and said respectfully, that person is really something. He didn't say a word for our house and let others speculate. It's him. Zhang Ruai whispered, in the future, all the food in our house will be delivered by him. Miss, why is this? A servant actually openly discussed the master's right and wrong in the street and eavesdropped on the master's family affairs when he came to deliver food. This shows that he has ulterior motives. He can't even do the duty of a servant. What is the point of having him? The other person really listened less, watched less, and inquired less. When Zhang Ruai finished speaking, everyone present was shocked. The housekeeper nodded guiltily and said, It's my fault. I even need the young lady to remind me of such a simple truth. I have failed in my duty. Please punish me. The old man waved his hand. Forget it. It was an unintentional mistake. I'll listen to you on this matter. He looked at Zhang Ruai and said with a smile, There is no one in charge of the backyard, and many things in the mansion are bound to be overlooked. In the future, you have to spend more time on it. Is he going to force the Li family on her? Li Xia also hurriedly said, That's right, sister. The Li family is better handed over to you to ensure safety. Li Huaiyan took out a seal. This is the seal of our Li family. Only the head of the family can use it. Today, my grandfather will give it to you, cough, cough, cough. After he finished speaking, he started coughing again. Zhang Ruai looked at the dongzhu on the seal and shook her head. Grandfather, I am married now. If the Li family is handed over to me, the property will be gradually incorporated into the Dinghua Palace in the future. This is unfair to the Li family and even more unfair to Xia. I am willing to give up my give all you know to Xia. In the future, when the Li family is handed over to Xia, it can be passed down forever. In fact, she has never coveted the Li family. Hearing her refusal without hesitation, the old man's eyes flashed with regret. If the Li family could be handed over to her, it would definitely be able to move to the next level, but every time he mentioned it, she would refuse without hesitation. It seems that she really has no intention of taking over. At this moment, a servant walked in. Master, someone from the Zhang family is coming. Zhang family? Why are they here at this time? Let them in. Not long after, a woman with an extremely wealthy appearance, wearing silk and satin and a gold hairpin on her head, walked in twisting her body. Greetings to the old man. Although the woman had a smile on her face, her eyes could not hide her arrogance. She sat directly on the left side of the main seat. Behind her followed several maids, all with makeup on their faces. Zhang Ruai sat opposite her with a frown on her face. How could this person look like a decent family? She looked like an old procuress from the Yihong courtyard. Madame Zhang, what brings you here today? Ever since the old man knew about Zhang He's scandals, he was determined to break off the engagement with him, so he didn't have a good face to Madame Zhang at this time. Unfortunately, Madame Zhang didn't show any expression at all. She didn't realize that the old man of the Li family didn't like her at all. She looked around the house. Every decoration was priceless. She was ecstatic in her heart. If the girl from the Li family married into their Zhang family, then everything in the Li family would belong to them. She loved the Li family's yard very much. Not to mention the wealth, the feng shui alone must be excellent. It would definitely help her son to succeed and get promoted and make a fortune. Madame Zhang? The old man saw her looking around and couldn't help but frowned. What's the matter with you coming here today? Mrs. Zhang came back to her senses and said with a smile, Oh, look at me. I was so confused that I forgot the important thing when I came here. She looked at Li Xia. I asked someone to look at Xia's birth date, and it will be an auspicious day in 2 months. I think the marriage of our two families should not be postponed any longer. Xia will marry into our Zhang family eventually, So it doesn't matter if it's one day earlier. Want to advance the wedding? Shang Ruai narrowed her eyes. They had just said that they wanted to cancel the engagement with the Zhang family, and they came to the door to advance the wedding. How could it be such a coincidence? Li Xiaxia's face looked very ugly. She stepped back and stood behind Shang Ruai, pinching her clothes with her fingers. Seeing this, Madame Zhang frowned slightly, but the words on her lips did not come out. In broad daylight, in front of the elders, she pinched a man's clothes. What kind of thing was this? Even relatives could not do this. She was dissatisfied in her heart, and her face was naturally not good-looking, but when she thought of the wealth of the Li family, she swallowed back what she wanted to say. When she arrived at their Zhang family, she could do whatever she wanted to persuade them. It would be easy to deal with a little girl, right? Thinking of this, her face looked better. The old man whispered, Madame Zhang, it just so happens that I also want to go to the Zhang family to talk about the marriage of the two children. Hearing Li Huiyan say this, Mrs. Zhang smiled widely again. Oh, isn't this a coincidence? We actually thought of the same thing. In this case, on the 6th day of the first lunar month in 2 months, which is an auspicious day, we will move up the marriage. However, my son is already a scholar, and the next one is a Jiren, and after that it is a Gongsheng, and then it is the top scholar.
What is a top scholar?
Most of the top scholars are the seedlings of prime ministers. Our Zhang family is about to have a prime minister. Although your Li family is a merchant family, our Zhang family is definitely not a treacherous family. If we said we would marry her, we will definitely agree to her position as the legitimate wife of the Zhang family. But the dowry? She looked at the old man. I heard that your Li family has made some purple oriental pearls. Why not add 10 extra purple oriental pearls to the dowry list, and the marriage will then cancel this marriage? The old man of the Li family didn't wait for her to finish, and said lightly, this marriage is over.
What?
Give up? How can this be possible? Their Zhang family spent a lot of money to get Zhang Wenshan to agree to marry their daughter. After all, her horoscope is particularly compatible with their son, and she will definitely help him rise to the top and become a prime minister in the future. Why would he care about the money in front of him? Now that the Li family wants to cancel the engagement, it means ruining her son's future.
How could she agree?
Old man, can I ask why your Li family wants to cancel the engagement? Her eyes fell on the two people opposite, and she snorted coldly. Did this young lady of the Li family do something extraordinary? Extraordinary things? Li Huiyan frowned. What do you mean, Madame Zhang? Although our Li family is from a merchant family, we are also a prominent family with strict family education. How could we do what Madame Zhang said was extraordinary? What do you mean? Humph. She snorted coldly and pointed at Shang Ruai. That day at the auction, how many pairs of eyes saw the Li family girl and her cousin brother pulling and tugging and getting entangled? My Zhang family disdains to marry such a person who brings disgrace to the family. We have no choice but to continue this marriage because of our friendship with the Li family. Li Xiaxia said in a deep voice. Who are you saying is bringing disgrace to the family? Why, you dare not take responsibility for it. So many people saw it, you were secretly giving and receiving, and our Zhang family didn't bother with you, but you still took advantage of it.
Click.
Shang Ruai put the teacup heavily on the table. Which eye of yours saw us giving and receiving secretly? And who did you hear these things from? Find him out. I want to see who is impatient to live and dares to gossip behind our backs. She shook her hand, and an extremely sharp scalpel appeared in her hand. Mrs. Zhang didn't even know how the knife appeared. She only felt a gust of wind, and a silver object flew past her ear. She could even feel a chill.
Ah!
A scream rang out, and the purse on the waist of the maid behind her was nailed to the wall not far away by the knife. The scream came from the maid. If we talk about private transactions, our Li family is far inferior to your Zhang family. What do you mean? Mrs. Zhang said coldly. Do you know how dangerous it was just now? It won't be dangerous. Even if it is really scratched or the ear is cut off, I can put it back. The sharp eyes penetrated the cold mask and saw Mrs. Zhang sweating coldly. As for what I just said, he waved his hand, and Ling took the purse off the wall very tactfully. I think you will understand what I mean after seeing what's in the purse. The maid's face turned pale when she heard it. Ling opened the purse and saw a jade pendant in it. The jade pendant had broken into several pieces. Ling put the jade pendant together, and the words on it were clearly visible to everyone. This is. The word Zhang on the jade pendant was clearly visible, and there was a pair of mandarin ducks carved underneath. In Bailing, concubines all have such a jade pendant, but the words on it follow the surname of the master. Such a jade pendant must not belong to the master of the Zhang family. Shang Ruoyi sneered. She is obviously the concubine of young Master Zhang, but she is serving by the lady's side. I wonder if the lady knows about it? She looked at the maid, and at a glance, the maid understood that this was her best chance to become the young master's concubine. She knelt down in front of Madame Zhang with a plop. Madam, I am guilty. It's the young master. Shut up. Madame Zhang slapped her. How dare you deceive the young master? What crime should you be punished for? With these words, she stopped the maid from saying anything. The maid covered her face and said tearfully, Madam, yes. What is it? Get out of the way. I will deal with you when we get back home. Madame Zhang's face turned pale. She had just said that Li Xiaxia was behaving improperly, but now she was slapped in the face by her own words. She looked at the old man with an apologetic look on her face. It's my fault that I didn't discipline the servants well, and they even tricked the master into doing such a thing. I will definitely deal with them when I return to the mansion. She stood up and walked to Li Xiaxia, stretched out her hand and placed her hand in her palm, smiling and said, Xiaxia, don't worry. As long as you marry into our Zhang family, I, as your mother-in-law, will never treat you unfairly. Besides, which man in this world doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Look at my servants, who can match your looks and beauty. Even if heir couldn't control himself, it was just a momentary pleasure. No one can shake the status of your Zhang family. Her expression was sincere, but Li Xiaxia just felt sick. Madame Zhang. Shang Ruoyi moved Madame Zhang's hand away, her eyes full of coldness. 3 wives and 4 concubines? A moment of pleasure? You actually think that what your son did is very common. It's really ridiculous. Also, comparing the maids and servants around you with our Xiaxia, who do you think your Zhang family is? He is just a scholar, but he dreams all day long and delusionally wants to become a prime minister. You really treat your useless son as a dish. There are so many scholars in the world. If he can become a prime minister, Bailing will probably be destroyed. Shang Ruoyi's words were merciless. Madame Zhang's face turned pale and blue, which was very interesting. You? How dare you say that about my son? Why not? Shang Ruoyi sneered. Your Zhang family is just a poor family without any power or status. Our Li family is not a family that despises the poor and loves the rich. That is why we have waited again and again and decided to marry our daughter to your family. What is the result? Zhang He is simply a low-class person who eats, drinks, gambles, and prostitutes. You must know how many mistresses he has outside. Why is he pretending to be a scholarly family in our Li family? After these words, Mrs. Zhang was speechless. She opened her mouth for a long time, but didn't say a word. Also, go back to your house and see how many maids in your house are virgins. After checking, don't rush to make a decision. Find a doctor first to take a look and don't kill them. After she finished speaking, Mrs. Zhang trembled all over. Her eyes fell on the maids behind her. They all lowered their heads and dared not speak. She knew in her heart that these lowly guys were really, as she said. Madame Zhang, do you think you can accept the reason why our Li family canceled the engagement? Shang Ruoyi picked up the teacup and took a sip. If you don't want to cancel the engagement, it's not impossible. I will go directly to the government office to ask the prefect to make the decision. By then, the whole Bailing will know what your son has done. In the future, not to mention the daughters of merchants, even the daughters of farmers will not marry into your Zhang family. After becoming notorious, I want to see if your precious son can still ascend the throne and become a prime minister. Madame Zhang's chest rose and fell violently. After a long while, she sat on the chair, her eyes full of resentment. What do you want? What we want has been made very clear to you from the beginning. Our Li family proposed to cancel the engagement, and you just agreed. From now on, the two families will not interfere with each other and will be like strangers. What about the silver? Silver? What's silver? Shang Ruoyu laughed secretly. Madame Zhang must be talking about the 20,000 taels of silver given to Luoyun Shan. When did our Li family ever accept your silver? Back then, as an engagement gift, we paid Luoyun Shan 20,000 taels of silver as a betrothal gift. Now that the marriage is cancelled, the money should be returned to our Zhang family. It was indeed so. Does anyone have a written receipt? Credentials? What kind of receipts? Shang Ruoyu sneered. Madame Zhang, do you think we are easy to bully? There is not even a receipt for a betrothal gift of 20,000 taels of silver. Since it is a betrothal gift, it must be made public. Since Luoyun Shan gave the money to his mistress, it meant that the engagement gift was not clearly accounted for. You are asking us to return 20,000 taels of silver without any written receipt. Aren't you bullying us, Madame Zhang? If you asked for 200,000 taels, should we also return it to your Zhang family? Madame Zhang blushed and didn't know how to refute. If it is true, as Madame said, that Luoyun Shan has given 20,000 taels of silver, then we should go and ask him to return it. Now he has left the Li family and set up his own family. Madame Zhang had naturally heard about the affairs of the Li family. It was because she knew that Luoyun Shan and his son had been driven out of the Li family that she hurried to propose marriage. After all, the Li family now has only one child, Li Xia. Everything in the Li family will belong to her. The sooner she is married home, the sooner she can get the priceless dowry. She originally wanted to give in and see if there was any room for negotiation on this marriage. But seeing the attitude of the Li family members that there was no room for negotiation, she couldn't help but clench her fists. Humph. It's just a merchant family. They rely on a few stinky money in the family to look down on others. Just wait and see. I will let everyone in this capital know what kind of character your Li family is. Your girls can't even think about marrying into a good family. Swoosh. As soon as she finished speaking, a sound of breaking through the air was heard, and a dagger flew past her eyes. Snap! The priceless vase beside her shattered. Madame Zhang, you must be familiar with the saying that the mouth brings disaster. If you can't control your mouth, someone else will. If there are any rumors, you can try to see whether the broken vase is more serious or your precious son is more seriously injured. You threaten me. Yes. She admitted openly. You can ask around. In addition to your Zhang family, there is another family with greater power in the capital. Go and find out what happened to them, and you will know whether you should control your mouth. As soon as she finished speaking, Madame Zhang's legs were a little weak. If it weren't for the maid supporting her, she would have fallen headfirst. She knew about the Beiling Zhang family. I didn't expect it was her handiwork. Until she returned home, the fat on her face was still twitching. Mother, how is it? Zhang He saw her coming back and hurried to greet her. Mother, was that woman Li Xia ecstatic when she heard that the wedding date was moved up? Did she give you a few of those purple pearls directly? He did not notice his mother's extremely bad expression at all, and continued, If there is no purple, white ones will do. I knew that the cheap woman was stingy. That day at the auction, I asked her for the purple pearl, but she refused to give it to me. Today, she even refused to give me the white one.
I promised Leonard.
Madam. The servants ran up in a hurry and supported Madame Zhang, who was about to faint on the ground. Zhang He looked up and saw that Madame Zhang's face was ashen, and she was unconscious. He frowned and waved his hand, asking the servants to carry Madame Zhang back to the mansion. Goodly family, you actually made my mother faint. Li Xia, let me see how I will deal with you. He walked towards the Li family angrily. Li Xia was relieved to get rid of the Zhang family's marriage. She was just about to ask the housekeeper to prepare wine and food so that she and Shang Ruoyu could get drunk together. Then she heard a commotion at the door. Let me in. Do you know who I am? I am the future husband of your young lady, the future master of the Li family. How dare you be so disrespectful? I will definitely punish you severely. The servants of the Li family naturally knew that their young lady had broken off the engagement with the man in front of them, so they naturally did not have a good face towards him. I am talking to this young master. This is the Li family, not your Zhang family. Now that our young lady doesn't want to see you, how can you yell in front of our Li family's door? How dare you?
How dare you talk to me like that? Do you know who I am?
Isn't it the scholar from the Zhang family? The doorman said. Our young lady said that there are so many scholars in this capital. What's so strange about it? You. He pointed at the servant with trembling fingers and said, how insulting. I am a scholar, the future prime minister. How dare you disrespect me? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw an object flying out from the yard and fell directly into his mouth.
Puh, puh, puh.
Zhang He spat out what was in his mouth, and then he saw clearly that it was actually a shoe. A servant came forward and took the shoe off the ground. Zhang He's face turned pale when he saw this. Li Xia Xia. How dare you attack me? As soon as he finished speaking, Shang Ruoi and Li Xia Xia walked to the door, followed by Ah Cheng, who was wiping his hands. It was just an unfortunate coincidence that the servant didn't like to wash his feet, so the smell was really unpleasant. Li Xia Xia looked at him, and the shyness in her eyes had long disappeared without a trace. Zhang He, what are you doing here? Zhang He heard this, his expression turned cold. You still come to ask me? My mother fainted after returning from your house. It must be you who made her sick because of anger. I was angry? She sneered. I don't have such profound skills to make your mother faint. Who knows if it was you who made her angry? Nonsense, how could I make my mother angry? He curled his lips. It must be because you are too stingy that my mother became ill. She just asked you for a few dongzhu. Look at your stingy look. You didn't even give one. What do you think dongzhu is? Carrots and cabbages? Shang Ruai sneered. So in your eyes, dongzhu is such a worthless thing. Your Li family originally raised dongzhu. What's the difference between this and carrots and cabbages? Shang Ruai nodded after hearing this. I see. So, what our Li family sends to the palace every year for the emperor and empress to enjoy are all worthless stuff. Zhang He knew he had said the wrong thing and quickly made amends. That's not what I meant. I came here today just to ask you why you made my mother faint. A woman like you, who is so disrespectful to our elders, our Zhang family will definitely not tolerate it. He looked at the increasing number of neighbors and couldn't help but said loudly, our Zhang family, a family of scholars, will definitely not accept a woman who is disrespectful to her elders, unfilial to her parents-in-law, and has inappropriate behavior. He thought that as long as he said this, Li Xia Xia would immediately humble herself and admit her mistakes to him. Unexpectedly, he really hit the wall today. Li Xia Xia took a step forward, raised her chin slightly, and said with great momentum, your mother was fine when she left our Li family. Why did she faint when she returned to your Zhang family? She didn't faint at our house. Why did you come to me? Also, didn't your mother tell you? We have cancelled the engagement, and you actually regarded yourself as my fiancé in public. Who gave you the face?
What?
Cancel the engagement? How come he didn't know? Before he could react, he saw Li Xia Xia throwing a box to him. This is the token exchanged between the two families when the engagement was made. Now it is returned intact. It is because I, Li Xia Xia, don't want to marry a gentleman like you. You just read a few days of books and know a few words, but you don't take our Li family seriously. What? Do you think our Li family is marrying up to you? You are ugly, but you think beautifully. You don't have a big belly, but you have a big appetite. You still want 10 purple oriental pearls. Shameless.
What?
10 purple oriental pearls? The Zhang family's appetite is really too big. Purple oriental pearls, hundreds of thousands of taels each, and the Zhang family actually wants 10 of them. They must be crazy for money. He's just a scholar, but he's still not satisfied after marrying a daughter of the Li family. He dreams of getting 10 purple pearls, which are worth millions of taels of silver. He's not afraid of being stuffed to death. Who said it's not true? It is said that the young master of the Zhang family has taken in several concubines and even a son before he married a wife.
What?
How can he be so shameless? He even has children. No wonder the Li family reacted so strongly. I think Mrs. Zhang deserved to faint. She raised such a son. If it were me, I would have just killed myself by hitting my head. How could I have the face to live? Everyone was talking at the same time. Zhang, he couldn't help trembling all over when he heard it. He turned around and shouted, "What does it have to do with you? Why are you all here watching the fun?" He was furious. He kept the matter of raising a concubine very secretive. How could people know about it? Shang Ruai looked at him leisurely. Of course. She was the one who ordered someone to spread the news. Have you given any advice to those concubines? Don't worry. The front door of the Zhang family is probably bustling with activity now. Ah Chung said with a smile, "You are still one step ahead. You knew that the Zhang family would definitely come to make trouble. What's the big deal? It's just a trivial matter in the mansion. I have more important things to do right now. Now that the Li family's affairs are settled, we will be ready to set off." Shang Ruai looked at Li Xiaxia's back and said in a low voice, "Send a few capable people to the Li family. Even though they have no feelings for the old man, he is my grandfather after all. Although Li Wenshan was driven out, he will never give up according to his character. The old man has treated me very well these days, and he must not be allowed to get hurt. And Xia, find a few maids who are proficient in the art of inner house management and a manager who is good at business and teach her more. The Leaf family will still rely on her in the future." "Yes, I'll send someone right away." At this time, a woman came over and said loudly, "Oh, everyone, go and see. Someone is about to die in front of the Zhang family." "What?" Zhang He's heart skipped a beat, and a bad premonition lingered in his heart. He ran home at once, and the onlookers were curious when they saw this. Fortunately, the two families were not far away, so they all followed to watch the fun. Li Xiaxia whispered, "What good drama is going on in the Zhang family? Someone brought a child to recognize their ancestors." TSK, TSK, TSK. A cunning look flashed across Li Xiaxia's eyes. Shang Ruai knocked on her head. "Instead of just watching the fun, you might as well go back and learn how to manage the household. Now the huge Li family business is going to be handed over to you. If you don't have real skills, no matter how big the family business is, it will not be enough for you to ruin." Li Xiaxia rubbed her forehead that was knocked red. "Got it. I will send a few people to assist you. I have to go somewhere else tomorrow. When I come back, I will personally check your results." "Where are you going?" "Don't worry about it." Shang Ruai smiled. "You just need to know that you have to take on everything in the Li family now. Your grandfather is old. Although I have the pills I prepared, they can only prolong his life as much as possible. People will eventually return to dust and cannot change their fate. The future of the Li family still depends on you." "Yes, I remember." At night, she flashed into the space. Now, the food in the space has been piled up like a mountain. Shang Ruai picked a handful of fruit and started eating. Xiaobai sensed that she was in a bad mood, so he lay beside her and rubbed her hand with his big head. Shang Ruai patted it and said softly, "Xiaobai, where are you from?" Xiaobai looked at her in confusion. Where did he come from? How could he know where he came from? "I knew you didn't know your own life experience, and now I don't even know who I am." She originally thought that she was a concubine of the Prime Minister's mansion, but now she is a sibling of the Prince of Western Region City. Who is she? Where did she come from? The next morning, Xiaoyao came in with water. Seeing the dark blue in her eyes, she asked worriedly, "Miss, did you not get enough rest?" "No problem." She waved her hand. "She just didn't sleep all night. But you got whipped. Why don't you take good care of yourself and come to my place? With Mrs. Medicine, I have recovered a long time ago." Shang Ruai originally wanted to keep her here and take her back to Tianshan when she was well. Now that she saw that she was indeed well, she joked, "You didn't see how Ah Ching looked that day. I have never seen him so anxious. It shows how much he cares about you." Xiaorao blushed. "Miss, you only think about these things all day long." After that, she walked out with the basin of water. Ah Cheng happened to be waiting in the yard. Xiaoyao rolled her eyes at him and ran away with a red face. Shang Ruai saw this scene in the room and couldn't help but smile. The appearance of He Jingheng appeared in front of her eyes. She didn't know whether he had a smooth return to the capital. After breakfast, she still dressed the same way and went to Jun Ziqian's manor. Nan Charan saw her coming and said with a smile, "What a coincidence. If you didn't come, I would have sent someone to look for you. What's the matter?" "Ah, Qian, he can stand up today with the help of the table." Nan Charan patted her shoulder vigorously. "You are worthy of being a miracle doctor. There are not many people in this world who can make me admire you. Now you are one of them." Seeing this, Ah Chung had already put his hand on the hilt of the sword, wishing he could chop off Nan Qian's claws directly. Shang Ruai brushed his hand away and walked straight to the inner courtyard. Jun Ziqian had heard her voice a long time ago and was just waiting for her to come in. For some reason, he was so concerned about this miracle doctor whom he had only met a few times. He understood matters of love and already had a woman he liked, but he couldn't explain what this feeling was. Shang Ruai saw Jun Ziqian sitting in a wheelchair, and her heart moved. She even walked faster. "Why is the miracle doctor here today?" "I came to see your legs." After Shang Ruai took his pulse, she nodded and said, "Your meridians are much better than before. You will be fully recovered soon." Hearing this, Nan Charan clapped his hands and said, "That's great. If you can recover within 10 days, we can still catch up with your father's birthday when we return to the western regions." Shang Ruai paused as she was taking something out of the medicine box. The birthday of the king of the city? Is the king of the city really her biological father? It's a pity that you couldn't find the princess's whereabouts. If you could find her. Okay. Jun Ziqian was a little angry and said in a cold voice, "I came out this time only to find a doctor, not to look for someone." "Princess?" Shang Ruai couldn't help but feel a little curious, but seeing that he seemed unwilling to say more, she didn't ask any more questions. "Prince, Master Nan, these are the pills I prepared for you." She pushed the porcelain bottle over. Although she couldn't recognize him now, Jun Zigan was her brother after all, and most importantly, he seemed to get along well with her. If not for this, she wouldn't bother to care whether he lived or died.
Wow.
So many. Nan Charan was about to reach out to take it when Shang Ruai slapped him back. "This is mine. This is the prince's." She almost said the word brother. "Didn't you just say that this was prepared for us?" He rubbed his red hands and said a little aggrievedly, "Are you still a good brother? This is yours." She took out 2 porcelain bottles. "Although the toxins in your body have been discharged, the 7 days powder is extremely harmful to your body. This is what you can eat." "So that's it." Nan Charan's expression relaxed slightly. "I said, we are brothers. How can we favor one over the other?" Jun Zigan looked at the pills, frowning slightly. "You give me these pills, but you won't come again in the future?" Shang Ruai nodded. "I still have some things to deal with. I will leave tonight." "So soon?" "Yeah, a little anxious." She looked at Jun Zigan intently, although she hadn't recognized him yet. The feeling of having a brother made her feel very novel. No matter in her past life or this life, she has long been accustomed to being on her own. She has never had a brother, nor has she ever been protected by anyone. Now she also has an elder brother. Thinking of this, her eyes became softer. Looking at that somewhat familiar look, Jun Zigan clenched his fist slightly. This look had appeared in his dreams countless times. Whenever he woke up in the middle of the night, there would be a little moisture in the corners of his eyes. Leaving the yard, Nan Charan followed her. He was usually eloquent, but now he was a little silent. "The princess you just mentioned, who is that?" "The prince's biological mother?" Nan Charan nodded. "Yes, but the queen has been gone for more than 10 years. We don't know whether she is still alive." "More than 10 years?
How many years is that?"
11 years or more. "About 17 years. Nan Charan shook his head. "I don't remember the details." The age was exactly the same. "It seems that there are many stories between my mother and the king of the city. Alas, the princess has been gone for many years, and the king of the city has been looking for her for a long time. However, there has been no news for more than 10 years. It is most likely that they are gone forever. It is really sad." Shang Ruai was still a little absent-minded until she left the capital. I didn't expect that my father is such a romantic man. Miss, where are we going? Xiaoyao's words made Shang Ruai gradually come back to her senses, and she whispered, Zingaman, I said before that after New Year's Day, I will visit you in person. I always keep my words. She raised the whip in her hand, and the horse rushed out like a string. The Xinghe sect is a very famous sect in Bailing with great influence. The sect master, Wu Hai, was sitting on a chair at this time. Listening to the report of his subordinates, he couldn't help but throw away the teacup in his hand. You are useless. You can't even bid for 1 dongzhu. Master, it's not that I don't want to bid, it's just that there is too much silver and I didn't bring enough. Then why don't you admit that you are useless? What are you going there for? Auction. You don't have to bring more silver. What are you doing there? Watching the fun? He was furious and still felt unsatisfied. At this moment, a servant walked in. Master, 3 people want to see you. What do you want to see? Who does she think of me? A monkey? Can anyone see me? He turned around and saw the person who made the announcement was still standing at the door. He couldn't help but scold. You heartless thing, I said you don't want to see me. Don't you understand? He was worried about the dongzhu now, so how could he have time to see guests? But that person said that she was from Prince Ding's palace. The servant lowered his voice, but Wu Hai still heard it. He paused his hand movements and looked at him in disbelief. Who do you say she is? That person said she was from Prince Ding's palace. Before he finished his words, he saw Wu Hai had passed him and walked towards the gate. His pace was the fastest in his life. Although Wu Hai had never met Shang Ruai, from what his men had reported, the Dingwa Palace was not as prosperous as before, but its true strength was still unfathomable and could not be contended with by a small Xinghe gate like him. Shang Ruai waited at the door for a while, with her arms crossed over her chest and her fingers tapping lightly on her arms. Ah Chung stepped forward and whispered, Miss, do you want me to break the door by force? Shang Ruai smiled and shook her head. It's okay. Wait a little longer. If he doesn't open the door, let him try the power of the grenade. As soon as she finished speaking, a black grenade appeared in her hand. Ah Chung looked at the wall of Xinghe Gate. It looked much stronger than Zhang's. Perhaps more grenades would be needed. However, no matter how strong the courtyard wall is, it is nothing compared to the lady's grenade. Just when her patience was gradually running out, the gate of the Galaxy Gate opened from the inside, and dozens of big men walked out. Ah Cheng's eyes were slightly fierce, his hand on the hilt, and the long sword in his hand was ready to be unsheathed at any time. Shang Ruai's expression did not change. Those big men did not hold any weapons in their hands, which meant that they had no hostile intentions. At this time, Shang Ruai had changed back into women's clothes. Wu Hai saw that the visitor was a woman with an extraordinary demeanor. Recalling the description of Prince Ding's wife by the people below, his attitude instantly became respectful. Oh, you have come to visit me. I am sorry for not coming in to greet you. I am so sorry. Wu Hai said with a flattering smile. Please come in. Please come in. Shang Ruai said with a smile. Master, do you recognize me? Haha, although we have never met, but from your demeanor, I guessed your identity at once. Wu Hai's eyes were full of shrewdness. Shang Ruai nodded when she heard this. The leader is really a smart man. Thank you for the compliment. I'm just a reckless man. How can I deserve your praise? He made a gesture of invitation. Please come in quickly. Ah Chung looked at the leader of the Xinghe sect and couldn't help feeling a little surprised. Their Dingwa Palace had nothing to do with these underworld forces, so why was the leader so enthusiastic? When everyone arrived at the main hall, a man was kneeling on the ground. Wu Hai saw him and cursed inwardly. Why are you still kneeling here? He was the manager who had just been scolded for not taking a picture of Dongzhu. The sect leader just walked out quickly. How could he know what the sect leader was going to do? How dare he stand up without the sect leader's permission? Because he knelt for a long time, he stumbled a few steps when he stood up. Shang Ruai happened to see his face clearly, and for a moment he felt that he looked familiar. Master, I will withdraw first. Get lost. Wu Hai waved his hand. Don't let me see you today. Hearing his voice, Zhang Ruoyi raised her eyebrows slightly and couldn't help but recall that he seemed to have bid for Dong Zhu at the auction. After the man left, Wu Hai said enthusiastically, "Crown Princess, please sit down. Please sit down." Zhang Ruoyi glanced at him calmly. Wu Hai sat in the main seat, feeling very uncomfortable, and finally stood up. "Crown Princess, what brings you here today?" Zhang Ruoyi smiled and spread out her hands, only to see a jade ring lying in her palm. This is... Wu Hai's eyes suddenly lit up. "This is the ring from the Dingwa Palace." Zhang Ruoyi put it on the table and smiled. "I heard that Master Wu is very curious about this ring. I am personally delivering this ring to your door to satisfy your curiosity, so I don't want you to send your men to get it. Now our Dingwa Palace is not like before. There are not so many guards, and there are many female relatives in the family. It is really inconvenient for men from outside to enter. Master Wu, don't you think so?" Wu Hai felt a dangerous breath coming towards him. He hurriedly bowed and said, "What are you talking about, Princess? I just heard too many rumors in the martial arts world, and I am a little curious. I don't have the slightest desire. The people under me are ignorant, and I have already dealt with them. I didn't expect Master Wu's actions to be so quick and decisive. I am a little embarrassed." Zhang Ruoyi still had a smile on her face. Although she said this, there was no embarrassment on her face. "Since Patriarch Wu likes it, I will give you this ring." "What? This ring is given to him?" He looked at Zhang Ruoyi in disbelief. "Crown Princess, this ring, are you really giving it to me?" "Yes." Zhang Ruoyi nodded, looked at the cakes brought by the maids, without any desire to eat, and set her eyes on him again. "But do you know what it means when I wear this ring?" "How can I wear this ring?" "If you give it to me, I will take good care of it and put it in the most hidden place, and will never let others find it." Zhang Ruoyi sneered. "Patriarch Wu, do you think that the things of my Dingwa Palace are so shady?" No. How dare I think so? It's just that this ring is precious, and I'm afraid it will be lost or damaged. If you accept the ring from my Dingwa Palace, you must wear it on your hand every day." "Wear it on your hand? How can that be?" "If others knew about this, they would think that there was some connection between his Xinghe sect and the Dingwa Palace. For this ring, wouldn't his Xinghe sect become the target of public criticism?" He hurriedly put the ring back. I just took a look. How can I accept such a precious thing? Want to return it?" "Too late." Zhang Ruoyi put away the smile on her face, and her eyes were cold. "Master Wu, who do you think my He family is? Your people come and go as you please. You can take our He family's ring when you want it and give it away when you want. Do you really think that now that the He family is in decline, you can't do anything to you?" Hearing Zhang Ruoyi say this, Wu Hai's heart skipped a beat. He said that the people in the Dingwa Palace didn't have such a good temper. There was no such good thing as pie in the sky in the world. Then what does the prince's wife mean? Zhang Ruoyi sneered. "Either your Xinghe sect surrenders to me, or wait for destruction." Sure enough, this was her purpose. Wu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly, stood up straight, and the expression on his face was no longer as flattering as just now. "Crown Princess, I address you as Crown Princess. Do you really think that my Xinghe sect is afraid of you?" He sat down on the main seat, his eyes full of disdain. Now the Dingwa Palace no longer exists. Although the old saying goes that a lean camel is bigger than a horse, it is still a dead camel. No matter how powerful it was when it was alive, it is just a skeleton after death. He looked at Zhang Ruoyi. If my Xinghe sect encountered the Dingwa Palace in its heyday, it would naturally be defeated. But now I hope you have a better idea of who is stronger and who is weaker. How dare you speak to my master like this? Ah Chung stepped forward and said in a cold voice, "It's just a small Xinghe sect. How dare you be so arrogant?" "Ha! I'm the sect master. When I'm talking, how can you, a guard, have the right to speak?" After he finished speaking, he suddenly swung out a palm, and the powerful internal force accompanied by the palm wind went towards Ah Cheng's face. The Xinghe sect has been able to stand firm in Bailing for so many years, which shows that it has some real skills. The martial arts of this sect leader are very powerful, at least much more profound than Ah Cheng. At this moment, Shang Ruai appeared in front of Ah Cheng. She stretched out her palm with a calm face. At this moment, the space shook, and the strong internal force was poured into her body. The internal force in her palm instantly blocked Wu Hai's attack. The tables and chairs around him fell apart under the powerful force, and the scattered wood chips scratched Wu Hai's body with wounds of varying depths. Hiss! Wu Hai was shocked. This prince's wife actually has such a strong internal force. A woman, so young, is actually much stronger than himself. Could it be that she is the old monster who has regained her youth? Or did she start practicing internal force in her mother's? At this time, the internal force in his body surged, and a fishy sweetness surged into his throat. He looked at Shang Ruai with an expression that no longer dared to show the slightest contempt. Master Wu, you're quite skilled. Wu Hai had a bitter look on his face. Not bad? He was almost blown away by one move, and that's not bad? I can't be compared with the Crown Prince's consort. Master Wu, don't call me the Crown Prince's consort, didn't you say so? The Dinghua Palace has been destroyed, so how can there be a Crown Prince's consort here? I was just talking nonsense just now. Please be magnanimous. Don't bother with me. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Don't be angry. Shang Ruai returned to her seat, and Wu Hai couldn't help shrinking his pupils when he saw this. With such a strong internal force just now, except for her table and chairs, all other tables, chairs, and porcelain ornaments in the main hall were shattered, and the area around her table and chairs was as clean as before, and even the teacup on the table did not move at all. He swallowed, cupped his hands, and said, "Princess, I know I was wrong." "Really?" She handed him the ring. "Try it on?" Wu Hai looked bitter, hesitant, struggling in his heart, not knowing whether he should reach out. Shang Ruai snorted coldly, took out a grenade and handed it to Ah Cheng. "Go help Master Wu and make a decision."
Yes.
Ah Cheng took the grenade and walked to the courtyard. Seeing that there was no guard on the east side, he pulled out the ring of the grenade and threw it over. Just when everyone was confused about his actions, there was a loud, and the main house shook violently. Wu Hai ran out in horror and saw that several hundred-year-old trees on the east side were blown off in half, and the solid bricks and stones on the ground had long been blown off. It was blown to pieces, and a huge, deep pit was visible to the eye. There were several glass covers on the east side for heating, all of which were blown to pieces, and the walls collapsed. Bursts of black smoke accompanied by a strong, pungent smell filled his nose. He was so shocked that he sat directly on the ground. Things as solid as houses and trees were blown into this state. If it were a person, even his bones would be blown into powder. The other people in the Xinghe Gate were also scared to death, and they huddled in the corner and dared not say a word. "Master Wu, in this case, is it possible that a decision has been made?" Shang Ruai's words brought him back to his senses instantly. Wu Hai got up from the ground, stood in front of Shang Ruai, and said with a bow, "I am willing to serve the prince's wife." Shang Ruai smiled. As expected, sometimes, force is the fastest way to solve these problems. "I heard that Patriarch Wu wanted to bid for the pearl?" Wu Hai heard her tone softened a little and smiled and said, "To be honest, I have a daughter who has been spoiled since she was a child. She wanted a pearl, but the people under my command were incompetent, so they failed to bid for the pearl." Patriarch Wu has a daughter? The news that Ah Cheng brought back did not mention Wu Hai's family, and people thought that he had not married or had children yet. "To be honest, my daughter has been weak since she was young, perhaps because of a difficult birth. She has been sick since she was born. Although the Xinghe sect is quite powerful in Bailing, it also has many enemies. I was afraid that she would be harmed, so I hid my only daughter." Shang Ruai nodded. Wu Hai was cautious. "Since Sect Master Wu is willing to submit to me, I naturally cannot let the Sect Master gain nothing." She stood up. "Where is your daughter now?" "Princess, my daughter is still young, and I am afraid that my words may offend you." He had seen Shang Ruai's thundering methods. He could see clearly the wounds on the bodies of the people he sent last time when they came back. In addition, the commotion she made in the courtyard today showed that she was not someone to be trifled with. "You don't want to save your daughter?" "What?" Seeing that he hadn't reacted yet, Xiaoyao stepped forward and said, Master Wu, our young lady means that she is willing to treat your daughter. Why don't you lead the way quickly? If our young lady changes her mind, you will regret it. She actually knows medical skills. Upon hearing this, Wu Hai hurriedly bowed and said, Thank you, Crown Princess. After going out from the back door of Xinghe Gate and walking for a while, they came to a remote courtyard where several maids were boiling medicine. The young lady didn't take the medicine today. She didn't take it last night either. These bitter medicines are useless. The young lady is getting weaker and weaker. Poor young lady, she has to suffer this at such a young age. Yes, the weather is not so cold these days, so it's better. After the heavy snow a few days ago, the young lady's health has been getting worse day by day. The words of the few people were heard by them. Wu Hai stepped forward quickly and said in a deep voice, What were you talking about just now? The maids turned around and found that the master of the sect had been standing behind them without knowing when. They were shocked. Greetings, master. I ask you, what were you talking about just now? Wu Hai's veins popped out. The maids knelt on the ground in a hurry. Master, the young lady has been in poor spirits recently and often drowsy. She hasn't taken medicine for 2 days. Wu Hai said angrily. Why didn't you report such an important matter? Master, the young lady didn't let us tell you because she was afraid that you would worry. At this moment, a very weak voice came from the room. Daddy. Wu Hai hurried into the room. Shang Ruai followed him and walked in slowly.
Tanger.
Wu Tanger was lying on the bed, her face pale and her eyes sunken. Shang Ruai looked at her and frowned slightly. Daddy. Wu Tanger whispered. Daddy, don't blame them. I told them not to say it. Tanger, how do you feel?
Daddy, ai fine.
Tanger, Daddy has invited a doctor for you. He will definitely be able to cure you. Wu Tanger shook her head. Daddy, don't bother yourself anymore. You've drunk so many bitter medicines for so many years, but there's no improvement. It's just a burden. Although she was only 11 years old, still a child, her mind was more delicate than that of a person in her 20s. After the New Year's Day, she clearly felt that her health was getting worse, and she was sleeping longer and longer every day. She knew that her health was coming to an end. The reason why she didn't let the maids tell Wu Hai was because she was afraid that he would worry. Since death is a foregone conclusion, why should she be sad too early? Shang Ruai stepped forward, looked at Wu Tanger's haggard face, and whispered, There is a blue-black color between the eyebrows, which is a sign of impending death.
What?
Wu Hai was horrified. A sign of impending death. How is that possible? She is only 11 years old. The poison has penetrated into her bone marrow. It's a miracle that she is still alive. Poison? You said she was poisoned? Shang Ruai nodded. Yes, she was poisoned. She stepped forward and put her hand on Wu Tanger's wrist. It's just as I guessed, it's poisoning, and this poison was brought from the...
How could it be?
How could it be? Wu Hai murmured. I have invited so many doctors, and the results of their pulse diagnosis all showed that her body was weak, not poisoned. So your daughter hasn't been cured yet. She took out a silver needle and pierced it into her acupuncture point to protect her heart meridian. Looking at such a long silver needle piercing into Wu Tanger's body, Wu Hai burst into tears with heartache. Shang Ruai glanced at him and couldn't help laughing. Just now in the main hall, I saw the cold look on Master Wu's face towards me. I never thought that you would cry. Wu Hai's face looked a little unnatural when he heard this, but he also admitted frankly, to be honest, Tanger is my dearest. Back then, her mother died of dystocia when she gave birth to her. Before she died, she entrusted her to me and asked me to do my best to protect her for the rest of her life. As a result, she has not had a comfortable day since she was born. I feel guilty towards her mother. If she leaves before me, how can I have the face to see her mother after 100 years? Shang Ruai smiled. Since she is so important to you, if I save her life, I wonder how Master Wu will repay me? Wu Hai was shocked when he heard this. You can really save her? Shang Ruai nodded. Although she is deeply poisoned, I can cure her. Wu Hai knelt on the ground and clasped his hands together. As long as you can cure her, I, Wu Hai, and the entire Xinghe sect will follow your lead forever. As long as it is your order, I will do it even if it costs my life. Okay, I hope Sect Master Wu can remember what I said today. She took out the spiritual spring water and gave it to her to drink. The spiritual spring water can purify the toxins in the body, but it is far from enough to rely on the spiritual spring water to detoxify. She took out the silver needle and pierced her forehead, palm, and soul. After the last needle was pierced, Zhang Ruai gently flicked the silver needle at the forehead and saw that the silver needles around her body seemed to have received a call and swayed like waves. Wu Tanger frowned and groaned in pain. Just as Wu Hai was about to step forward, Qing stopped him. When my young lady is treating the patient, no one can step forward without her permission.
But,
Master Wu, even if you go there, you can't solve any problems. It's better to wait here quietly. If the young lady says she can be cured, she can be cured. Qing looked at Zhang Ruai's back. For some reason, he always felt that there was nothing in the world that the prince's wife couldn't do. As long as she was there was a power that could soothe people's hearts.
Wu Tanger bit her lips tightly.
The pain in her body made her faint for a while. But she would be awakened by the pain soon, as if there were dozens of knives scraping her bones inside her body. You are deeply poisoned. Only this method can clear the toxins in your body, and your body can really get better. Wu Tanger panted. Really? Can it really get better? Zhang Ruai nodded. Don't you want to see the snow scene in Bailing in winter?
Snow scene?
Zhang Ruai smiled. I felt very cold this morning. I think it will snow tomorrow. When your poison is cured, you can go outside and take a look. Really? Her eyes brightened, and the pain in her body seemed to be relieved a lot. Zhang Ruai took out a silver needle and whispered, "This needle should be pierced on the top of the head. It will be very painful. You must hold on." Okay. She clenched her fists tightly. If she can really get better, it will be worth it even if she is in pain. Zhang Ruai slowly inserted the silver needle into the top of her head, and the intense pain instantly invaded her body.
Ah!
Unable to bear it anymore, Wu Tanger shouted loudly. Wu Hai stood in place, clenched his teeth, and nailed himself in place. After a while, the pain in her body slowly disappeared, and black pus and blood slowly flowed out of her ears. The pus and blood had a foul smell that made people nauseous. Wu Tanger slowly opened her eyes, and the unprecedented comfort made her sigh. So, this is what it feels like to not be sick. Zhang Ruai took out a porcelain bottle, asked the servants to bring warm water, pour the medicine in this porcelain bottle into the warm water, and give her a good bath. Wu Hai asked in a daze, "Detoxified?"
Yes.
Zhang Ruai nodded. It's just that my body has been depleted a lot over the years, and I need to take good care of it. Wu Hai's hands were shaking, and he staggered to the bedside. Looking at his daughter with a slightly rosy face, he couldn't help sobbing. Tanger, you're finally getting better. Wu Tanger looked at Zhang Ruai with red eyes. Thank you, sister doctor. No need to thank me. Zhang Ruai smiled and said, Your father has put the future of the entire Xinghe Gate on the line to save you. Wu Hai wiped his tears, bowed his hands and said, Princess, as long as you order, I will go through mountains of swords and frying pans, and I will not refuse 1,000 deaths. It's not to the point of 1,000 deaths. She waved her hand and whispered, I heard that you at Zingaman can make weapons? That's right. We at Zingaman can make more than 100 kinds of weapons. Can you make the 1,000 machine crossbow? 1,000 machine crossbow? He shook his head. Forgive me for my ignorance. I have never heard of this weapon. No problem, now you know. She took out a blueprint. Here is the drawing of the 1,000 machine crossbow. Take a look and see if it can be made. Wu Hai took the blueprint and looked at it for a long time. He couldn't help but exclaimed, Wonderful, wonderful, this is simply a magic weapon. 1,000 machines in one shot, extremely powerful. Princess, where did you get this blueprint from? Of course I drew it myself. What? She actually knows how to make weapons? Chung had seen her use this kind of crossbow before, and at that time he felt that this crossbow was different from the ones he had seen before. It turned out to be called the 1,000-machine crossbow. I heard that Zingaman has several iron mines. In fact, this was her real purpose for coming to Zingaman today. There are many of these 1,000-machine crossbows in her space, but it is acceptable to take out a dozen. If she takes out thousands or tens of thousands, I am afraid that even a fool cannot be fooled. But with the Galaxy Gate, no one will doubt it, let alone thousands, even if it is 10,000 or 100,000. Yes, we have 8 iron mines in the Galaxy Gate. You can tell me how many 1,000-machine crossbows you need. Let's make 1,000 first. Okay. Wu Hai responded without hesitation. I will give the order tomorrow. You can rest assured. Shang Ruai took out 2 porcelain bottles. The pills in it are good for her physical recovery, 1 pill a day. Wu Hai looked at the porcelain bottle and felt a little familiar. He took out an identical porcelain bottle from his arms. This porcelain bottle was bought at a high price at the auction house, and he had not had time to give it to his daughter. Shang Ruai looked at the porcelain bottle he took out, frowning slightly, and did not expect that his identity would be exposed here. You are the famous Ling doctor? Shang Ruai made a silent gesture. Some things are better to be kept to yourself. Wu Hai quickly closed his mouth and nodded. He was extremely grateful at this time that he did not foolishly tear his face with her. If he really offended her, how could he cure the poison in his daughter's body? She walked to the bed, spread her palms, and a purple oriental pearl appeared in front of everyone. The enchanting purple color made everyone's eyes bright. The happiest one was Wu Tanger. She said in surprise, "Is this the purple oriental pearl?" Shang Ruai nodded, put the oriental pearl in her palm, and said with a smile, "Congratulations on your new life. This pearl is just a gift." Wu Hai heard this and quickly refused. "Prince's wife, this purple oriental pearl is so precious? We can't accept it. That's hundreds of thousands of taels." "It's okay, it's just a bead. What's so special about it?" Her words made Wu Hai's lips twitch. Hundreds of thousands of taels are not rare. When Shang Ruai walked out of the yard, it was already dark. Wu Hai had already ordered people to clean up the yard, but she refused. Since she left Tianshan, and she must not delay any longer. After seeing off Shang Ruai, Wu Hai returned to Wu Tanger's room, where she was staring at the oriental pearl in a trance. She had already taken a medicinal bath, and her face was flushed. This rosy complexion seemed to have never appeared on her face before. "Tanger, it's getting late. You should take a rest."
Daddy.
Wu Tanger bit her lip and said after a moment, "The doctor's sister said that I can go see the scenery when it snows." "When will it snow?" Her words made Wu Hai sad. For so many years, she has always been in poor health. She has never even seen snow. She can't stand the wind on weekdays, let alone winter, and she has never even opened the window. "Daddy doesn't know when it will snow, but now that you are well, when it snows, Daddy will take you to see it in person."
Thank you, Daddy.
Wu Tanger's face bloomed with a bright smile, which made Wu Hai's eyes red again. If it weren't for the Crown Prince's consort, he would have to send his son to his death. Thinking of this, he became more determined to follow her. It was late at night when Shang Ruoi and others returned to the Li family along the original route. She originally wanted to say goodbye to her grandfather in the morning, but she didn't expect to see a familiar figure walking out of the back door of the Li mansion as soon as she arrived. "Is this Manager Lin? Isn't he on the farm where the pearl clams are raised? Why is he here?" Shang Ruai waved her hand, and Ah Chung followed her. After a while, Ah Chung came back. "Miss, Manager Lin from the farm has gone to Li Winshan's village." As expected, he is still determined to do evil. Shang Ruai sneered, "Let's go to the farm tomorrow to see what kind of trouble they can make." Early the next morning, Shang Ruai and Li Xiaxia came to the farm. Manager Lin did not expect them to come, and came forward in a panic. "Greetings, young lady, young master." Shang Ruai saw that he was stained with a lot of water stains and could not help asking, "What is Manager Lin doing? Why is he so embarrassed?" To answer the young master, "I am picking out Eastern pearl oysters. Some time ago, news came from the palace that the princess wanted to make a set of Eastern pearl headwear for her birthday. I am selecting Eastern Pearl oysters to present to Her Royal Highness. Shang Ruai nodded when she heard it. It turns out that Manager Lin has so much power that he made the decision on his own without informing the master about such a big matter as presenting Eastern Pearls to the palace. Manager Lin was shocked when he heard it. He did not expect to be picked out of fault. He hurriedly said, "The palace needed it urgently this time, so we didn't have time to report it." Li Xia whispered, "Don't do it again next time." Yes, I will definitely remember it in my heart. I thought that this matter could be glossed over, but then I heard Shang Ruai continue, "Since Manager Lin said that he has found the Eastern Pearl clam, take us to have a look. What is the quality of the Eastern Pearl presented to the princess?" Manager Lin gritted his teeth and glared at Shang Ruai secretly. Why was this man so relentless? Where did he prepare any Eastern Pearls? He just wanted to fool people with those beads that were discarded in the past. The master said that it would be better if the princess got angry. In this way, the palace would blame her, and the old man of the Li family would certainly not be able to escape. At that time, the master could return to the Li family to preside over the overall situation, and everything would be natural. Now that she wants to see the Eastern Pearl, what should she do? Manager Lin, you are not lying to us, are you?
How could that be?
Manager Lin smiled awkwardly. It's just that the place where the clams are opened is very dirty. No problem. Before he could finish his words, Shang Ruai interrupted him directly. It just so happens that I also want to take a look at how you open the clams. Hearing what he said, Manager Lin had no choice but to bite the bullet and take them to the backyard, where he saw several women picking Oriental pearls. Li Xia said softly, "The servants working here have signed a death contract. If they steal anything, they will be beaten to death. So there is no need to worry that they will steal the dongju." Shang Ruai looked at the dongju of varying sizes and qualities, her tone a little heavy. "Manager Lin, are these going to be sent to the palace?" "Young master, you don't know that the good dongju were sent to the palace years ago, and now these are carefully selected." Shang Ruai sneered. "Carefully selected?" She walked forward, held a dongju in her hand, and said lightly, "Is it a carefully selected dongju, or is it a trick to drag the Li family into the water?" Manager Lin was shocked when he heard this. How could she know? "What are you talking about, young master? How come this old servant doesn't understand?" "Don't understand?" Shang Ruai sneered. "I guess this princess is not celebrating her birthday for the first time. She has been raised in the palace since she was a child. What kind of rare treasures has she not seen? Now you are fooling her with such quality Oriental pearls, and on her birthday, the only princesses who can use Oriental pearls are the legitimate princesses born to the queen. How do you think the emperor and the queen will treat the Li family after your behavior?" Steward Lin swallowed hard, and the sweat on his head dripped down involuntarily. "Young master, it's unfair. This old servant really didn't know it would be like this." He knelt on the ground and explained, "It was really because the palace needed it urgently, so there was no time to prepare." After the voice fell, Shang Ruai came to a pool and directed the servants to salvage a few Oriental pearl clams. Steward Lin saw where she was standing, and his heart sank. The pearl oysters in the pool have been raised for a long time, and they will definitely produce high-quality pearls. The few pearls he stole in the past few days were all taken from this pool. This morning, he secretly opened one. Although the pearl was not big, it was very round and of excellent quality. Shang Ruai had already seen how big the pearl in the oyster was. After the servants opened it, a huge pearl appeared in the shell. It was even larger than the pearls presented to the palace before. She ordered people to open the other pearl oysters. The pearls in each oyster were round and large. Even Li Xia rarely saw such top-quality pearls. "Manager Lin, didn't you say there are no top-grade pearls here? What is this?" Li Xia said coldly, "How dare you deceive me? Miss, how dare I lie to you?" He hurriedly said, "It is unknown how well the pearl oysters are open. The pearls are inside the shells, and I can't see them." Li Xia thought about it and felt that what he said was not unreasonable. Just as she was about to let the matter go, she heard Shang Ruai say coldly, "Whether they don't know or don't want to take out the pearls, I think Manager Lin knows it best. She turned to Li Xiaxia and said, I wonder what the punishment for theft will be? Zhang Ruoyi's words almost made Manager Lin kneel on the ground. Li Xiaxia was a little confused. Theft? In Bailing, a thief needs to have his hands chopped off and have words tattooed on his face so that everyone knows he is a thief. Zhang Ruoyi's eyes fell on Manager Lin with a smile. Manager Lin, did you hear clearly? Manager Lin's legs trembled, and he knelt on the ground with a plop and kept kowtowing. I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong. It was my negligence. Why don't you take out the dongzhu you hid privately? Manager Lin's body trembled a few times, and he hurriedly took out the dongzhu hidden in his arms. Li Xiaxia frowned. Manager Lin, do you know what the punishment for such behavior is in our Li family? They are all servants who owed a death contract to the Li family. The master has the power to decide the life and death of such servants. Stealing dongzhu will not only have his hands chopped off, but also be severely beaten with 100 sticks. After 100 sticks, the bones will be broken and the servant will die. Miss, when I saw such a good pearl, I wanted to send it to the mansion, not to take it for myself. Please understand. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed continuously. Miss, I have been working diligently in the Li family for decades and have never embezzled the pearl. You know all this. Li Xiaxia frowned slightly. She has just started to take over the family business and doesn't know how to restrain the servants. Zhang Ruoyi said coldly, Don't think before lying. I have just said for so long that the quality of this pearl is not good. Since you said that this pearl was going to be sent to the mansion, why didn't you take it out just now? Yes, why didn't you take it out just now? Manager Lin rolled his eyes and said with his head down, My humble servant, my mind was confused just now, and I forgot such an important thing. Please punish me. How could it be possible to let it go so easily? Zhang Ruoyi took the dongzhu from his hand and whispered, I remember my grandfather once said that every dongzhu oyster taken from the pond will be registered in the book, and the time and by whom it was taken will be clearly written on it. He looked at Manager Lin with a smile. Since it is to be delivered to the mansion, Manager Lin will definitely register it. Manager Lin did not expect her to be so serious, and his heart tightened, thinking to himself that it was not good. The servant brought the book, and there was no record of the dongzhu in his hand. Now, what else do you have to say? Your Excellency, I just forgot. He wanted to continue to quibble, but Zhang Ruoyi did not give him the opportunity. She snorted coldly. Since you said you only neglected it this time, I believe it. However, as a steward, you have so many loopholes in your work that you are not qualified to be a steward. Also, since you said you have never embezzled dongzhu, you should search it. She clearly saw that Steward Lin's body shook. Li Xiaxia also nodded. That's what I meant. She waved her hand, and several servants came forward. Steward Li's room must be searched thoroughly, and no corner should be left out. Yes. Several people took the order and left. At this time, Steward Lin's legs were limp, and he could no longer stand steadily. Not long after, a servant came over with a box in his hand. Miss, Master, this box is locked. I have tried many ways to open it, but I couldn't. Li Xiaxia took the box, and the memories of the past emerged in her mind. This is the mechanism box that her mother had taught her. How did this box end up in your hands? When Manager Lin saw that the box had not been opened, he tried to make a final struggle. He whispered, It was given to me by the master of the family. A reward for my father? My mother's things, but my father gave them to the servants so casually. Li Xiaxia's eyes showed coldness. She stretched out her hand and pressed a few times on the box. The box seemed to be alive and moved on its own. After several changes, there was a pop sound. The box opened. In the box, several round and huge oriental pearls appeared in front of everyone. Hiss! Such large oriental pearls cannot be measured by silver. Li Xiaxia shouted coldly, Manager Lin, now the evidence is conclusive. What else do you have to say? Manager Lin knew that the situation was hopeless. He collapsed to the ground with cold sweat on his head. Villain, villain. I don't want to listen to your quibbling today. Come here. Li Xiaxia said in a cold voice. Take Manager Lin away, cut off his hands, and give him 100 beatings to serve as a warning to others.
Miss.
I know I was wrong.
I won't dare to do it again, miss.
He waved away the guards who were dragging him away, crawled to Li Xiaxia, and kowtowed continuously. Miss, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me this time because I have worked diligently for the Li family for so many years. Manager Lin, we trust you so much and hand over the most important industry of the Li family to you to manage, but you are so selfish. In this case, there is no need to say anything more. People always have to pay the price for their actions. She waved her hand, and the guards stepped forward again, ready to drag him away. At this time, Manager Lin said loudly, Miss, I know the cause of Madame's death. Li Xiaxia was stunned. What did you say? Madame didn't die of illness, but was poisoned by Jing. It was true. Shang Ruai lowered her eyebrows. There were really many dirty things in this noble family.
Go on.
Li Xiaxia clenched her fists. Go on. Manager Lin's eyes lit up, and just as he was about to speak, he heard a sound of breaking through the air. Before everyone could react, a cold arrow attacked Li Xiaxia. Shang Ruai pulled Li Xiaxia over, and at this moment, there was a puff sound, and another arrow shot Manager Lin directly through. Shang Ruai narrowed her eyes slightly. It seemed that the man's original target was Manager Lin. Ah Chung checked in the direction from which the arrow came. Li Xiaxia stood up with lingering fear, looking at the dead Manager Lin. She couldn't help but tremble with fear. If it wasn't for Sister Shang who saved her just now, her fate would be no different from Manager Lin's.
Jean, it must be Jean,
killed her mother, and wanted to kill herself. At this moment, Ah Chung came back. Sir, no one was found. Shang Ruai knew it would be like this. The killer who could shoot someone to death under her nose must be no ordinary person. When she returned to the mansion, Li Xiaxia felt even more uneasy. It seemed that someone was always following her, and from time to time, the image of Manager Lin dying with his eyes open would always appear in front of her, scaring her so much that she dared not close her eyes. Sister Shang, I feel like someone is watching me. Shang Ruai knew she was scared when she saw her like this. The old man also got the news and hurried to Li Xiaxia's yard. His granddaughter was so young. How could she have experienced these things? Grandfather. Li Xiaxia's face was pale, and her face was full of tears. Grandfather, sister, I'm scared. As she said that, tears fell again.
Oh.
The old man sighed. Blame me, blame me. Shang Ruai comforted. How can it be your fault? It's obvious that someone is still ruthless. Sister Shang, can you not leave? Shang Ruai shook her head. No, I am in exile now, and I have been away from the place of exile for a long time. If I don't go back, I'm afraid there will be trouble.
But...
The old man of the Li family looked at the two children, his eyes gradually firm, as if he had made up his mind. Children, how about I move the Li family to your place of exile? Shang Ruai was stunned for a moment when she heard the words. Move to the place of exile? Grandfather, the Li family is a century-old family in Beiling. If you leave, it will involve a lot of people. Have you really thought about it? Li Huayan smiled with relief. How many years do I have left in this life? The Li family will be handed over to you sooner or later. After 100 years, I don't care what the Li family looks like. As long as you live a stable life, I will be at ease. Shang Ruai didn't expect that her trip to Beiling would bring a century-old family back to Tianshan. Before leaving, she went to Zhou's house to say goodbye. Girl, you must take the token that Manager Zhou gave you. My Zhou family's businesses are spread across 4 countries. You are my adopted daughter. With this token, all the Zhou family's businesses are at your disposal. He looked at her face, as if he was missing an old friend through her face. If anyone dares to bully you, be sure to tell your adoptive father. Thank you, adoptive father. Manager Zhou said that day that you are the granddaughter of the Li family? That's right. Shang Ruai recounted her mother's life experience, and Manager Zhou nodded in understanding. Moving the Li family to Tianshan is not an easy task. Is there anything I need your help with? There is indeed one thing I need your help with. She whispered. Please ask your adoptive father to send someone to investigate Li Wunshan and his concubine, Aunt Jean. Okay, as soon as there is news, I will send someone to notify you. After leaving the Zhou family, she went to see Junzigan again. She would return to Tianshan soon, and there were some things she wanted to make clear to him first. My legs have recovered 80%. Junziqian said with a smile. I thought I wouldn't be able to see you again before I left. Nan Charan couldn't help but feel a little upset when he heard this. If he said this to a girl, it would be normal, but why is it so awkward to say it to a man? What's wrong with you? Seeing that she didn't speak, Jun Ziqian frowned. But what happened? Shang Ruai whispered. Can you go out first? Nan Charan, who was about to take a look at the excitement, was stunned for a moment, and then realized that these words were said to him. He smacked his lips and stood up. I'm leaving, can I leave? After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and left. Jun Ziqian frowned. What's the matter? I heard Master Nan mention the princess that day. I wonder if the prince can tell me about the princess? Jun Ziqian had never seen such a serious look in her eyes. Why are you asking her? This matter is very important to me. If the prince is willing to tell me, Ling Jun will be grateful. In fact, I have never seen my mother. He lowered his voice. Since I can remember, there has only been my father in the mansion. I have only seen the portrait of my mother, which was treasured by my father in the bedroom. Has the prince ever looked for the princess? Yes, but the world is so big. How difficult is it to find someone? He sighed. So many years have passed. Some things should be let go. He looked at Shang Ruai. Why are you asking me these today? Shang Ruai thought about it and put her hand on the mask. After hesitating for a moment, she took off the mask. Jun Ziqian was stunned when he saw the face that was 70% similar to his own. The teacup in his hand shattered. You are. With just one glance, he knew that the person in front of him was his brother. The day I met the prince, I felt very kind and familiar. Now I think it may be because of blood relationship. Jun Ziqian hadn't come back to his senses yet. She was very similar to the woman in the painting that his father hung in the bedroom, but her expression was different, and her age was also different. You, he choked. Are you my brother? Shang Ruai laughed and reached out to pull the hairpin off. Her black hair fell down. She smiled and said, brother. Jun Ziqian's fingers curled up slightly, his eyes full of surprise. Is this really his sister? I am the concubine daughter of Shangmian, the prime minister of Tianshan. Shang Ruai tied her hair up again. My mother is Shangmian's concubine, Aunt Wei, but I have used secret methods to check that you and I are siblings with the same father and mother. Jun Ziqian did not doubt her words. He did hear his father mention that his mother was indeed pregnant when she left. And the person in front of him, if nothing unexpected happened, was that child. How have you been through these years? She briefly talked about her experiences over the years. After listening, Jun Ziqian frowned tightly. His mother is dead, his sister is married, and was exiled by Emperor Tianshan. He clenched his fists. Is the old emperor tired of living? He dared to bully his sister, and that old man Shangmian dared to use her as a. He is really tired of living. And he Jingheng. He can't even protect a woman. He is a waste. Come back to the palace with me. Putting his hand on her shoulder, Jun Ziqian said firmly, with father and brother here, no one will bully you. No one can bully me. Shang Ruai said with a smile. Who can bully me? Jun Ziqian asked her many more questions, and Shang Ruai answered them one by one. When do you want to go back to the western region with me? He just met her for the first time and wanted to take her back to the western region immediately. Brother, have you heard of Qiu Villa? Jun Ziqian nodded. Qiu Villa is famous in the western region. I naturally know it. Why, do you have a grudge against them? Shang Ruai hurriedly said, It's not a grudge, but there are some things I want to ask their owner. Don't go to trouble them. Looking at his posture, as long as she said she had a grudge against someone, he would immediately pick up a knife and kill her. In fact, Jun Ziqian really thought so. This is his sister, the apple of their city prince's eye. Now she has suffered so much outside. How can he not feel distressed? I will report to my father when I return to the western regions. I'm sure he will be happier than me. His father treats a fake girl with such love. If he knew that there was another daughter in this world who was wandering outside, he would definitely praise her to the sky. It's better not to tell him yet. Shang Ruoyi whispered. I'll tell him when I go to the western regions. If she told him now, she was afraid that she would be taken back to the western regions by the king of the city before she could return to the place of exile. Now the Leaf family still needs to be settled, and it won't be too late to recognize each other after everything has settled down. Hearing her say this, Jun Zigen knew what she was thinking and said with a smile, If father knew that you were alive and heard that you had suffered so many grievances, I am afraid he would gather troops and attack Tianshan overnight. Hearing him say this, Shang Ruoyi couldn't help swallowing. I can do whatever you want, but there is one thing. Jun Zigen's eyes were slightly cold, and Shang Ruoyi's intuition told her that what Jun Zigen was going to say was definitely related to He Jingheng. If that brat He Jingheng treats you badly, you should send someone to the western regions immediately, and your brother will come to pick you up home in person.
Boom.
Shang Ruoyi felt that something in her heart softened instantly. Is this what it feels like to have someone protecting you? Brother. Junze patted her head. Silly girl. Why are you crying? He comforted her with his mouth, but his eyes were red. Nan Charan sat in the yard and waited for a while. Seeing that the door was closed, he rubbed his slightly frozen arms and walked to the door. Just as he was about to knock on the door, he heard Jun Zigen's chuckle from inside. He couldn't help but be stunned. What was so extraordinary about this kid named Ling Jun? It actually made Jun Zigen laugh again, and this time he not only laughed but also laughed out loud. Brother, you still need to be careful about Jun Luoyun. She told him about the several times Jun Luoyun had poisoned her. She has evil intentions and is definitely not a good person. Jun Zigen nodded. I've seen that a long time ago. I thought she was good at medicine, so father invited famous doctors to teach her. But now she has learned unconventional ways. It seems that this city prince's palace can't tolerate her. The two talked in the room for a long time, so long that even Xiaoyao began to get anxious. After all, the lady is a woman. She has been alone in a room with a strange man for such a long time. If he has any bad thoughts, wouldn't the lady be at a disadvantage? She gritted her teeth, walked to the door, and whispered, Miss, it's getting late. Shang Ruoyi naturally guessed what Xiaorao was thinking, but it was just as she said. The sky was getting dark, and they were about to set off tomorrow. The Leaf family still had many things that needed her to deal with. On the way to Li's house, Shang Ruoyi touched the jade pendant in her hand and recalled Jun Zigen's words, and the corners of her lips couldn't help but curl up. Xiaoyao was riding in the same carriage with her, and when she saw her expression, she couldn't help but tremble in her heart. Could it be that the young lady has some other thoughts about the prince of the city? Mississippi. She hesitated for a moment and said softly, Miss, what do you think of the prince of this city? What about her own brother? Of course it is excellent. Of course he is the best man in the world. That's it. Xiaoyao felt a chill in her heart. As far as I can remember, the young lady never seemed to have such a high opinion of her son-in-law. A first-rate man. It's obvious that he has taken a fancy to her. Miss, what's good about the Prince of City? Of course he's good in every way. She spread out her hands and counted. His appearance and family background are needless to say, and his personality is calm and resolute. There's nothing wrong with him at all. Shang Ruoyi looked at Xiaorao with a smile. Why are you asking me these today? Miss, the Prince of City is a foreigner after all. So what? She looked outside the car door and found that Ah Chung, who had been looking straight ahead, was now slightly tilting his head to listen to their conversation. Shang Ruoyi's tone was not as gentle as before. She looked at Xiaoyao and whispered, You haven't even got married yet, but you've already turned your elbow outward. Now you've learned to help others test your young lady? Xiaoyao was startled and said quickly, Miss, I dare not. But today the young lady has been in the same room with the Prince of City for a long time, and I am worried that he'll have ill intentions, so. That's all. She waved her hands. There are some things that you will understand in the future, but there is one thing you must remember. If you are unfaithful once, you will never be trusted again. If you can't be of the same mind with me, you'd better go and find someone else as soon as possible. The betrayal in her previous life always made her feel like a thorn in her throat whenever she thought of it. So for her, loyalty is the most important thing. My lady has been very kind to me. Even if you put a knife to my neck, I will not betray you. Jing, who was driving the car, immediately sat up straight, not daring to eavesdrop on anything. When she returned to Li's house, Shang Ruai saw that the yard was full of boxes. Sister Shang. Li Xia ran over. My grandfather and I have already packed the luggage, and we are ready to set off as soon as we load it onto the car. She hugged Shang Ruai's arm. Sister Shang, I am very happy when I think that I can see you every day in the future. Shang Ruai looked at the boxes all over the yard, swallowed her saliva, and walked up to the old man. Grandpa, are you never going to come back to the Li family? I saw that even the home furnishings were put together. Those who know about it think we are moving, while those who don't think our house is being ransacked. My old bones can't stand all this going back and forth. I'm afraid I'll never come back after leaving this time. What about the Eastern Pearl clan? Shang Ruai said softly. Now the Li family has just raised the purple dongju, which is very popular. Wouldn't it be a pity to abandon it like this? The Eastern Pearl clan is the Li family's century-long hard work. It would be a pity to throw it away. He looked at Shang Ruai, and his eyes lit up. This purple dongju was raised by you. Where did you put the batch of dongju you took away before? In Tianshan. Isn't that perfect? Transport all the dongju here to Tianshan. You can raise 10,000 dongju or several million dongju. From now on, the dongju business will be entirely in your hands. Hearing this, Li Xia hurriedly stepped forward and echoed, It would be best to leave it to Sister Shang. Shang Ruai held her forehead. How come the Li family's stall finally fell on her? She seriously suspected that the grandfather and grandson had to go back to Tianshan with her because they were determined to entrust the Li family to her. At night, a black figure shuttled through the night sky. When she came to the farm, Shang Ruai waved her hand and collected all the Eastern Pearl mussels in the pool into the space. The next morning, the servants came to the pool to work as usual, but they were shocked to find that there was nothing in the pool. There were millions of Eastern Pearl mussels. How could they disappear without a trace overnight? When this matter came to the ears of the old man of the Li family, his eyes fell on Shang Ruai. He remembered that when he was leaving yesterday, his granddaughter said a method of escaping from the shell, which must be this. Their Li family is an Imperial merchant. If they want to leave here, they can only use this method. But with so many Eastern Pearl mussels, how did she make them all disappear without alarming anyone? His granddaughter seemed different from others. She seemed to be able to plan everything. After protecting the Li family from wind and rain for so many years, this was the first time he enjoyed the care of others. The theft of the Eastern Pearl oyster spread throughout the capital of Bailing. Upon hearing this, Zhang He ran excitedly to Madame Zhang's yard. Mom, have you heard? The Li family has fallen. Humph. Serves you right. Madame Zhang spat. They humiliated me in every way that day and brought shame to our Zhang family. Today, I will let them have a taste of this. She moved her chubby body and stood up. Go and get the engagement token of Miss Li. Judging from a situation, the engagement will be officially cancelled today. Mother, now that the Li family has fallen, it will be very difficult for Li Xia to get married. But the master said that her horoscope is auspicious for me, so my son thought it would be better to marry her back. The pearl oysters of their Li family have been stolen, but their other properties are still there, which is also a lot of money. The most important thing is that Li Xia has a beautiful and charming face. When he got engaged to her, he was attracted by her beauty. Silly son, why are you so stubborn? Madame Zhang tapped his forehead vigorously. The Li family, now without dongju, can no longer become an imperial merchant. They are just a poor family. What qualifications do they have to be the mistress of our Li family? It's better to bring her back as a concubine. Madame Zhang's eyes flashed with a calculating light. You are going to be the prime minister, so you will naturally marry a lady from an official family, a legitimate lady in the future. Zhang, he was overjoyed when he heard this. Why didn't he think of this? He said with a little excitement, It turns out that my mother's thoughtful. Humph. Let us go to the Li family to see the excitement. When they arrived at the door of the Li family, they saw two servants carrying boxes out.
Oh.
Madame Zhang put her handkerchief to her lips and laughed unabashedly. What happened? Was the house confiscated? Without waiting for the servant to report, she stepped into the gate and said in a cold voice, "Is the head of the Li family still alive?" Li Xia happened to be directing the servants to move things in the yard. When she heard such impudent words, she turned around and frowned. "What are you doing here? You are so uneducated. It's okay for you not to be polite to your elders, but you dare to talk to me like this. You are really a lowly who was born by a mother but not raised by her." Li Xia clenched her fists when she heard this. If she didn't want to cause trouble, she would have raised her hand and slapped him. At this moment, Zhang Ruai's voice sounded from not far away. "Peony, slap your face." Peony strode forward, and when no one reacted, she quickly raised her hand and slapped Madame Zhang in the face. Maids from wealthy families have a lot of rules for slapping. After a slap, the face will swell up instantly. Xiaoyao used all her strength, and Madame Zhang's lips were faintly bleeding. Zhang He came to his senses and raised his hand to hit Xiaoyao, but a big hand grabbed his hand tightly. "You are tired of living, and you dare to touch anyone." Ah Cheng's eyes were full of coldness. He exerted force with his hands, and Zhang He let out a pig-killing howl.
Ah Cheng.
After hearing Zhang Ruai's words, Ah Cheng let go of his hand. Zhang He held his hand that was about to break from being squeezed, and said in a trembling voice, You dare to hit me. I'll hit you if I want to, but why do I have to bathe, burn incense, and choose an auspicious day? I'm a scholar. He shouted loudly, "Scholar." The neighbors around here all know that your Zhang family has a scholar. Zhang Ruai snorted coldly. You also said that he is just a scholar, not the top scholar, nor the prime minister. You keep talking about the scholar all day long. You are really useless. She glanced at the Zhang family. When you become the prime minister, come and show off. Shame on you. You. Madame Zhang heard her say this, covering her face and shouting, I'm going to file a complaint. I'm going to file a complaint with the emperor. The Li family actually beat the scholar's mother openly. Go to Gao. Zhang Ruai sneered. We in the Li family also have something to say to the prefect. I want to ask, this of your Li family, who has not yet married a wife but has already taken in concubines and more than one, how can he be qualified to become a scholar with such a character? How can he be qualified to continue to take the Imperial examinations and become a role model for students all over the world? Zhang Ruai's words can be said to be directly stabbed at the heart of the Zhang family. Now the most important thing for the Zhang family is Zhang He's future. If he can't take the Imperial examinations for some reason, then he will be completely finished in the future. The Zhang family is just a common people and can only hope that Zhang He will succeed. If his future is ruined, the Zhang family will be finished. Knowing the intricacies of this, Mrs. Zhang had no choice but to bite the bullet and swallow her anger. Zhang He also stopped fighting and just stared at Zhang Ruai with a pair of eyes. You haven't told me why you came to my Li family today. Zhang Ruai said impatiently. If you have something to say it quickly. If you don't, get out of here quickly, and don't get in the way. Madame Zhang gathered her outer robe and raised her chin slightly. We are here today to return the token. She reached out and took out the jade pendant from the box. This is the jade pendant exchanged with your Li family when we got engaged. It has the surname and birth date of your Liet. The maid behind Li Xia stepped forward and was about to take the jade pendant. At this moment, Madame Zhang loosened her hand holding the jade pendant and saw that the jade pendant fell straight to the ground and broke into two pieces. You! Ouch! I'm sorry. My hand slipped and the jade pendant broke. Li Xia stepped forward, ready to argue with her. Zhang Ruai stretched out her hand to stop her. Pick it up. Zhang Ruai's voice was cold. Mrs. Zhang looked nonchalant. I just won't pick it up. What can you do to me? She sneered. Do you think the Li family is the same as before? I'll say it for the last time. Pick it up. Mrs. Zhang raised her chin and said disdainfully, Dream on. Your Li family is now a ruined family. If you know what's good for you, our Zhang family can take your daughter as a concubine. If you don't know what's good for you, I'm afraid it will be difficult for her to find a husband. Zhang Ruai stepped forward, her eyes full of coldness. If you don't accept the toast, you will be punished. Ah Cheng, please invite the prefect and tell him that someone broke our Li family's fine warm jade and refused to admit it. Please ask the prefect to come and deal with it impartially. Yes. Ah Cheng took the order and left. When he walked to the door, he closed the door. Seeing this, Zhang Ruai raised the corners of her lips slightly. As expected of her subordinates, she had good eyes. Before the Zhang family could react to what was happening, they saw her wave her hand, and several guards approached. Someone came to our Li family to cause trouble. How should we deal with it? Of course, we should fight back. Zhang He heard this and stepped back again and again. What are you going to do? Of course I'm going to teach you a lesson. You should know who can offend whom, and you can't afford to offend. Zhang Ruai whispered, Call them. Several guards surrounded the Zhang family. How could the people brought by Madame Zhang be their opponents? Those servants were knocked down as soon as they met, and they didn't attack the women, but Zhang He was beaten badly, with bruises all over his face and no good spots on his body. Madame Zhang wanted to stop him, but she was thrown aside before she could step forward. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. Madame Zhang shouted. I want to report to the police. I want to report to the police. At this time, footsteps were heard outside the door. The voice of Lord Qian came over. Let me see who wants to report to the police. As the door opened, Qian Jin walked in with a group of guards. What's going on? Sir, please help me. Madame Zhang rushed over. My lord, you must help me. The Li family is lawless. They locked us in this yard and ordered the guards to beat us in broad daylight. Look at my son's face and the injuries on his body. It's all her. She pointed at Zhang Ruai. She ordered the servants to do it. Oh. Sir Qian's eyes fell on Zhang He. At this time, Zhang He was already lying on the ground. The pain on his body made him groan. Ouch, ouch, it hurts so much. TSK, this seems to be a bit serious. Lord Qian looked at Zhang Ruai. Although he didn't smile, there was a hint of respect in his eyes. Dr. Ling Jun, do you have anything to say in defense? Sir, why are you still asking her? The evidence is conclusive. You should just convict her directly. Zhang put her hands on her waist and pointed at the Li family members. This family should be arrested and beaten with dozens of boards to see if they dare to be so arrogant. Lord Qian frowned. He finally knew why this divine Dr. Ling Jun beat the Zhang family. If it were him, he would probably want to slap her twice. Are you a lord or am I a lord? Will you judge this case or will I? Lord Qian looked at her with disdain. Whose family are you from? How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? I am a commoner from the Zhang family. She pointed at Zhang He, who was still lying on the ground wailing, and said, This is my son. He is a scholar. Madame Zhang said proudly, My son passed the examination to become a scholar when he was only 20 years old. Maybe he will serve as an official in the same court with you in the future. What the? Scholar? He passed the examination to become a scholar at the age of 20? Lord Qian looked at Zhang He with disdain and laughed sarcastically. Scholar? There are so many scholars in Beiling. Where did I know any scholar Zhang or scholar Wang? And serve as an official in the same court. He passed the examination to become a scholar at the age of 20. With such qualifications, he still wants to serve as an official in the court? Even if he serves as an official in the court, it is estimated that he will have to wait for decades. Maybe he will reach the age of retiring and returning home before he can become an official. Lord Qian's words made people around him laugh out loud. What are you laughing at? Madame Zhang waved her hand like a shrew. What's so funny? Go stand aside. You are not allowed to speak privately without my question. Lord Qian scratched his ears. Zhang's voice was too sharp. The servant put the jade pendant in his hand. Is this the jade pendant that Zhang threw on the ground? Yes. Zhang Ruai said, This jade pendant is a priceless warm jade. Now it is broken by Zhang, but she refuses to admit it. Lord Qian looked at the jade pendant and nodded. It is indeed a very rare jade. What a pity, what a pity. What a pity. What's a pity? If this jade pendant can be used to teach the Zhang family a lesson, it will not be a pity at all. This jade pendant was clearly broken because that stinky girl didn't hold it properly. Why should I be blamed for it? Zhang shouted loudly. Slander. You are slandering. Lord Qian frowned. Did you fall on deaf ears when I said what I just said? Who allowed you to interrupt without my asking? Someone come here. As soon as Lord Qian finished speaking, a guard stepped forward and slapped her. Zhang was knocked to the ground. The guard's hand strength was not comparable to that of a little girl like Xiaoyao. Zhang's face swelled up instantly, and not only that, but even her ears were buzzing. Shang Ruoyi snorted coldly. Mrs. Zhang clearly said that her hand slipped and she didn't hold it firmly, so the warm jade was broken. The door was open just now, and the neighbors were all witnesses. What? Madame Zhang still wants to deny it. She swallowed her saliva and wanted to argue a few more words, but the burning pain on her face made her shut her mouth quickly. Since the warm jade was broken by the Zhang family, I will sentence the Zhang family to compensate according to the price. Hearing this, Zhang knelt on the ground with a plop. She didn't dare to speak, so she had to point at her son on the ground. Lord Qian frowned. Was this scholar Zhang beaten like this by your Li family? Hearing this, Zhang glared at everyone in the Li family with hatred. That's right. Sir, look. She admitted it. Please make the decision, sir. Zhang said loudly. Sir, please have mercy on my son. Sir Qian, we beat him, we admit it, but in fact it is Zhang, he who deserves to be beaten. Shang Ruoyi pulled Li Xia forward. Sir, our Li family's legitimate daughter married him to a commoner, but the Zhang family was still not satisfied. They took in several concubines before the marriage, and now they even have children. Not only that, according to the original marriage between the two families, the legitimate daughter of our Li family should be the legitimate wife. Now that the Li family has fallen, they want to change the marriage contract and change the legitimate wife to a concubine. Such an unkind and unjust person. Shouldn't he be beaten? Looking at the sudden change in the faces of the Zhang family, she continued. The Zhang family talks about scholars all day long. I really don't know how such shameless people can have the face to be role models for students all over the world. Lord Qian nodded when he heard this. The miracle doctor is right. Sir, you are innocent. At this moment, the people watching the excitement outside the door said, they dare to shout that they are innocent. A few days ago, the concubine was kneeling at the door of the Zhang family with a child in her arms, saying that she wanted to take the child to recognize her ancestors. I saw it too, and she was crying so pitifully. TSK. Lord Qian frowned when he heard this. There are so many witnesses, and you still dare to lie. Sir, I was just confused for a moment. Zhang, he said. So, you admit what you did? At this point, he wanted to deny it, but the concubine cried in the street, and so many people saw it. How could he dare to quibble? Humph, you really disgrace the scholars. Lord Qian said angrily. I will report your affairs to the Academy truthfully, deprive you of your title of scholar, and forbid you to take the Imperial examinations and enter the government for the rest of your life.
What?
Zhang He's body, which couldn't stand straight, completely collapsed. Zhang also fell to the ground, as if her soul had been out. In the end, the two of them were dragged back to Zhang's house by servants. In this way, the Zhang family was completely finished. The few shops and farms could not hold on for long under the deliberate squeeze of the Zhou and Li families. It was even more painful for the Zhang family to be in such a state today than to kill them. Thank you very much, Lord Qian today. Shang Ruoyi took out some pills. I am a doctor, and I don't have anything good to give you. These pills are all my thoughts. Lord Qian put the pills into his sleeve pocket with a smile. It's just a small favor for me, but your pills are not ordinary ones. Recently, the auction house has successively auctioned some pills made by the divine Dr. Ling. Each pill is very valuable, and it is hard to get one pill. Now that he has so many pills in his hands, if others know about it, I don't know how envious they will be. After packing up everything, they finally boarded the carriage to Tianshan. Li Xia sat in the carriage, with a hint of excitement in her voice. Sister Shang, when I was young, I longed to live in Tianshan. I didn't expect that one day I would really settle down in Tianshan. Why do you like Tianshan? Tianshan is vast and rich in resources, with 4 distinct seasons. It is not like Bailing, where half of the year is winter. Every New Year's Day, I would ask my father to take me to Tianshan, even though I have only been to Qingzhou City. You haven't been to the capital of Tianshan? Li Xia shook her head. The journey is long, and I have never been there. When the weather gets warmer, I will take you to the capital when I have time. There are many delicious and fun things there. Really? Li Xia thought of Shang Ruai, who had lived in the capital before, and said with a smile, I guess sister knows everything about the capital. Shang Ruai shook her head. Before I married into the Dingwang Palace, I had almost never left the Xiangfu. After I married into the palace, I only went out a few times under the pretext of buying things. But the capital city is indeed prosperous. After hearing her words, Li Xia yearned for the capital city even more. But now the Dongzhu oyster is missing. We took away all the money in the account. I don't know if we will have the opportunity to go to the capital city in the future. Stand firm. The carriage was swaying on the road, and a group of people followed them a few hundred meters behind. Nan Charan yawned and said to Jun Ziqian in the carriage, Qian, why are you following like this? If you can't bear to leave her, just tell her directly, instead of being sneaky, like you are ashamed to be seen by people. Jun Ziqian was reading a book in the carriage without raising his eyelids. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Nan Charan rolled his eyes and thought to himself, I must have done bad things in my previous life, so I have to suffer by your side in this life. After 2 days of continuous travel, they finally arrived at the border of Tianshan. Shang Ruai called Ah Chung and handed him a porcelain bottle. Go and tell the Prince of Chungwang behind. These are all detoxification pills. Tell him to carry them with him at all times.
Yes.
Ah Chung came to the front of Jun Ziqian's team. He couldn't help but be secretly shocked. There were so many people following them, but he didn't even notice it. Fortunately, they had no ill intentions. Otherwise, the entire Li family team would be in danger of being destroyed. But how strong is the inner strength of the prince's wife? She can even know what is happening hundreds of meters away. Nan Charan pouted and said, that black-hearted woman, since she knew we were behind, she didn't even say hello and only sent a bottle of medicine. Why? I can't be brothers with her. Jun Ziqian ignored him and said to Ah Chung, you must protect her. Go back and tell your master that if I can't protect her, I will come and take her away in person. Ah Chung was shocked. He didn't expect that the prince of the city would say such a thing in front of him. But since he knew his master, he must know the identity of the prince's wife. Since he knew who the prince's wife was, he still said such a thing, which was clearly a provocation. Please respect yourself, prince. Whether you respect yourself or not is my business. Just tell him what you said exactly. Ah Chung looked at him, turned around, got on the horse and left. Nan Charan's eyes flickered. What was Ah Qian talking about with this guard? Just when he was about to ask, he saw Jun Ziqian close the car door directly. TSK, it seems that he doesn't want to share with me at all. Are they still brothers? Shang Ruai couldn't help laughing after listening to Ah Cheng's report. Her brother was really domineering. However, if he Jingheng heard these words, he would be so angry that he would go to the palace of Shiyu City to kill. Crown Princess, do you want to tell this to the Crown Prince? Ah Chung said with some embarrassment. Forget it. Shang Ruai smiled. If he Jingheng knew, he would be so angry that he would die. It's New Year's Day, so let's forget it. After entering the territory of Tianshan, Shang Ruai settled them in one of He Jingheng's farms. They came suddenly and had not prepared a house. The old man of the Li family felt that it was inappropriate to live in the house of his grandson's son-in-law. Shang Ruai only said that it would not be too late to move out after buying a house in the future. The old man had no choice but to stay. Sister Shang, it's getting late today. Why don't you stay here first and go back to the place of exile tomorrow? Shang Ruai shook her head. For some reason, she was very nervous today. When she arrived at the entrance of the village that should have been quiet was now brightly lit. What's going on? Ah Chung frowned and said in a low voice, replying to the crown princess, I sent a message to Yuan Tian this afternoon, but there has been no reply so far. Such an important matter. Why didn't you say it earlier? Shang Ruai's heart sank. Something must have happened here. We have returned to Tianshan, and we thought there would be no more trouble, so. Shang Ruai jumped off the horse and whispered, I will go into the village by myself, and you take Xiaorao to the town. Princess Concubine, I am your subordinate. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Shang Ruai. You do whatever I tell you to do. This is an order. She glanced at Ah Chung. I have deep internal strength, and I can protect myself even if something really happens. Now that you two are here, you will hold me back. After hearing what she said, Ah Chung had no choice but to nod and agree. Xiaorao didn't even know martial arts, and she might really delay things here. Shang Ruai gave him 2 pistols and some bullets. Take these pistols, they can save your life at a critical moment.
Yes.
After separating from Ah Chung and the others, Shang Ruai walked into the dark. At this moment, a sound of footsteps came, and Shang Ruai flashed into the space. Not long after, several people in strange clothes came over. Where are the people? I saw them clearly just now. You must have seen it wrong. There is no one here? Forget it. Let's go back quickly. Tonight, we must take down the He family. After the people left, Shang Ruai flashed out of the space. As she thought, something happened in the Exile land. Shang Ruai installed a silencer on her pistol, hid herself in the darkness, and walked towards the He family. According to what those people said, the He family has not been breached yet. It seems that Yuan Tian and others have done a good job in defense. Along the way, she encountered several waves of people in strange clothes. Those people had many colors painted on their faces, just like a tribe. She walked forward for a while and a tent appeared in her sight.
Princess.
A woman in a royal blue dress crossed her hands in front of her chest and saluted respectfully. Princess, the He family has a thorough defense, and it is difficult for us to attack. What about the people here? We came here and didn't catch a single prisoner. Princess, the people here are all in the He family. Humph. She snorted coldly. When did the Dingwa Palace become so kind? They're even willing to take in the people? Princess, the prince's army has already set out, and Qingzhou is already in the pocket of our southern border. Why do you have to fight to the death with the Dingwa Palace? They are now common people. Princess Shuyang snorted coldly. So, what if I become a commoner? This princess wants to destroy the Dingwa Palace. This princess wants to avenge the previous shame. This princess personally went to ask for marriage, but what happened? He Jingheng didn't even look at this princess. Now he is guilty. Qingzhou has fallen into the hands of my father. I can torture him however I want. Isn't he lame? This princess will not only break his legs, but also dig out his eyeballs. Princess Shuyang became more and more excited as she spoke, and suddenly felt a chill on her neck. Shang Ruai was about to make a move, when suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in front of her.
He.
How could he be here? Qian Jinyan stood outside the tent in a cloak. After the guards reported, he walked in. Wasn't he in the western regions? Wasn't he the shopkeeper of Shan Heng's casino? How could he be involved with the people from southern Xinjiang? The most important thing is that the purpose of these people from southern Xinjiang is to kill the He family. The voices in the tent were very low. She wanted to go closer to listen, but there were too many guards near the tent, so she couldn't get closer. However, since these people were targeting the He family, she would have some fun with them. Shang Ruai sneered and turned away. Inside the tent, Qian Jinyan bowed and said, Princess Shuyang, how have you been? Shopkeeper Qian. Princess Shuyang smiled and said, Shopkeeper Qian, what brings you here today? I heard that princess wants to kill the He family, so I came here to help. Shopkeeper Qian is very powerful. Even my father praises you highly. If it weren't for the help of Shopkeeper Qian, we wouldn't have been able to capture Qingzhou City so smoothly. When we return to southern Xinjiang, I will definitely mention shopkeeper Qian to my father, and then I will let him reward you well. It's just a piece of cake, princess. Thank you for your compliment. He took out a blueprint. Here are the blueprints of the He family. Princess Xuyang's eyes lit up when she heard this. How did shopkeeper Qian get it? Princess Xuyang looked at the extremely complicated courtyard and narrowed her eyes. I didn't expect that the He family is such a gathering of talented people. It's just a small house, but so many formations are used. The mountain man has his own clever plan. Shopkeeper Qian stroked his beard and said with a smile, with this blueprint, I believe the princess will be invincible and will quickly defeat the He family.
Ha ha ha.
Princess Xuyang laughed. Thanks for the good words, shopkeeper Qian. A smug smile appeared on Princess Xuyang's face, as if the He family was already in her pocket. However, I have a favor to ask for. Qian Jinyan whispered. Please agree, princess.
Tell me what you want.
If we defeat the He family, please hand over the He family to me. Princess Xuyang hesitated for a moment. Can you tell me the reason? The Dinghua Palace exterminated my entire family. Qian has long vowed that he will kill his enemies in his lifetime. He gritted his teeth, his eyes full of hatred. Please agree, princess. Except He Jingheng, I can hand over the rest to you, but not him. She must torture him personally, and it would be best if she could cut him into a human pig to relieve her hatred. The two agreed to gather troops to attack the He family. At this time, everyone in the He family was exhausted. Yunwei. A secret guard ran in. Oh no, the brothers can't hold on any longer. Dongqiang is going to fail. Yuntian covered the wound on his shoulder, and beads of sweat kept rolling down his forehead. Hold on a little longer. The Crown Prince's consort will be back. Yunwei, won't it be dangerous for the Crown Prince's consort to come back? A secret guard whispered. Now so many of us are almost unable to hold on. What can the Crown Prince's consort do alone? Yuntian couldn't help but feel disappointed when he heard this. Yes, the people from Miaojiang are coming in a fierce force, and so many of them can't hold on. The Crown Prince's consort is just a woman. What can she do? It's better not to come back at this time. If something happens to the Crown Prince's consort, how should he explain to the prince? At this moment, a white shadow appeared in his sight. This is the Crown Prince's consort's white tiger. The Crown Prince's consort is back. The Crown Prince's consort is back. His hands couldn't stop shaking. The sudden appearance of the white tiger startled the He family members for a moment. Just as they were about to pick up their weapons, they saw a yellow figure rushing out of the yard. Xiao Huang crawled in front of Xiao Bai, looking extremely respectful. Xiao Bai glanced at it and pushed it aside with his claws. Xiao Huang's mood was visibly depressed. The eldest brother pushed him away. The eldest brother felt that he had not done a good enough job and did not drive those stinky things out. Xiao Huang looked at the door and couldn't help but flash a fierce light in his eyes. He wanted to rush out directly and tear those southern Xinjiang to pieces. Xiao Bai walked up to Yun Tian, and Yun Tian saw that he was carrying 2 large packages on his back. Yun Tian carefully unloaded the packages, fearing that he would do something to anger the king of the forest. He opened the packages and saw that one of the packages was full of wound medicine. Yun Tian was overjoyed. The prince's wife was really as good as a god. There was no worry about food and drink in the mansion, but there was no wound medicine. The pills and powders she left before leaving had all been consumed. He quickly opened another package. When he saw what was inside, he almost cried with joy. Firearms. A bag full of firearms. Yunwei, this is the hand that can explode. Grenade. Yuntian said with a smile. The Crown Prince's consort asked Xiao Bai to bring back the grenade. As expected of the Crown Prince's consort, Yuntian seemed to have a backbone and said to the secret guards in front of him, Brothers, with these, we must repel those from southern Xinjiang and protect our masters to the death. Now the He family was still surrounded by southern Xinjiang soldiers. The grenades left by Shang Ruoi had been used up long ago. It was because of those grenades that the southern Xinjiang soldiers were delayed for so long. Southern Xinjiang was isolated from the news and had never seen such powerful firearms. For a while, they thought it was a punishment from the gods, and no one dared to step forward. Yuan held a grenade in his hand and shouted loudly, "Brothers, it's time for us to fight back." He pulled the ring and threw the grenade straight out. Seeing this, the other secret guards also threw the grenades in their hands. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the He family's door turned into a sea of fire. How could those southern Xinjiang people predict today's scene? For a while, people and horses were thrown to the ground, and blood flowed like a river. Princess Shuyang and Qian Jinyan led the team to the He family. The distance from their tent to the He family was not far, and it only took a cup of tea to walk. They had just left the tent and had not walked a few steps when suddenly there was a loud noise. After a loud boom, flames rose from the sky, and all the tents were burned down. "What's going on?" Princess Shuyang asked in shock. "What happened?" As soon as the voice fell, 2 black objects fell in front of them. Boom, boom. Ah! Screams rang out one after another. The sky-high flames exploded among them, and broken limbs flew all over the sky. Princess Shuyang was very scared. Where had they seen such a scene? Qian Jinyan was also shocked. What kind of witchcraft was this? "Princess! Protect the princess!" The uninjured southern Xinjiang soldiers protected her in the middle, and their eyes could not help but look around. Where were the people? Who attacked them? "You bold little thief! Do you know who I am? How dare you attack me?" Although Princess Shuyang's voice was loud, it was trembling. "Who are you, and what has it got to do with me?" Shang Ruoi's voice rang in everyone's ears like a ring. Who are you?" Qian Jinyan narrowed his eyes slightly. Why did this voice sound familiar? At this moment, a figure appeared in front of everyone like a ghost. Princess Shuyang was startled. Where did this person come from? Could it be a ghost? She stepped back and forth. Shang Ruoi turned around, and her stunning face became even more stunning under the light of the sky. Woman. It was actually a woman. Qian Jinyan's pupils shrank slightly. Shang Ruoi. He Jingheng's prince consort. The princess of southern Xinjiang. Shang Ruoi opened her cherry lips slightly. "You dare to come to the Exile land to make trouble. You are really looking for death." Who are you?" "Princess, he is He Jingheng's wife," Qian Jinyan said in a low voice with a robe on his body. "What? He Jingheng's prince consort?" The fear in Princess Shuyang's eyes gradually faded, and as she looked at the stunning face of the woman in front of her, her heart burned with jealousy. "You are also a member of the He family." She took a step forward and raised her chin slightly. "He Jingheng's prince consort." She gritted her teeth. "Since you have come to my door, I will capture you first, scratch your face, and then reward you to our soldiers in southern Xinjiang." A trace of coldness flashed across Shang Ruoi's eyes. I said, "Why does He Jingheng look down on you?" "What did you say?" Princess Shuyang raised her voice. "What nonsense are you talking about? Don't you look at yourself? You are ugly, your behavior is, your words are rude, like a shrew in the market. Let alone He Jingheng. Ask yourself which man in this world is willing to marry you? You." She pointed at Shang Ruoi with trembling hands and said, "Come here. Capture this for me. No matter who can catch her, this princess will reward her to you, plus a reward of 1,000 taels of silver." As the saying goes, a big reward will always bring out brave men. With such a great temptation, the soldiers were rubbing their fists, ready to pounce on Shang Ruoi. "Idiot." Qian Jinyan couldn't help but curse in a low voice. She was really a brainless woman. Shang Ruoi had knocked them all over the place with her own strength, and now she didn't run away, but was thinking of sending people to catch her. Shang Ruoi sneered. "With this brain, it's really stupid." She waved her hand, and several grenades flew away. The huge noise shook the entire Exile land, as if there was an earthquake. For a moment, there were wailing everywhere, and flames shot into the sky. Everyone in the He family was excited when they heard the noise. The crown princess must have fought with the people from southern Xinjiang. Yuan whispered, "The crown princess only brought one guard, Cheng, who is outnumbered and may not be able to defeat them." He looked at Lin Mu and Lu Qin. 2 brothers help me guard the He family, and I will take some secret guards to help the crown princess. When the people from southern Xinjiang attacked, Lu Qin and Lin Mu had a bad feeling and went down the mountain to support. We are more familiar with this area, so why don't we go to support the master, and you stay to guard the He family? After all, they were snow bandits, and they may not be able to convince the crowd here. Yuntian thought of this and nodded, and brought them a few grenades in case of emergency. I'll go too. Yuni ran over. Sister-in-law, come back, I'll go pick her up. Miss, you don't know martial arts, so you'd better stay here. It's too chaotic outside. If something happens to you, how can I explain to the prince and the prince's wife? I have Xiao Huang to protect me. Nothing will happen. She pulled out a dagger from her sleeve. If I meet someone from southern Xinjiang, I will use this dagger that my sister-in-law gave me to kill the enemy. Yuntian's lips twitched. If he really met an enemy, she would be the biggest hindrance. Miss, I beg you, just wait in the mansion. Don't go out and make trouble. The light in Hyuni's eyes dimmed, and she turned and walked into the room. Useless. I am still too useless. My sister-in-law said she would teach me martial arts before, but I felt tired. I fished for 3 days and dried the net for 2 days, and I didn't learn anything. Now, when it comes to using martial arts, I can only hold everyone back. Feeling his master's depressed mood, Xiao Huang lay beside her and kept rubbing his head against her calf. When the firelight dissipated, the guards who protected Princess Xuyang had already died or were injured, and those who were not injured were also scared out of their wits. Qian Jinyan was unable to dodge, and his arm was injured by the explosion. At this time, his robe was covered with blood, and he looked at her vigilantly. Shang Ruai whispered, Shopkeeper Qian, you and I have no grudges in the past or in the present. Why do you help the people of southern Xinjiang to harm me? Humph, you and I have no grudges, but the family you married has a grudge against me, an irreconcilable grudge. He covered his wound with a slight twist on his face. Seeing the two of them talking, Princess Xuyang wanted to sneak away, but before she took 2 steps, Shang Ruai took out a pistol and pulled the trigger casually, and the bullet instantly pierced her calf. Ah! A sharp voice sounded, and Princess Xuyang howled. You! How dare you plot against me? Plotting? Shang Ruai sneered. Which eye of yours saw me plotting against you? She looked at the Nanjiang soldier lying on the ground and sneered. Isn't this a blatant way for me to deal with you? You! The pain in her leg made her sweat coldly. How dare you hurt me? When my father comes, he will definitely cut you into pieces. Really? Shang Ruai came close to her and looked at the bleeding wound on her leg. She smiled and said, Tell me, should I use all the moves you just prepared to deal with me on you? When Princess Xuyang heard this, she was completely stunned. She held the cloak tightly. At this time, her eyes finally showed fear. Qian Jinyan knew that Princess Xuyang's move was a failure. Shang Rui's eyes were cold, and the dark muzzle of the gun was pointed at him. Manager Qian, it seems that there are many things that need to be discussed. At this moment, a flash of light passed by, and a man in white with a mask appeared beside Qian Jinyan. He didn't say a word, but just glanced at her. Shang Ruai was shocked, and the trigger in her hand was delayed. The next moment, the man in white took Qian Jinyan away. At this time, only Princess Xuyang was left in the huge camp. She didn't expect that she would be forced to this point by a woman with so many soldiers. Seeing Shang Ruai approaching her step by step, Princess Xuyang dragged her injured leg and kept moving back, as if she had seen Shura, with fear on her face. Shang Ruai couldn't help laughing when she saw her like this. What are you afraid of? Weren't you very majestic just now? Didn't you want to skin He Jingheng alive and pull out his tendons? You heard it all. It's just that a man doesn't want to marry you, but you want to kill his entire family. You are really crazy. What do you know? She sneered. There is no man I can't get. Shang Ruai looked at her and said sarcastically, It's just relying on the love insect. If there is no insect, which man in this world will look at you? She tightened the insect in her hand and was horrified. How did she know? Don't hide it, it's just a bug. Do you really think no one can solve it? The silver needle in her hand flew out suddenly, piercing through the back of her hand with a powerful force and shooting into her palm, piercing the insect in her palm.
Ah!
Princess Shuyang screamed, and the insect in her palm struggled a few times and died completely. Poisonous insect. My poisonous insect. Before she finished speaking, a trace of blood flowed out of her mouth. The death of the poisonous insect caused damage to her body. I will kill you. I will kill you. Shang Ruai ignored her shouting. At this moment, a group of people gradually appeared in front of them. Lin Mu and Lu Qin came panting. They thought they were coming to support, but they were here to clean up the battlefield.
Master.
Shang Ruai nodded. Tie up that woman and take her back. Yes. Lu Qin and Lin Mu looked at the broken limbs and arms on the ground and swallowed their saliva. Is this something that one person can do? There are so many of them, and they have tried their best to barely defend the He family, but now they are wiped out by the master himself? Shu Yu struggled non-stop, but Lin Mu was not a patient man, and with a single of his hand, he knocked her unconscious. You are so ugly and noisy. Yuan Tian stood on the observation tower of the parade ground, and from a distance he saw Shang Ruai, who was wearing a black fox cloak, walking towards them, surrounded by Lin Mu and others. Crown Princess. The Crown Princess is back.
Quick.
Open the door. Yuan Tian hurried out to greet her. Crown Princess. Shang Ruai smiled. Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard. Yuan Tian's eyes fell on Princess Shuyang, who was being carried behind her. This is the daughter of some prince from southern Xinjiang, the mastermind behind the siege of the He family. Shang Ruai whispered, watch carefully. Don't let her die.
Yes.
Sister-in-law. He Yuni heard the voice and hurried out. Sister-in-law, how are you? Are you hurt? Nothing. Shang Ruai smiled. Where are my grandmother and mother? Before He Yuni could answer, she saw a secret guard falling from the platform with a black feather arrow stuck in his chest. Princess, it's bad. The large army of King Qi of southern Xinjiang is coming. Shang Ruai's eyes were cold, and she climbed onto the platform in a flash. Sure enough, she saw smoke and dust billowing in the distance, and a force of at least 10,000 people was rushing towards them. Crown Princess, what should we do? Yuan Tian said anxiously. Why don't you take the old princess and the others away first, and I will fight them? Shang Ruai shook her head. It's too late. The entire He mansion has been surrounded. Sure enough, a secret guard came. Crown Princess, it's not good. There are soldiers from southern Xinjiang on all sides. Yuan Tian, take the old princess and the others to hide in the secret passage. Shang Ruai whispered. Go quickly. When building the He mansion, Shang Ruai ordered people to build a secret passage in case of emergency. Princess consort, I will stay here while you take the masters to hide. Shang Ruai shook her head. My martial arts are better than yours. They can't do anything to me.
But
at this moment, Xiaobai became a little agitated. Shang Ruai knew it was too late and said angrily, Are you going to disobey orders? Just as Yuan Tian was hesitating, the old princess came over with a cane in her hand. Ruai, good girl, Grandma will stay here while you take everyone away. Looking at the old princess's expression, Shang Ruai was stunned for a moment and suddenly thought of the queen. The queen is the saint of southern Xinjiang.
could it be?
Could it be that the invasion of southern Xinjiang this time is related to what happened to the queen that year? Thinking of this, Shang Ruai's expression became serious. Seeing that no one was willing to enter the secret passage for refuge, she made up her mind, took out the jade ring and said coldly, All soldiers, listen to my orders. Hiss. When everyone saw what she had in her hand, they all knelt on the ground. We will listen to your orders, Crown Princess. Take everyone in the palace to take shelter in the secret room. In the future, the people who will seek refuge in the palace will be placed in the backyard. Half of the guards will be assigned to protect the people. Shang Ruai's words were mixed with internal force, and everyone in the palace could hear them clearly. The people couldn't help but shed tears. Crown Princess is so righteous. Crown Princess is so righteous. At this time, Zhang Hu came over with the help of his men. Crown Princess, you go first. I, your subordinates, will stay here with my brothers. He was an official in the place of Exile, and this was his duty. Sir Zhang, please take shelter in the backyard with the people. I will take care of this here. Seeing the ring in her hand, Zhang who had to obey. Everyone hid according to her arrangement. Shang Ruai came to her yard and moved a brick from the bed. There was a button inside. She pressed it lightly, and the colorless and odorless powder slowly seeped into the secret room. Everyone hiding in the palace fainted. Shang Ruai pressed the wall a few more times to open it. The wall of the room suddenly opened, and there was a secret passage leading directly to the secret room. She walked in slowly and saw that everyone fainted. She waved her hand and put them into the space. No matter how hidden this secret passage is, it is not as safe as the space. What's more, there are still spies in the palace. Otherwise, how did Qian Jinyan get the drawings in the palace? She walked out of the room and waved her hand. Dozens of tigers appeared in the yard. Today, I will take you to have a good fight. She finished speaking, her aura changed dramatically, and the soldier king of her previous life slowly woke up. Xiaobai jumped onto the platform and let out a low roar, and dozens of tigers scattered around. Shang Ruai stood on the platform, took out several boxes of ammunition from the space, and took out some fruits to fill her stomach. At this time, the lights around the house were bright, and the king of Qi took the lead and shouted loudly, Return my daughter quickly. Otherwise, I will flatten your He family today. The house was quiet, without even an echo. A guard walked up to the king of Qi. Your Highness, there seems to be no one in this He mansion. How is it possible? He said coldly. In addition to the people from the Dinghua Palace, there are also the people who used to live here in the He mansion.
There are so many of them.
If they leave, how can our people not find them? So, they must be hiding in this house. Your Highness, I will go and check it out first. A young general rode his horse towards the gate of the mansion. Shang Ruai looked at the young general who was already within range through the scope, curled her lips slightly, pulled the trigger with her finger, and the bullet passed through the silencer and flew straight to the young general's forehead. The man who was about to draw his sword, his evil smile froze on his face before he could expand it. His eyes widened and his body slowly collapsed. What's going on? As soon as the king of Qi finished speaking, a soldier behind him ran over. He turned the man who was holding the ground over, and what he saw was the shocking blood hole. Your Highness! The young general. He is dead.
What?
Before the king of Qi could be shocked, he saw the soldier who was just talking there, fell down like the man just now. Shang Ruai looked at their terrified faces and smiled coldly. What's going on? What happened to them? The king of Qi waved his hand and said, You two, go and check it out.
Yes.
The two soldiers walked and looked around until they came to the two bodies. Two people, the blood hole in the middle of his forehead, and his eyes widened. He couldn't help but scream. Prince! Prince! They are both dead. They rolled and crawled back, and just when they thought they had escaped, two bullets hit the back of their heads. They fell to the ground in disbelief. Seeing this scene, the king of Qi was shocked. Why is this place so weird? Could it be that there are ghosts and gods? The people in southern Xinjiang highly respect ghosts and wizards, so they are very afraid of this scene. Your Highness, this is a punishment from heaven. It must be a punishment from heaven. The deputy general said in horror. Your Highness, let's retreat. Let's retreat. The king of Qi looked at the closed door with red eyes and threw the deputy general away. Why retreat? My daughter is still in the hands of the He family. He looked up at the sky and snorted coldly. I don't believe that any ghosts and gods can stop me. He drew out his sword and pointed to the sky. Charge. Kill the gods if they stand in my way, and kill the ghosts if they stand in my way. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed to the He family. Shang Ruai saw this, snorted coldly, took out a few grenades, pulled out the pull rings, and threw them out directly.
Boom, 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 boom.
One after another explosion sounded. The sky was full of flames, lighting up the entire night. The soldiers from southern Xinjiang who wanted to move forward were frightened and retreated violently. The huge noise frightened the horses, and they ran away without listening to the command. Many soldiers were trampled under the horses' hooves. "Your Highness, let's retreat. This place is too weird." The king of Qi was also a little shaken, but when he thought of Xu Yang still in their hands, he became very anxious. No, Xu Yang must be rescued. The saint's order is still on her. The saint's things? The deputy general was shocked when he heard this. The position of the saint of their southern Xinjiang has been vacant for many years because the saint's order has disappeared. Whoever can get the saint's order will be the new saint. The status of the saint in southern Xinjiang is extraordinary, and her power is only second to the emperor. All the families in southern Xinjiang are eager for their daughters to become saints, which is the glory of the entire family. The most important thing is that according to legend, there is a great secret hidden in the saint's order, but no one has been able to it so far. Now that the saint's order is in the hands of the He family, if it can never be found again, it will definitely be a great to southern Xinjiang. Your Highness, I will see if I can take advantage of the chaos to enter the He mansion. He led a team of men to the back door, which was connected to the backyard. It was quiet here, without any sound. He climbed up the wall and saw that the backyard was pitch black. He sneered. The guards of the He mansion were too lax. If they entered from the back door, they would have taken down the He mansion. He originally wanted to send someone to notify the king of Qi, but when he thought of the saint maiden order that the prince mentioned, he had a sister. If his sister could become a saint, their Qin family would completely turn over and become a big family in southern Xinjiang. A trace of greed flashed across Qin Yu's eyes, and he said to the soldiers behind him, "Step lightly and notify me immediately when you find the princess." "Yes, Deputy General Qin." They jumped down one after another, looking at the quiet backyard, each complacent, and no one noticed that behind them, several pairs of bright eyes were staring at them. "Deputy General Qin, why do I feel so eerie here?" "Yes, it seems like something is staring at us from behind." "Coward! Where is that thing? If you don't believe me, turn around." He turned around, and before he finished saying the first word, he was stunned. "Deputy General, Deputy Chen." They looked back along Qin Yu's gaze, and saw 4 tigers not far behind them. At this time, they deeply understood what it meant to be staring at someone with a covetous eye. The 4 tigers were snow-white with black stripes on their bodies, and their fur shone in the moonlight. At this moment, the white tiger standing in the front showed its sharp teeth. They wanted to turn around and run away. Old tiger. How could there be a tiger here? "Help! Deputy General Chen, help!" The white tigers rolled their eyes at the trembling appearance of these humans. "Look at your appearance of not having seen the world, and then look at our master." Chen Yu's hands were shaking, and he subconsciously drew out the big knife from his waist, panting and saying, "What are you waiting for? Why don't you draw your sword quickly?" Right. They just reacted and hurriedly drew out their swords, pointing the sharp tips of the swords at the white tigers. The white tigers looked at the southern Xinjiang soldiers in front of them with contempt. Stupid humans dared to hold a few broken swords in front of them. The white tiger standing in the first place roared and rushed out like an arrow. The 2 soldiers were slapped away by the white tiger before they could react. The 2 men fell heavily to the ground, and the place where the tiger's claws hit their chests collapsed deeply. The 2 men fell to the ground and were already silent. Hiss! Everyone gasped. How could this white tiger be so powerful? The other white tigers also jumped over directly. Their huge bodies were extremely flexible, and they easily beat all of them to death. Chen Yu never thought that he would end up like this until his death. The saint's dream was shattered before she could even realize it. At this time, all the tigers were lying in ambush around the courtyard wall, waiting for someone to break in and then bite them to death. Seeing that Chen Yu had not made any movement, the king of Qi guessed that they must have met with an accident. A series of explosions sounded in his ears, and the originally neat team had become a mess. What kind of amazing thing is this Dinghua Palace using?" he said angrily. "No matter what, rush in for me. Whoever can rush in first, I will make him a general." "General!" Everyone was excited when they heard this. "General! This is an official position that ordinary soldiers can't get even if they risk their lives. As soon as the king of Qi finished speaking, they rushed to the gate desperately. Shang Ruoi's firepower was strong enough, but it couldn't withstand the large number of people. Soon, several hooks were hooked on the wall. Seeing this, the king of Qi was delighted. Those soldiers climbed up desperately, and the title of general was getting closer and closer to them. Finally, one person climbed over the courtyard wall. Before he could be happy, he saw the white tiger guarding under the courtyard wall. He actually saw a trace of mockery on the tiger's face. White tiger. He shouted and wanted to climb back, but in his anxiety, he stepped on empty air and fell down. Before his body landed on the ground, he was slapped to the ground by the white tiger and died. Several soldiers went down one after another, but there was no news. The king of Qi frowned. At this moment, he heard a soldier shouting loudly, "Tiger! Tiger!" As soon as he finished speaking, a huge white claw appeared in front of everyone. The people who were originally standing on the courtyard wall were taken down directly. After hearing a scream, they returned to peace again. "Tiger? In this courtyard?" A soldier trembled and said, "Look, see? That claw, how can it be a tiger's claw? It's clearly a beast. I have seen tiger claws before, but they are only half the size." He was not talking nonsense. Many people present had seen tigers. The tiger claws of ordinary tigers are indeed half the size of white tigers, but how can a tiger that grows up in space be the same as one that grows in the wild? Whether it is size, attack power, or intelligence, it is not comparable to ordinary tigers. Could it be that the tiger has become a spirit? A man said, It must be that the tiger has become a spirit." Such weird and supernatural words are particularly easy to confuse people's minds at this time. For a moment, no one dared to come forward. What nonsense! The king of Qi raised his sword and cut the neck of the man who just said that the tiger had become a spirit. What ghosts and gods are there? It's just a tiger. How can you call it a monster? At this moment, a fire flickered not far away, and a large group of people were rushing towards them. The king of Qi looked at the leading man, who was his most capable subordinate Qin Shao. He snorted coldly, looked at the He family, and said in a deep voice, "Support has arrived. Today I must open the door of the He family." He pulled out a black feather arrow, drew the bow and shot the arrow, and the feather arrow went towards the door of the He family. At this moment, the door opened from the inside, and a dagger flew out, breaking the feather arrow into 2 pieces. Before they could react, the door closed again with a. The king of Qi's face turned pale, and he finally reacted that the people guarding this house had been teasing them from beginning to end. "How unreasonable," he said angrily. "No matter who is in this house, I will capture her today and grind her to dust." As soon as he finished speaking, he flew forward and flew straight into the high wall. He just stood still and was stunned by the scene in front of him. Tigers all over the yard. And at the end, a woman in green wearing a black fox cloak, looking at her with no warmth in her eyes.
Who are you? Ha!
Shang Ruai sneered. "King Qi, do you want to check your brain? You have been shouting and killing outside for so long, and now you don't even know who you are fighting. Who are you to the He family?" He held the big knife in front of him and looked at her warily. "Who are you?" "Shang Ruai, He Jingheng's wife." She gathered the cloak on her body and stood up. The next scene made King Qi's eyes fall to the ground. Wherever she went, tigers gave way. The tigers that were once feared by everyone became as obedient as cats beside her. Shang Ruai put her hand on Xiaobai's head and smiled. "Why did the king of Qi come to my house so late at night?" The king of Qi looked around. In this huge yard, except for her, there was not a single person to be seen. Could it be that she was the one who caused all the fire just now? "Where is He Jingheng?"
Get him out.
Shang Ruai sneered. "You and your army can't even beat me, yet you still want to fight He Jingheng. Your Highness, don't you think too highly of yourself?" "Nonsense." His hand holding the knife couldn't help but tremble. "It's because you took advantage of the situation and used those flaming things that made it difficult for us to break in." "Really? Shang Ruai sneered. I'm a weak woman, but your highness came with tens of thousands of soldiers and horses to attack me. If I didn't use some tricks, I would have become your highness's prisoner long ago. Weak woman. She still has the nerve to say that she is a weak woman? Just look at the soldiers from southern Xinjiang who were blown to death and beaten to death by tigers outside to guess how cruel her methods are. Is my daughter in your hands? The princess daughter? Shang Ruai sneered. I don't know your daughter. Here, except for my own people, there are prisoners of war. As for your daughter that the prince mentioned, I have never seen her. How is it possible? That person said that Shuyang was taken away by you. The king of Qi said in a deep voice, Give my daughter back to me. Did you hear it from someone? Who is that person?
Of course it was Qi.
The words came to his lips, but the king of Qi took them back, stared at Shang Ruai and said, Just tell me whether you took my daughter away. No, I don't know the prince's daughter, but there really is a woman among the captives. What was her name? Shuyang. That's right. Shang Ruai smiled. She claimed to be a princess, but I think she was just trying to deceive me. After all, which good family would let their daughter go out and kill innocent people? How is she different from a beast? Your Majesty did not see the ferocious look of that woman. I thought it was someone's mad dog that came out. It was so scary. Why is your highness so angry? Shang Ruai deliberately said, I'm talking about someone else's daughter, not your daughter, your highness. What are you doing? The king of Qi was not a fool and knew what she meant. It was clearly Shuyang. At this moment, there was a noise at the gate of the He family. It turned out that the soldiers from southern Xinjiang were knocking on the door. Humph, my troops are gathering here. It won't be long before your He family will be trampled to pieces by my cavalry. Really? At this time, the gate was shaking more and more violently, and it was about to be knocked down. If you are sensible, open the door immediately and hand over my daughter. Otherwise, I will not let you and the people you want to protect go today. Suddenly, he thought of something, sneered and said, I know, is he Jingheng's grandson lame, so he has no face to see people? Your He family is really empty-handed, and you actually sent a woman to fight against this general. Shang Ruai narrowed her eyes full of contempt. I don't know where your highness the prince of Qi gets his sense of superiority from. A waste who can't even beat a woman actually has the nerve to speak nonsense here. What did you say? I say, your highness the prince of Qi, you are a waste who can't even beat a woman. She sneered. Didn't the prince and your soldiers get stopped outside the door by a little girl like me? How dare you? The prince of Qi said angrily with a dark face, I will kill you. You are not qualified to kill me. After saying this, she raised her hand and pointed the dark muzzle of the gun at his forehead. The faces of the soldiers with bloody holes on their foreheads flashed before King Qi's eyes. It was her. She did it. His face suddenly changed. He thought that He Jingheng had set up some kind of mechanism around the house, but he didn't expect it to be the hidden weapon in her hand. What are you going to do? He had never seen such a hidden weapon before, but he had seen the power of the hidden weapon with his own eyes. Shang Ruai pulled the trigger. The bullet passed through the barrel of the gun. Sparks spurted out at the muzzle, and before he could react, the bullet pierced his calf. TSK. What a coincidence. The prince and princess Shuyang were shot in exactly the same place.
What?
Shuyang? Where is Shuyang? The king of Qi endured the severe pain from his calf and said angrily, Where is Shuyang? As long as the prince tells me who told you that I took Shuyang away, I can consider telling the prince the whereabouts of Princess Shuyang. If the prince doesn't tell me, I can't guarantee where Princess Shuyang is and what she will encounter. How dare you threaten me? At this moment, there was and the gate of the He family fell down. The soldiers from southern Xinjiang were about to rush in, but they were frightened by the tigers in the yard and nailed to the spot. Tigers in the yard, at least dozens of them. Xiaobai stood in the front and saw its tiger eyes fall on the soldiers outside the door. Those soldiers from southern Xinjiang actually saw the momentum of looking down on the world in a tiger. This. The next moment, dozens of tigers looked at them. Those soldiers wanted to lift up the gate and couldn't help cursing inwardly. Why are you so rude? Why do you have nothing to do and go to knock on other people's gates? Now, the prince was not rescued, and these living fathers were knocked out. They set their eyes on the king of Qi, who was surrounded by tigers, and couldn't help but admire him secretly. He is worthy of being a prince. He can face so many beasts without changing his face. How could they know the mood of the king of Qi at this time? How could he not change his face? In fact, the wound was bleeding profusely, causing his face to turn pale. If he could choose again, he would definitely not fall into this tiger group alone. Xiaobai led the tiger group forward step by step. The speed of those soldiers retreating was much faster than the speed of Xiaobai and the others. In the blink of an eye, they retreated more than 100 meters. Shield! Shield! Archer! Archer! Shang Ruai heard the voice outside. Her eyes were cold. She picked up the rifle on the right and shot at the shield that had just been raised. With just this one shot, the shield was directly pierced, and the person behind the shield was not spared. Seeing this, everyone was almost scared to death. What was the hidden weapon just now? This is too terrifying. The king of Qi looked at Shang Ruai in horror. His eyes fell on the gun beside her. Who are you? The king of Qi doesn't seem to have a good memory. I remember that I have just introduced myself. Shang Ruai picked up a few more grenades and said with a smile, "The people under the prince don't seem to be very sensible. They actually want to hurt my pet." Upon hearing this, the king of Qi waved his hand to stop her. Stop. Stop. He saw the black firearm in her hand. It was this thing that could throw people off the ground just now. The soldiers of southern Xinjiang did not hear his voice outside. They only saw that more than 20 archers were ready and had no intention of stopping. The words of the prince don't seem to be very useful. After saying this, she threw the grenade in her hand with force, and it landed right in front of the archers. After a few deafening noises, 2 shields were lifted into the sky by the power of the bomb and fell directly on the back of the king of Qi. The shield was very heavy, and the 2 shields directly knocked the king of Qi to the ground. Shang Ruai saw this and sneered. "Your Highness, luck doesn't seem to be very good." There was a trace of blood on the lips of the king of Qi, and he looked at Shang Ruai coldly. "You promise that as long as I tell you who informed me, you will release Xu Yang, right?"
No, no.
Shang Ruai waved her hand. "I just told you the whereabouts of Princess Xu Yang, but I didn't say I would release her." Your Highness, do you want to tell me? I don't have so much patience." Shang Ruai said coldly. "My pets are hungry. If your Highness drags it on, I will let them eat meat and taste whether human flesh is delicious or not." "It was Qiyu Villa," he said in a deep voice. "It was the people of Qiyu Villa in the western regions who told me."
Qiyu Villa.
It was them again. What did the Dingwa Palace do to Qiyu Villa? How could there be such a deep hatred? Well, now that I have told you what you want to know, tell me where Xu Yang is? Shang Ruai heard this, pointed to the courtyard behind her, and said lightly, "Princess Xu Yang is in the He family's house."
Puff.
The king of Qi could no longer hold back, and a mouthful of blood spurted out, and he pointed at Shang Ruai with trembling hands. You, how dare you play tricks on me? Playing? Not really." Shang Ruai smiled. "I'm admitting that the princess is in our house, right? We haven't hidden her anywhere else." The soldiers stood in the distance, watching the king of Qi blood because of her anger, and looked at Shang Ruai as if they were looking at a monster. The king of Qi was notoriously difficult to mess with in southern Xinjiang, but he was unexpectedly made to blood by a woman's words. But that woman was indeed not an ordinary person. Just look at the tigers she raised. Which normal person would raise a tiger? Which normal person would raise a group of tigers? It seems that the brothers who just jumped into the yard were eaten by the tiger. In fact, the tigers raised by Shang Ruai have long stopped eating people. Ordinary people have a foul smell, which is not as sweet as the fruits in the space. Those soldiers who fell were beaten to death by the tiger's claws. The prince is too impatient and so angry. How could he not be angry? He led so many soldiers to the north and was invincible all the way. He was invincible and unstoppable. Even attacking a city was not as difficult as attacking a small He family. Let Shuyang go, and I will exchange myself for him. Shang Rui raised her eyebrows and sneered. Your Majesty, are you confused? Now, in addition to Princess Shuyang, you are also my prisoner. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaobai jumped in front of him. The King of Qi's eyes were fierce, and he waved the knife in his hand to chop at Xiaobai. At this time, he was seriously injured, and his strength and speed were greatly reduced. How could he be Xiaobai's opponent? Xiaobai dodged nimbly, stretched out his tiger claws, and slapped in the back of his hand. The King of Qi felt that the forehead bones in his hand were about to be broken by him. I didn't expect a white tiger to have such powerful strength. His eyes were heavy. This Dingwa palace was far from what it looked like on the surface. The steel knife in his hand fell to the ground. Xiaobai swept it with his big tail, and the King of Qi fell directly to the ground. Just as he was about to get up, a huge tiger claw pressed on his chest. Cough, cough, cough. The huge force on the tiger claw made him cough uncontrollably. Does the prince still want to continue struggling? You, cough, 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 cough. The soldiers outside the door saw this scene and couldn't help but be extremely anxious. Now that the prince is captured, what should they do? At this moment, a sound of iron cavalry came, and the corners of the King of Qi's lips curled up with a sneer. My king's master is here. In front of the king's master, it's useless to recognize that you have 1,000 skills and 10,000 abilities. At this moment, a flying arrow shot toward Shang Rui. Shang Rui looked at the feather arrow without even raising her eyelids. She saw a tiger jumped up and slapped the feather arrow with one claw. The arrow, which was originally still aggressive, instantly broke into 2 pieces and fell to the ground. This tiger has become a spirit. It really has become a spirit. How dare you, you unruly commoner. How dare you detain the prince and princess? Why don't you surrender quickly? Release the prince and princess, and I may spare your life. Shang Rui couldn't help but sneer when she heard it. You are a southern Xinjiang native, and you have invaded my Tianshan territory, and you have the nerve to call me a unruly commoner. Are you mentally ill or mentally ill? How dare you? How dare you insult this general? He was angry and shouted loudly, You are stubborn and should be killed. Shang Rui scratched her ears. Noisy. She looked at the King of Qi and said, Your Majesty, I didn't expect that the king's teacher you mentioned would be of such a level. I am really disappointed. She looked outside the door and whispered, Listen carefully, people outside the door, your prince and princess are in my hands now. If you dare to act rashly and make me unhappy, I will let my tigers eat your prince and princess alive one by one. You dare. See if I dare. She looked at the King of Qi, with the corners of her lips slightly raised. The King of Qi felt bad. What are you going to do? Your Highness, your men don't believe that I am such a cruel person. I want to prove myself once, okay? What do you mean by proving myself? Doesn't the implication mean that he wants the broken tiger she raised to bite him? Wang Zheng, get away from me right now. He would rather be stabbed a few times than be bitten by a tiger. When Wang Zheng heard what the King of Qi said, he had to wave his hand and let his soldiers step back. His eyes fell on the tigers in the yard, and he couldn't help but have a headache. Did they poke the tiger's den? Tens of thousands of troops were stationed in this village. The King of Qi was by Shang Rui and locked in another secret room. She also locked Shuyang in. The King of Qi saw that the injury on his daughter's leg was indeed the same as his own. He was even more afraid of Shang Rui. Where did Emperor Tianshan find such a daughter-in-law for He Jingheng? She was even more terrifying than that Yiksha. Shang Rui came to the secret room in the house and released the old princess and others. At this time, they were not awake. She took out a porcelain bottle. As the smell in the porcelain bottle evaporated, the people in the secret room slowly woke up. Yuntian opened his eyes first. He shook his heavy head and whispered, Why did I fall asleep? He just got up and saw the prince's wife standing not far from him. Prince's wife. What's the situation outside? The situation is not optimistic. Although I have captured the king of Qi and Princess Xuyang, the village is now surrounded by tens of thousands of southern Xinjiang soldiers. It is impossible to leave. What? Tens of thousands of southern Xinjiang soldiers? The others who have woken up were shocked by her words. Boy, you said there are tens of thousands of southern Xinjiang soldiers outside? The old princess said in a deep voice. Shang Ruoyi nodded. Grandma, don't worry, I will find a way not to let them into the mansion. The old princess looked heavy and sighed. It's me, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, the He family wouldn't be like this today. Among the people present, only Shang Ruoyi knew what she meant. The old princess thought that the fact that she took in the southern Xinjiang saint was exposed, which caused so much trouble. Grandma, it has nothing to do with you, you don't need to blame yourself. This time it was the southern Xinjiang emperor who wanted to expand his territory, so he took action against Qingzhou. Hearing what Shang Ruoyi said, the old princess slowly raised her head. Really? Yes, you don't have to worry, it will definitely be solved. Hyuni walked up to her and whispered, Sister-in-law, I also want to go out to help you. Now that the king of Qi has been captured, although the people outside dare not act rashly, there may be some people who want to exchange hostages with me by kidnapping you. Now the best way is to hide in the secret room. Boy, this secret room can only be used for temporary shelter, not for a long time. There are so many of us, and many things are not convenient. As soon as Lin's voice fell, she heard a baby crying. The baby in Tsong Fangji's arms started crying. The old princess sighed. Ruoyi, since you said you captured the king of Qi, I believe the soldiers in southern Xinjiang will not act rashly. Let's go out first. After hearing everyone say this, Shang Ruoyi had no choice but to nod. You can go out. I will also place guards in the backyard. There are many female relatives in our mansion, and everyone is very cautious. Shang Ruoyi took them back to the mansion, and Hyuni followed behind her. Yuni, what's the matter? Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. She pursed her lips, and her voice was already filled with tears. I swear, from now on, I will practice hard and will not be lazy for a day. Shang Ruoyi smiled. But is it true? Hyuni nodded. Really, I will work hard. Okay, I get it. You go back to your own yard. I still have to ask King Qi some questions. Sister-in-law, where did you lock up King Qi? In a secret room. She whispered. You should go and rest.
Yes.
Hyuni looked in the direction of the secret room and left with Xiao Huang. At this time, Yingxue came over, Mississippi. Let's go and see the king of Qi and his precious daughter. As she said that, she walked towards the woodshed. Miss, didn't you say that the king of Qi was in the secret room? She waved her hand. Does this lady have to say it? Some things are better known by yourself. Yingxue lowered her head and said nothing. Shang Ruoyi came to the woodshed and pushed the door open. At this time, the king of Qi and Princess Xuyang were tied to the pillars in the woodshed. She walked forward and untied the acupuncture points of the two. The king of Qi woke up slowly, but Princess Xuyang was still in a coma. The king of Qi looked at Shang Ruoyi and said in a cold voice, You, how dare you put me under house arrest? Your Highness, why don't you understand? Even if you capture Qingzhou, we are still the people of Tianshan. To me, you are just an enemy general. Now that I have captured you, it is a great achievement. I am sure that Emperor Tianshan will restore our freedom because of this. You want to use me to seek credit and reward? Shang Ruoyi nodded. That's right. Ha ha ha, you can try it. Even if I die, I will not let you succeed. You, the Dingwa Palace, will bear the infamy of a guilty minister for generations to come, and you will never be able to turn over. Shang Ruoyi sneered. I heard that the king of Qi in southern Xinjiang has a very high status. Now he is second only to the emperor in southern Xinjiang. Your Highness is willing to die. There was a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. If your Highness is willing to sacrifice his life, you should have asked General Wang Zheng to rush in with his soldiers yesterday. Who knows, my He family might have been razed to the ground by your southern Xinjiang cavalry. Shang Ruoyi had guessed his thoughts long ago. Now that he is in a high position and has great power, How could he bear to die? The king of Qi's face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth and said, "What do you want?" "Withdraw." Shang Ruai said coldly, "Let your southern Xinjiang soldiers retreat 100 miles. Don't even think about it," he said coldly. Their southern Xinjiang has been suppressed by Tianshan for so long. It was not easy for the Dinghua Palace to be exiled by Tianshan, the blind emperor, and then they captured a city. Now they want him to withdraw his troops, dreaming. Shang Ruai smiled when she heard this. Then let's just wait and see who can outlast the other. Humph. Now, your He family has been surrounded by our southern Xinjiang soldiers, and food and grass cannot be transported in. How are you going to feed so many people? How about we both take a step back? You release my daughter, and I'll let them deliver food and grass to you.
How about that?
Food and grass? Shang Ruai couldn't help laughing. Your Highness doesn't seem to know much about our He family. The thing I have the most is food and grass. As soon as she finished speaking, Yun Tian's voice came. Crown Princess, according to your instructions, the kitchen has steamed the buns, boiled a pot of chicken soup, and slaughtered a sheep.
What?
Where did they get so much food? Everyone has worked hard these days. We must have a good meal today to replenish our bodies, and by the way, let the brothers outside smell the food.
Yes.
Yun Tian smiled secretly. The crown princess was really murderous. The secret guards reported that the soldiers from southern Xinjiang were chewing on dry biscuits. Now they were killing chickens and sheep, and the smell alone made people salivate. Now it was the north wind again, and the fragrance drifted outside. The soldiers from southern Xinjiang wanted to jump into the yard, but every time they met the eyes of those tigers, their excitement instantly disappeared without a trace. After all, compared with eating, life was more important. They could only chew on the biscuits and wipe their saliva. After Shang Ruai left, Yun Tian sent 2 secret guards to guard them. They held steamed buns in one hand and chicken soup in the other. There was also a large piece of roasted lamb on the tray next to them. The king of Qi smelled the smell and kept swallowing his saliva, but he did not ask for it. However, Princess Shuyang, who had just woken up, was too hungry to bear it. Let that come over. How dare she tie up this princess? She must be tired of living. Does she know who this princess is? As soon as she finished speaking, she heard her father's voice with a slight warning. Yang. Shu Yang gritted his teeth. Now that both he and his father were in the hands of that, she didn't even let him drink his saliva. At this moment, Ing Shue walked in, looked at the father and daughter, and said coldly, "Noisy. Our young lady said that if you keep shouting, she will cut off your tongue." As soon as she finished speaking, Shu Yang really stopped talking. The 2 secret guards smiled and said, "Sure enough, the words of the prince's wife are more useful. Guard the door well, don't let them run away. Let the prince's wife rest assured, the 2 of us will definitely do our best." Ing Shue smiled, looked at the 2 people again, and then turned and left. The father and daughter of the king of Qi looked at each other and really quieted down. At night, several figures shuttled through the night sky and landed in front of the woodshed like ghosts. The 2 secret guards fell asleep at this time. Is the news accurate? Are the prince and the princess here? Accurate. After rescuing the prince and the princess, you take them away, and I will find a chance to kill that stinky woman or kidnap a hostage. Okay. After the few people agreed, they walked towards the woodshed. Speak softly, don't wake up the 2 secret guards. Humph. The man drew out his sword and sneered. Wake them up? They have been drugged. How can they wake up? They pushed the door and entered the woodshed, which was empty. There was only a mountain of firewood and 2 wooden stakes. Where were the princes and princesses? Where is the prince? Didn't we get accurate information that the prince and the princess are locked in the woodshed? At this moment, a man reacted. No, we've been tricked.
What? Go. Go.
They wanted to leave in a panic, and at this moment, they heard a pop and the door of the woodshed closed. They tried to open the door, but no matter how hard they tried, the door didn't budge. Use a knife. They drew out their swords and chopped at the door. It took them a lot of effort to open the door. Just as they were about to escape, Several silver needles flew in. Who? They looked around and saw a woman walking out of the night. Stealing in the middle of the night, you people in Prince Qi's mansion are all like this. Shang Ruai looked at the people in front of her and smiled. It's really like the master and the servant. Stop talking nonsense and hand over our prince and princess. Otherwise, as long as we give the order, our brothers outside will rush in. The people held swords in their hands, looking very imposing, but in fact they were strong on the outside but weak on the inside. They looked at the two secret guards in front of Shang Ruai. Was there any confusion in their eyes? You are not poisoned? It's just a knockout drug, and you dare to show off in front of me. Shang Ruai sneered. Catch them, their martial arts, and throw them out of the mansion. Yes. Shang Ruai watched them fighting with the secret guards with cold eyes. At this moment, Yuan heard the sound and flew forward. After a while, the killers from southern Xinjiang were captured alive. Throw them out of the mansion and let those southern Xinjiang soldiers see that this is the fate of breaking into the mansion without permission. If you don't want their princes and princesses to die, don't do these futile things. The southern Xinjiang soldiers who were originally guarding outside the door, ready to attack the mansion at any time to avenge their previous shame, were not waiting for the signal to attack, but their brothers who were thrown out of the mansion. Seeing this scene, Wang Zheng's pupils shrank suddenly, and he waved his hand and asked his men to bring those people back. General, I'm afraid these people are useless. Wang Zheng frowned. Deal with them. Useless people don't deserve to live in this world. Upon hearing this, the soldiers from southern Xinjiang who were nearby hurriedly lowered their heads. Shang Ruai returned to the yard. Ying Xue and Xuanmei were standing in the yard. When they saw her coming, they hurriedly stepped forward. Mississippi Shang Ruai looked at the two of them and didn't speak for a long time. Miss, what's wrong? Ying Xue said softly. We two servants heard the sound of fighting in the yard. What happened? Nothing, just assassins from southern Xinjiang who wanted to save the king of Qi and his daughter. Shang Ruai said in a light tone. Her eyes fell on the two of them, and the corners of her lips curled. But they have been solved, just a few petty thieves. Ying Xue heard this and said with a smile, Miss, you are very skilled in martial arts. Those 4 people are definitely not your opponents. Shang Ruai whispered, I do and think I ever said that there were 4 assassins. How did you know? Ying Xue's expression froze, and she hurriedly explained, I just guessed based on the sound of fighting. Really? Shang Ruai smiled, and her eyes suddenly became sharp when she looked at the two of them. Why did you betray me? Her voice was light, but the pressure in it was more intimidating than ever. Mississippi, answer me. Miss, we don't. No? Shang Ruai sneered. You've been with me for so long, and you don't even know my temper? I won't do anything that I'm not sure of. Since I ask you this, it means that I'm sure you are a spy. When did you start to suspect us? The two put away the innocent expressions on their faces and asked in a low voice. I have never doubted you before. Shang Ruai looked at the two of them with a cold look in her eyes, until I smelled a familiar smell on Qian Jinyan, the jade bone regenerating pill. I was born with an extremely sensitive sense of smell, and the jade bone regenerating pill was prepared by me personally, so when this smell appeared, I concluded that Qian Jinyan had met someone who had access to the jade bone regenerating pill. Anyone who could draw the blueprint of the He family must be a member of the He family. In this house, except for the 3 of you by my side, there is only Uni. Xiaoyao has been by my side all the time, so it naturally cannot be her. Then there are only the 3 of you left. Today I deliberately revealed to you the location where the king of Qi is imprisoned. If they go to the secret room to look for it, the spy is Uni. If they go to the woodshed, the spy is undoubtedly you too. Shang Ruai looked at them. In addition to the coldness in her eyes, there was also deep anger hidden in them. When I brought you back, I made it clear that if you betray me, I will never forgive you. Ying Xue and Xuanmei knelt on the ground and said in a deep voice, We too are sorry, young lady, but we have a blood feud that we cannot close our eyes in death if we do not avenge it. We feel guilty towards young lady in this life, and in the next life, we are willing to work like cows and horses to repay your kindness in this life. Another blood feud. How much debt does the Dinghua Palace owe? Blood feud? What feud? Ingxue was about to say it, but her hand was grabbed by Xuanmei. No. Ingxue thought for a while and looked at Shang Ruai again. After a moment, she turned to Xuanmei and said, "Since young lady is asking, let's talk to you." Xuanmei sighed and said softly, "Young lady, our family members were killed by the people in Dinghua Palace. My parents and brother were all slaughtered. Only the two of us sisters are left. How can we let go of such a blood feud? Then how'd you get in touch with Qian Jinyan? My parents and Mr. Qian all work for the Ling family." As soon as Ingxue finished speaking, she was pinched hard by Xuanmei. Ling family? Shang Ruai frowned. It's over. Ingxue's heart skipped a beat. How could she say the master's family surname? So, Tianyin Casino is also the power of the Ling family. This Ling family. Shang Ruai looked at them and said coldly, "Ling Feng, is he your master?" The two of them knew that they had said the wrong thing, and they kept silent. She took 2 steps forward and whispered, "You have been in the He family for so long. Do you think they are killing innocent people?" The two shook their heads. But what can this prove? Family members were killed, and all the evidence pointed to Dinghua Mansion. For so many years, they have firmly believed that it was Dinghua Mansion that destroyed their happy family. Could it be that because they have lived here for a few months, they have forgotten all the hatred for so many years? Or through this period of time, they feel that they are not such vicious people, so they will dispel their suspicion of Dinghua Mansion? It's impossible. Shang Ruai looked at the two of them and suddenly recalled the female assassin from Qiyu Villa who came to assassinate her. Qiyu Villa was in the western regions and Tianyin Casino was also in the western regions. The female assassin's words were exactly the same as Ingxue and Xuanmei's.
Could it be that?
So that's it. She finally understood why Ling Feng followed her in the western regions that day. It turned out that she had been calculated by them from the beginning. "You are from Qiyu Villa." Ingxue and Xuanmei's expressions froze. They knew that the young lady was smart, but they didn't expect that she could guess their identities at once. "Young lady." "That's right." Shang Ruai looked at them and whispered, "But I really want to know what kind of hatred there is between the Dinghua Palace and you. I wonder if you can help me solve this puzzle?" Ingxue and Xuanmei looked at each other and said, "Young lady, you are very kind to us two sisters. You have never even treated us as servants. We sisters are grateful. The hatred of exterminating our family is the grudge between us and the Dinghua Palace, and it will not be counted on you, young lady. So, you have been lurking around me for so long and have never attacked me." Ingxue nodded and said, "It was you from Qiyu Villa who instigated Aunt Zhao to poison and finally took Aunt Zhao and the other two away?" They nodded. "That's right. What happened back then?" The Ling family is the #1 embroidery shop in Jiangnan, and there are hundreds of embroiderers alone. Xuanmei and I are the servants of the Ling family. My parents are servants who have signed a death contract in the mansion. Back then, the Ling family offended the Dinghua Palace in some way. In just one night, hundreds of people in the Ling family died tragically, and even the babies in their cradles were not spared. Xuanmei and I were sent to serve the concubine outside that day. When we came back the next day, we saw the tragic scene in the mansion. The blood flowed like a river. It was miserable. When I went to look for my father and mother, I found their bodies and the bodies of my brother. My brother was only 4 years old. At their feet, there was a black token with the word Ding clearly written on it. According to the young master, there was more than one token at the scene. Looking at the wounds on their bodies, they were all injured by sharp blades. May I ask the prince's wife, in the entire Tianshan, who else can destroy the entire family overnight except the Dinghua Palace? Shang Ruai smiled and said when she heard this, "Just based on a token, you can be sure that it was the Dinghua Palace that committed this murder? How do you know it's not a frame-up?" "Miss, you don't know. This token is made of black iron, which is precious and hard to come by. In the whole Tianshan, I have only heard that the Dinghua Palace once had a piece of black iron and used it to make several tokens. So, who else could have destroyed the Ling family except the Dinghua Palace? It's just black iron. It's not the only one in the world. How rare is it?" Moreover, if it is as you said, this token is so precious, it must be kept close to the body. How could it fall so easily in such a conspicuous place? There are more than one. Such an obvious frame-up. I don't know what the stupid Ling Feng is thinking. After hearing Shang Ruoi's words, the Yingxue sisters were slightly shocked. Could it be that they have hated the wrong person for so many years? No, it's impossible. It's impossible. I kept telling myself in my heart that this was definitely not true, but my subconscious believed Shang Ruoi's words. Miss Wei. Just then, there was a flame outside the courtyard, and an unpleasant smell drifted over. Crown Princess, it's bad. They poured kerosene outside. Yuan Tian said in a cold voice. It seems that they are planning to attack by force. Crown Princess, should we bring Prince Qi and Princess Xiang out? Shang Ruoi shook her head and said in a deep voice, I think the general named Wang Zheng didn't want his master to be alive. You mean? That's right. Shang Ruoi snorted coldly. Prince Qi has great power in southern Xinjiang and will definitely be suspected by the emperor. Now is the best opportunity to cut the grass and eradicate the roots. If the king of Qi died here, it would give southern Xinjiang a reason to send troops to Tianshan. The southern Xinjiang emperor's move killed 2 birds with 1 stone, which was really brilliant. Princess, what should we do now? When the enemy comes, we must fight him. When the water comes, we must block it with earth. Shang Ruoi looked at Yuan Tian and said, since the emperor of southern Xinjiang wants him dead, we will let him live. You are dreaming if you want to burn everyone to death in this fire. She came to the room where the king of Qi was imprisoned and said with a smile, Your Highness, it seems that you have offended many people. The king of Qi felt severe pain all over his body. He looked up and saw that it was Shang Ruoi. He looked back without leaving a trace, and his brows slightly frowned. Where is the person who saved them? Why is it her? Who is the prince looking for? She looked behind her and said in a daze, The prince is looking for that maid. Hearing her say this, the king of Qi couldn't help but feel depressed. It seemed that he was exposed. You know everything? The prince is really hidden, and he even planted spies around me. Humph, so what? Didn't you find out after all? The king of Qi laughed at himself. It seems that I can't escape. Shang Ruoi smiled. Prince, I didn't intend to take your life before, and now it's still the same. Oh, ridiculous. You don't want to take my life. What are you doing now? Although I imprisoned you here, I didn't torture you, let alone do anything to harm your life. But now, someone really wants to take your life. Hearing this, the king of Qi frowned. What do you mean? Your Highness, as subordinates are pouring kerosene outside right now, trying to burn everyone in this mansion to death. They know that you are in my hands, but they still want to do this. Why do you think that's the case? The king of Qi frowned even more deeply. He had lived to this age and was accustomed to all kinds of conspiracies and intrigues. In just a moment, he understood what she meant. You mean my subordinates want my life? Not only that. She found a chair in the room and sat down. Her tone was light, but with an unquestionable firmness. Besides these subordinates who want to replace you, is there anyone else in southern Xinjiang who wants you to die here? The king of Qi was shocked. Your Majesty, it was your Majesty. Besides him, who else could control Wang Zheng? He looked at Shang Ruoi with a deeper gaze. This woman was really not simple. She analyzed the situation so thoroughly that even he could only think clearly after her suggestion. Why are you telling me all this? Does the prince want to make a comeback? Shang Ruoi's lips curled slightly, and a dark light flashed in her beautiful eyes. What do you want to do? At this time, the soldiers outside the courtyard were pouring kerosene, and a young general stepped forward. General, if we do this, what should the prince do? We haven't rescued the prince yet. If the people in Dinghua Palace are forced into a corner, they may attack the prince and the princess. Wang Zheng heard this, and a smile of success flashed across his eyes. Attack? It's better to do it. His Majesty didn't want the king of Qi to go back alive. Although he thought so in his heart, he pretended to be worried and said, If we don't teach them a lesson, they really don't take us seriously. The face of my southern border has been trampled underfoot. If we continue to be indifferent, it will really become a joke.
But
Before he could finish, he was interrupted by a figure who came quickly. General, the kerosene has been poured. Shall we light it now? Wang Jing looked ahead. He stepped forward and shouted loudly. Listen, everyone inside. If you don't hand over the prince and the princess, I will burn down your house. If the prince and the princess make any mistakes, we will raze your He family to the ground and kill you all. He deliberately made the words unpleasant to anger the He family. He thought privately that it would be better to kill the old man so that he could save himself some effort. After he finished speaking, the gate of the courtyard was still closed. A triumphant smile appeared on the corner of Wang Zheng's mouth. He waved his hand, and a soldier handed him a flaming arrow. In that case, don't blame me for being rude. Just as he was about to draw his bow, several young generals came over. General, wait a little longer. The prince has not been rescued yet. If you burn down this house like this, what should we do if the prince dies in it? Yes. General, wait a little longer. How can we wait? This general came with the order of His Majesty. We must take down the He family, otherwise we will all be beheaded. Wang Zheng waved his hand, and several soldiers under his command stepped forward and dragged the young generals away. Just when he thought his plan had succeeded, he heard a click and the originally closed door slowly opened, and the figure of the king of Qi appeared from the dark. Prince! A voice with a little surprise shouted. It's the prince. Wang Jing thought to himself that it was not good, and he must not let him live. He narrowed his eyes and made up his mind. He drew his bow and shot an arrow. The action was quick and neat, and the arrow flew away with the sound of breaking through the air. Your Highness, be careful. A young general shouted loudly. General, it's Your Highness. Wang Jing looked at the flying arrow with grim eyes. The king of Qi was injured and had difficulty moving. He could not dodge in time by himself. Just when the arrow was about to hit him, Yuan Tian fell from the sky, and the long sword in his hand turned out a sword flower and directly knocked the arrow to the ground. The king of Qi stepped back a few steps and whispered, Thank you. Your Highness, there is no need to thank you. My princess said that this incident can make Your Highness see some things clearly. Your Highness will naturally know how to thank her. The king of Qi smiled palely. He was really predicted by Shang. He did not expect that the emperor he loyally assisted wanted him dead, and the subordinates he brought up also wanted him dead, while he was still thinking about how to help him conquer the country and expand his territory. It was really sad, so sad. I once laughed at the Ding Palace, following a blind monarch and being loyal to him. Now I think that my situation is worse than that of the Ding Palace. At least the Ding Palace was only exiled, and there was still a place to live. On the other hand, I was not only plotted against by His Majesty, but also betrayed by my subordinates. Wang Zheng's eyes were cold. Just one step away from killing him. He clenched his fists, and the bow and arrow in his hand squeaked. The soldiers behind him who were taken away looked at him strangely. They could see clearly that it was the prince who came out first, and the general started to draw the bow. Could it be that the general had an unruly heart towards the prince? General, now that the prince has been released from the Ding State Palace, should we still light the fire? Wang Zheng snorted coldly and whispered, Why not? I have never said that as long as the prince is released, I will not burn her house. Yes. He took the torch and was about to throw it under the courtyard wall. At this moment, a strong internal force attacked them, and the torch flew backwards in an instant and landed on the barrel on the truck where they were carrying kerosene. The flames ignited instantly, and a gust of wind blew the sparks away. Some sparks just fell on the soldiers who poured kerosene, and the fire was like a prairie fire, instantly enveloping them. For a time, wailing and shouting filled people's ears. You are going too far. As soon as the words fell, a sneer was heard. Who is going too far? Shang Rui's figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. Not only did you bring so many southern Xinjiang soldiers to invade my territory, but you also wanted to massacre my entire family. Regardless of whether Qingzhou has already belonged to southern Xinjiang, you have no reason to do such a thing. She was dressed in a red dress with a white fox fur cloak on the outside, and her black hair fell to her waist like a waterfall. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, I'm afraid everyone would sigh. There was no such thing in ancient times, and the world has never seen it. It is so magnificent and beautiful that it is beyond praise. Shang Ruai stood behind the king of Qi and smiled faintly. Can your highness see it clearly today? The king of Qi did not speak or move, but just looked at Wang Jing opposite. Feeling the gaze of the king of Qi, Wang Jing narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice, "Since my Nanjiang has conquered Qingzhou, everything here belongs to my Nanjiang, including this house. As long as I want, it will be razed to the ground in an instant." What a big tone, General Wang Jing. Are you still asleep? Shang Ruai sneered. Back then, you Nanjiang were defeated by the Dingwa Palace. Why did you come to the He family full of women to find a place? The general is really a man with backbone, a man of iron will. Shang Ruai's words made the Nanjiang soldiers blush. There were so many of them, but they couldn't even beat a woman. It was impossible to say that they were not ashamed. Yuan Tian couldn't help laughing out loud. The crown prince's wife really didn't use any dirty words when scolding people. Humph. If we hadn't cared about the safety of the prince and the princess, we would have rushed into your He family long ago. It's just a small house. Do you really think you are an iron wall? His eyes fell on the king of Qi. Prince, I am grateful for your kindness, but today we are facing a powerful enemy. I am afraid I will let you down. The words sounded nice, but didn't they mean that you didn't want to care about his life or death? Shang Ruai sneered and said, Everyone thinks that a military general is a reckless man. I only know after meeting the general today that this rumor is not credible at all. General Wang Jing might as well be a counselor and aide instead of a military general, doing all kinds of shameful things. What did you say? Isn't my meaning clear enough? She sneered. You just want to kill someone with a borrowed knife so that you can replace him. Why do you have to make yourself sound so noble? Her words were direct enough, and the young generals behind him heard it clearly, and they looked at Wang Jing with even more suspicion. Stop trying to sow discord. Wang Jing was furious when his thoughts were exposed, and he shouted loudly, Soldiers, listen to my orders. No matter what the cost, we must raze the He family to the ground, no matter if they are from the He family or alive. Yes, sir. Except for the confidants of King Qi, the other soldiers shouted loudly, Follow the general's orders.
Kill, kill, kill.
Wang Jing picked up the bow again and shot at the courtyard wall coated with kerosene. It's over. Everything is over. After today, the Dingwa Palace will completely disappear from the world, and he will become the first king of a different surname in southern Xinjiang. Just as he was dreaming, the smile on his lips suddenly froze on his face. Where's the fire? They had poured so much kerosene. How could it not burn at all? The torches thrown by other soldiers did not ignite the kerosene. Shang Ruoi had an expression on her face that should be so, which made Wang Jing's eyebrows jump. You again. What did you do? Maybe the general's kerosene is not easy to use. She had ordered people to sprinkle flame retardant powder, and the kerosene was impure, so of course the fire could not burn. Seeing this, the king of Qi couldn't help but secretly rejoice that he didn't fight her to the last step. This woman had too many trump cards, and he had to admit that he was not her opponent. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little depressed. He was once defeated by the war king Yuan and his son, but now he couldn't even beat the daughter-in-law of their He family. It was really cowardly.
Kill.
Wang Jing shouted angrily. Kill one, and I'll reward you with 100 taels of silver. 100 taels. Upon hearing this, the soldiers of southern Xinjiang picked up their knives, and tens of thousands of soldiers rushed towards the He family. Shang Ruai waved her hand, and dozens of secret guards stood on the courtyard wall, each holding a large box filled with grenades.
Fire.
Her palm fell, and dozens of grenades were thrown towards the opposite side like rain.
Boom, 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 boom.
Explosions sounded one after another, and for a while, the smoke billowed, and the people who rushed to the front were all killed. Some died, some were disabled, and it was so miserable. On the battlefield, swords are ruthless. and life and death are in an instant. After the second wave of grenades fell, the soldiers of southern Xinjiang no longer dared to rush forward. Wang Zheng looked at the corpses on the ground, and his heart was horrified.
What kind of monster was that thing?
He looked up in the direction of Shang Ruai, only to see her standing there motionless, with dozens of secret guards standing behind her, and she was like a king, looking at them as if they were a group of ants. The king of Qi trembled and said, "Withdraw the troops, I will withdraw the troops, and don't fight anymore." "Your Highness, do you remember what you promised me?" Shang Ruai said lightly. "Remember?" The king of Qi slowly closed his eyes and sighed. "I promise you. A general's success is the result of the sacrifice of thousands of soldiers. Your Majesty must know this truth. If there is a war, the people will suffer the most.
Today you met our He family.
If it were someone else, they might really die in your hands. I promise you that I will never attack the city." Shang Ruai nodded. "Your Majesty, I believe it, but if your Majesty breaks your promise, I will activate the poison in your body. I promise that no one in this world can cure this poison except me." Hearing her say this, the king of Qi gritted his teeth. He didn't expect that he would be controlled by others in the end after being so powerful all his life. The king of Qi stepped forward and said loudly, "All generals, listen to my order. Retreat."
What?
Wang Zheng's heart trembled.
Retreat?
They finally fought here, and now they have to retreat? The wealth and glory that is within their reach, are they going to give up like this? No way. His eyes darkened, and he winked at the deputy general behind him. The deputy general quietly took out a hidden weapon and looked at the king of Qi, who was walking slowly towards them with a gloomy look. 3 steps, 2 steps, 1 step.
Now.
He pulled the mechanism, and a dagger flew towards the king of Qi at a very fast speed. The sudden change made everyone's face change. Villain behavior. Shang Ruai's body flew into the air, and with a wave of her hand, a dagger flew out, but the dagger was faster and was about to hit the king of Qi. At this moment, a white feather arrow flew at a very fast speed like a stream of light, and it just knocked the dagger to the ground. The dagger shot by Shang Ruai flew towards the deputy general.
Puff.
The dagger went straight into the heart of the deputy general. White feather arrow. The prince. The prince is back, Yuan said in surprise. At this moment, the ground was faintly shaken. Yuan could not help but stand there in a daze, muttering, "Iron Feather Guard. It's the Iron Feather Guard." The Iron Feather Guard is the guard of the Dinghua Palace. It is because of the Iron Feather Guard that the Dinghua Palace is invincible on the battlefield. Any one of the Iron Feather Guards can fight 100 people alone. Shang Ruai looked into the distance and saw a black cavalry rushing towards them. The man at the front of the team had a mixture of shock and anger in his eyes. He waved his whip and held a golden bow in his hand. "He Jingheng." Shang Ruai finally smiled a little. This was the first smile from her heart in such a long time. Wang Zheng looked at the black team and couldn't help sweating. How could the Iron Feather Guard appear here? He was overwhelmed by Shang Ruai alone. If He Jingheng and the Iron Feather Guard were added, the defeat today would be certain. Soon, the black cavalry came close, and the well-trained team lined up in a row. Although the number of soldiers was less than 1/10 of the soldiers in southern Xinjiang, the momentum was more compelling than that of the army. He Jingheng. Shang Ruai's voice was very weak, but it still reached He Jingheng's ears. He exerted force on his feet, flew forward, and landed directly beside Shang Ruai. Looking at her slightly pale face, he couldn't help but be furious. Feeling the anger of the prince, Yuan lowered his head and dared not speak. "Are you injured?" Shang Ruai shook her head. "I just feel a little tired." "You have a good rest, leave this to me." He Jingheng stepped forward, stood beside the king of Qi, and whispered, "Your Highness the king of Qi is so powerful, taking advantage of this prince's absence. He actually bullied me." His voice was extremely cold, as if it had been quenched by ice. Since he appeared, the king of Qi's eyes fell on his legs. Shocked. "Your leg?" He Jingheng glanced at him. "How?" Your leg is actually healed. He murmured. How is it possible? Such a serious injury. Even the tendons are broken. How can it be restored to its original state? Even if the medical saint is alive, I am afraid he can't do it. He Jingheng smiled contemptuously. How did my leg recover? Don't worry about it, King Qi. Wang Zheng was also very shocked by He Jingheng's leg, but compared with the shock, the fear and anger in his heart were even greater. Now that He Jingheng has returned and brought back the Iron Feather Guard, the He family is even more untouchable. At this moment, Shang Ruai suddenly felt dizzy, and everything in front of her seemed to begin to blur. She staggered. Everyone's attention was on He Jingheng and the Iron Feather Guard, and no one noticed that she was wrong, but her slightly shaking body fell into Wang Zheng's sight. He curled up a sneer at the corner of his lips. Isn't the opportunity here? He quickly pressed the mechanism of the hidden weapon on his wrist. Silver light flashed, and a small sleeve arrow came quickly. Shang Ruai sensed the danger coming, and she wanted to dodge, but her feet could not move at all. He Jingheng frowned, flew up, and grabbed the feather arrow. Just when everyone's heart was hanging, Wang Zheng raised a bloodthirsty smile, and the next moment, a very thin silver needle flew out from the sleeve arrow and stabbed toward Shang Ruai's heart. This unexpected change surprised everyone. Shang Ruai didn't care about anything else. Just as she was about to hide in the space, she suddenly found that she had lost contact with the space. What happened? There was no time to think about it, and the silver needle was already close. At this moment, two familiar figures appeared in front of her. It was Yingxue and Xuanmei. The silver needle went straight into Yingxue's body.
Puff.
A mouthful of blood spurted out. Yingxue's body fell backwards, her eyes closed, and she was unconscious. Shang Ruai was anxious, but her consciousness gradually became chaotic, and the next moment her consciousness gradually sank into darkness. After an unknown amount of time, Shang Ruai slowly woke up. Is this space? She rubbed her dizzy head and tried to sit up from the grass. She struggled for a long time, but couldn't move at all. She sighed in frustration. This time she was exhausted, probably because she used too many things in the space, and she didn't know what was going on outside. She slowly closed her eyes, feeling her body's strength gradually recovering in the space. She felt tired, and her head became more and more dizzy. That's it, after being tense for so long. It's time to have a good rest. Her consciousness completely escaped into the darkness, and the outside world was completely in chaos at this time. After she fainted, He Jingheng seemed to be crazy. All the deputy generals and soldiers of Wang Zheng's lineage were strangled to death by the Iron Feather Guard. King Qi and his soldiers wanted to stop them, but they didn't have the courage to speak. After all, He Jingheng was already bloodthirsty. The king of Qi was terrified. Although he had fought with He Jingheng, he had never fought face-to-face with the Iron Feather Guards. Seeing 20,000 soldiers being slaughtered by thousands of Iron Feather Guards in a short period of time, he realized the horror of the Dingwa Palace. The king of Qi withdrew all the soldiers stationed in Qingzhou. At this time, the actual jurisdiction of Qingzhou had fallen into the hands of He Jingheng. Before Tianshuan's troops arrived, Qingzhou had been returned to Tianshan. After looking at the memorial in his hand, Emperor Tianshan swept the ginseng soup handed to him by the maid on the ground with a sullen face. Wen Gang, who was kneeling on the ground, did not even dare to raise his head. He wished he could not even breathe for fear of angering the emperor and losing his life. Call Situ Wen to me. Your Majesty, General Situ has been ill since he came back from Qingzhou. It is said that he was poisoned by some strange poison. The Imperial physician has examined him many times, but there is still no improvement. Where is Zhou Xiang? Bring him here. He was the one who promised me that there would be absolutely no problem with the Dingwa Palace. I will punish him for deceiving the emperor. Your Majesty, Lord Zhou Xiang, like General Situ, was also poisoned. Tell them that even if they have to be carried, they must roll over to see me. Yes.
En gang hørlig rettrated.
If he stayed any longer, he would be afraid that his head would really be moved. At this moment, Shang Yan and the Duke of Jinghua came to ask to see Emperor Tianshan. Congratulations, Your Majesty. We have heard that the soldiers from southern Xinjiang have retreated, and Qingzhou has been returned to Tianshan. The small country in southern Xinjiang must have been intimidated by Your Majesty's majesty, so it returned Qingzhou intact to Zhao. After Shang Nian finished speaking, he felt a cold gaze on him. His body trembled. Did he say something treasonous? He thought carefully about what he had just said. It was full of flattery. There should be nothing that offended the emperor. The Duke of Xinghua glanced at him with a rather unhappy expression. The old man Shang Nian actually said what he wanted to say. At this moment, he found that the emperor's face was extremely dark, and he couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "What happened to the emperor today? Congratulations?" Emperor Tianshan sneered. "Where does this joy come from?" Shang Nian paused and said hurriedly, "Of course it is because Qingzhou has been returned intact to Zhao. The people are spared from the suffering of war, and the people live and work in peace and contentment, which is of great benefit to the court. Your Majesty does not have to worry too much. It can be said that many joys have come. Haha. The jade is returned intact to Zhao. The jade is returned intact to Zhao." He said coldly, "Your Excellency Shang is right. The jade is indeed returned intact to Zhao, but don't forget, this world belongs to the He family. It is my world, not He Jingheng's. It is not the Dinghua Palace." Shang Nian was shocked when he heard this. What does this have to do with the Dinghua Palace? Look. He threw the memorial on the table down. The Duke of Xinghua hurriedly picked it up, and after a quick glance, he exclaimed, "Rebellion! Rebellion! It's the Iron Feather Guard. Didn't they say that the Iron Feather Guard had disappeared? How could they reappear?" And they appeared in Qingzhou silently. Shang Nian's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He walked forward, and after taking a look, his heart sank to the bottom of the valley in an instant. What's going on? He knelt on the ground with a plop. "Your Majesty, I don't know about this, Your Majesty. Since the birth of that rebellious girl, I have never taken care of her. I don't know anything about this."
Please understand.
"Your Majesty, Prime Minister Shang is in the capital, and he must not know about the things in the exile place." The Duke of Xinghua whispered, "Prime Minister Shang has devoted himself to the court. Please understand." Emperor Tianshan was furious, but the court was in need of people at this time, and it was he who nodded in agreement to marry Shang Ruoi, the concubine, to He Jingheng. Who would have thought that a mere concubine's daughter could have such great abilities? At this moment, they came to report that the crown prince He Lingxing wanted to see him. Emperor Tianshan nodded. "Let him in." As soon as He Lingxing walked into the Imperial study, he saw two people kneeling on the ground and a pile of ginseng soup not far away. "Your son pays homage to His Majesty. Stand up." "Thank you, Your Majesty." He Lingxing stood up, looked at his still gloomy face and whispered, "I heard about it on the way here."
What do you think?
"Your son thinks that the titles of all the people in the Dinghua Palace should be restored, and they should be reinstated and recalled from their exile." He Lingxing whispered, "It is better to have them under your nose than to be far away in the borderland." Upon hearing this, Duke Xinghua and Shang Nian hurriedly stopped him and said, "Prince, this cannot be done. The Dinghua Palace plotted treason. How can their crimes be pardoned and allowed to return to Beijing?" He Lingxing did not reply, but looked at the emperor and whispered, "Please make the decision, Your Majesty." Emperor Tianshan frowned and whispered, "Let's do as the prince says." Indeed, instead of letting them expand secretly in the borderland, perhaps it would not take many years for him to hand over his throne to them. Any clues about the firearms? Father, according to informants, the firearms seem to have been developed by He Jingheng's wife. What? It's that little concubine's daughter again. Upon hearing this, Shang Nian lowered his head even lower, wishing he could bury it directly into the ground. "My dear Shang, you really have a good daughter. Your Majesty, I know my crime." "What crime have you committed?" Emperor Tianshan sneered. "But this person has lived under your nose for so many years, and you didn't notice it at all. I don't know if she hid it too deeply or you, as a father, are too useless." Emperor Tianshuan's words made Shang Nian even more ashamed, and his body was still shaking until he left the imperial study. At this time, Emperor Tianshun, and he Ling were the only ones left in the Imperial study. Shinger, if you recall her to the capital, are you confident that you can get the firearm? If they can get the firearm, they will be invincible in the future when expanding their territory, and they can really unify the world. Father, this firearm comes from the concubine of the Shang family. If you want to get it, I'm afraid it will take some trouble. Upon hearing this, Emperor Tianshun sighed and said leisurely, if there was no exchange of marriages, I can now give this concubine of the Shang family to you as a concubine, which is 1,000 times better than the legitimate daughter of the Shang family. He Ling heard this, his eyes flickered, and he just said softly, Father, now the matter is done, but the firearm is extremely important to Tianshun. I will try my best to find the firearm. In fact, the reason why they pardoned the Dingwa Palace was not because they had made contributions to defending the enemy, but just to get the firearm that could shock the four directions. On the same day, the pardon edict was sent to Qingzhou by 800 miles. At this time, Shang Ruai was still in a coma, and the most worrying thing was that she showed no signs of waking up. Everyone in the He family came to visit her every day. He Jingheng stayed by the bedside without leaving. On this day, Hiyuni came over with the old princess. Jingheng, the old princess whispered, is Roy showing any signs of waking up today? He Jingheng shook his head, no. Hiyuni looked at Shang Ruai, who was pale on the bed, with tears in her eyes. Brother, what happened to my sister-in-law? He Jingheng said nothing, but just looked at Shang Ruai. The old princess sighed. She is too tired. No matter what, it is because the people in our Dingwa Palace are too useless. With the enemy at the door, no one can go to the front to help. There are obviously men in the family, but a woman is needed to risk her life to protect and run around to plan. Grandma, please go back and rest. When Roy wakes up, I will send someone to tell you. Hearing this, the old princess knew that he was upset and didn't want to say more, so she had to take Hiyuni away. He Jingheng stretched out his hand and wanted to touch her face, but looking at her face as pale as a porcelain doll, He Jingheng took his hand back.
Ruoyi, I'm sorry.
He choked a little and said, it's all my fault. If I hadn't left you alone, it wouldn't have become like this today. He grabbed her hand and felt the cold temperature on it. He quickly put her hand into the quilt and carefully tucked the back corner. Winter has not yet passed, and the temperature is still very low. Even if the floor heating in the room is burning very vigorously, Shang Ruai's hands are still as cold as ice. He Jingheng frowned and shouted loudly, someone. Doctor. Where is the doctor? As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Tainyanki carried the court doctor to the room quickly. Prince, the court doctor is here. The court doctor didn't even tidy up his clothes, and his hair was messy, but seeing the prince's anxious look, he didn't care about anything else and ran to the bed with the medicine box. He first felt her pulse, then opened her eyes and took a look, and couldn't help but be horrified. This is clearly not a few days left. What's wrong? The court doctor looked heavy-hearted and knelt on the ground in panic. Prince, please forgive me for my incompetence and inability to save the crown princess. What did you say? He Jingheng was furious, clenched his hands tightly, and tried his best to suppress the urge to kill. Say it again. The crown princess's pulse is weak, which is a sign of dying. Her pupils are dilated, which clearly means she won't live for many days.
Impossible.
She is not injured or poisoned. How could she become like this? The crown princess is like a natural death, not caused by external factors. The court doctor had never encountered such a situation and was very puzzled. The crown princess's body is like that of a centenarian at this moment. Nonsense. The court doctor hung his head and dared not speak. He Jingheng's voice was very loud, and Yun Tian and Yun Qi outside the door heard it clearly, and even the old princess and Qin heard it. Jingheng, what's going on? Qin walked forward and looked at Shang Ruai on the bed. Ruai still can't wake up? He Jingheng sat on the bed, staring at the doctor, as if he wanted to eat him alive. At this time, in the space, Shang Ruai was lying quietly on the ground, and she could not perceive anything outside the space. Her consciousness was floating in a void space, as if 100 years had passed. At this time, there seemed to be a voice calling her in her ears. Ruai, Ruai. Wake up, Ruai. Wake up quickly. Countless voices appeared in her ears, and Shang Ruai's consciousness slowly returned. She slowly opened her eyes. At this time, everything in the space seemed to be still. She slowly got up and found that there seemed to be many crystal-clear particles floating in the space. Shang Ruai walked closer and touched it lightly. The particles were like bubbles, breaking at the touch. The energy contained in it scattered in the space. Every time she smashed a particle, Shang Ruai felt a force entering her body. Not long after, she felt that her originally weak body was gradually filled with strength and even had a tendency to overflow. Just when she smashed another bubble, the energy in her body could no longer bear it, and it spread to the surroundings and landed on a herb. The herb shook for a moment, and then it grew visibly. Shang Ruai was surprised. At this moment, all the particles floating in the air broke apart, and countless pure energies fell from the air. Bathing in the energy waterfall, she felt warm and comfortable. How could there be so many changes in the space? She strolled in the space, feeling as light as a swallow, and all the previous fatigue was swept away. At this moment, a low cry came from outside the space, and Shang Ruai's mind moved. Ruai. It was He Jingheng's voice. She looked outside the space and saw him looking at her, his eyes red, his face haggard. Ruai, what happened to you? Shang Ruai never thought that she would see He Jingheng crying in her lifetime. She slowly raised her hand, trying to wipe away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and suddenly found herself still in space. With a slight movement of consciousness, she flashed out of the space, her consciousness gradually returned, and the person who had been unconscious for a long time finally slowly opened his eyes. Jingheng. A slightly weak voice appeared. He Jingheng suddenly raised his drooping head and looked at the person on the bed in shock. Ruai, you're awake. He was about to call the court doctor, but she grabbed his wrist. No need. Shang Ruai smiled. My medical skills are much better than the court doctor's.
How do you feel now?
Shang Ruai nodded. Nothing. You don't have to worry. He Jingheng did not mention what the court doctor said before, for fear that everything in front of him was her last breath. She sat up, and her body suddenly felt exhausted. It seems that she consumed too much energy before, which made her very weak now. Even with the blessing of space, it is only her consciousness that is repaired, and the fatigue of the body still needs to be rested. I'm a little hungry, she said softly. I want to drink porridge. Yuan, go and make porridge.
Yes.
I'll go now. Shang Ruai smiled. Yuan is a grown man. How can he make porridge? He Jingheng took her hand. Ruai, let the court doctor take a look so that I can feel at ease. I'm really fine. Are you still not confident in my medical skills? Looking at the tangled look on his face, Shang Ruai shook her head. If you are not at ease, let the court doctor come. Hearing that, Shang Ruai woke up, except for those men. Everyone in the He family came to her room. Sister-in-law, your illness really scared us to death. He Yuni's voice was tinged with tears. Look, I can't eat well, I can't sleep, I've lost weight. Song Fangji has been silent since the last incident. Although she stood far away with a child in her arms, the concern in her eyes was genuine. Qian and the old lady, needless to say, gave many instructions, and everyone was willing to leave only after hearing the court doctor's diagnosis that there was no major problem. Are you relieved now? He Jingheng said nothing, just staring at her steadily. Why are you looking at me like this? At this moment, He Jingheng suddenly stretched out his hand and pinched her face. Ugh, it hurts. Shang Ruai shook his hand away, covering her slightly red face. What are you doing? I've never seen a woman as bold as you. Those are soldiers from southern Xinjiang, tens of thousands of them. Do you know what will happen if you are not careful? God knows when he received the tip-off, his heart almost stopped beating. He didn't dare to think about what he would do if something happened to her. The situation was urgent at the time. My grandmother was old, and there were only women in the family. If I didn't find a way to deal with the southern Xinjiang soldiers, this yard was not a copper wall and iron wall, and it would be breached. At that time, let alone the people protected by the He family. Even my grandmother and others would not be able to escape the murderous hands. What will young and beautiful women like Uni face? I believe you know better than me, Shang Ruai said in a light tone. Although those days were difficult, she didn't complain. Ruai, thank you for your hard work. He was about to hold her in his arms when he heard a noise at the door. Princess, the porridge is ready. Yuntian walked in with a happy face. The kitchen said that the temperature is just right now. He walked into the room and saw his master staring at him with a gloomy face. Prince, give the porridge to me. He glanced at him and said, You can go now. Hearing this, Yuntian hurriedly put down the tray and retreated. Jing held the bowl, scooped up a spoonful of porridge, and tested it at the edge of his mouth. The temperature was just right. He had never served anyone before, and although his movements were a bit clumsy, Shang Ruai felt particularly warm. At this time, Yunqi whispered, Prince, the people in this exile land gathered outside the mansion and sent a lot of food, saying that it was for the princess to replenish her body.
No.
Jing fed the last spoonful of porridge into her mouth. If it weren't for protecting them, she wouldn't have fought so hard and lost half her life. When he thought of the doctor's previous diagnosis, he felt that the blood in his body had coagulated. A sign of impending death. When these 4 words appeared, he felt scared for the first time in his life. No matter how strong the opponent was or how difficult the predicament was, he had never felt the slightest fear. He even thought that only the weak would be afraid. But now he clearly realized that perhaps she had become his weakness since a long time ago. Everyone is kind-hearted. What are you doing? Shang Ruai pushed him and turned to say, Get my cloak. I said no, it's no. Jing frowned. Do you know how cold it is outside now? You haven't recovered yet. If you catch a cold again, do you want me off to death? No. 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 Shang Ruai looked at him and couldn't help laughing. I really want to see what you look like when you are angry. But she stretched her hand to the side. Xiaoyao, who had returned, looked at the two of them hesitantly, not knowing whether to pass the cloak in her hand over. Shang Ruai. Jing said angrily. I told you not to go, did you hear me? TSK. Shang Ruai rolled her eyes at him. You try to yell at me again.
Me.
Yuntian and Yunqi saw the frustrated look on their master's face for the first time. Yes, it was frustrated. In the end, Shang Ruai still went outside the mansion. Crown Prince's consort. The Crown Prince's consort is here. Crown Prince's consort. Before, people either called her the host or the lady, and no one ever called her the Crown Prince's consort. After all, the Dingwa Palace no longer existed. If she was called the Crown Prince's consort again, if someone with ulterior motives heard it, she might be accused of disobeying the emperor's order, and she would be beheaded. But at this time, in their hearts, the Dingwa Palace that protected Tianshan appeared again. They would rather risk being beheaded to give her the most honorable status. Thank you for your protection, the Crown Prince's consort. We will always remember your kindness and virtue. Thank you for your protection. The Crown Prince's consort is so righteous. As they spoke, the people, who were getting more and more excited, knelt down one after another. Shang Ruai was shocked and said quickly, Please stand up. It's just a small effort. You don't have to do this. And now that the Dingwa Palace is gone, you must not call me the Crown Prince's consort. Crown Prince's consort. You are the Crown Prince's consort in our hearts. It is a great blessing for us to be blessed by the Crown Prince's consort. Yes, the Crown Prince's consort is so kind. These days, they can see clearly that if it weren't for Shang Ruai's protection and the protection of the secret guards of the Dingwa Palace, they would have been killed by the soldiers from southern Xinjiang. They heard that many people died in Qingzhou City, and the soldiers from southern Xinjiang burned, killed, looted, and committed all kinds of evil in the city. If it weren't for the Dingwa Palace's willingness to take them in and fight to the death with them, they would have died long ago. In the past few days, the shops in the town and the county were closed, so they went to the mountains to catch some prey and sent them to her. Crown Princess, we don't have anything to show off. Now the weather is very cold, and there are no fruits. We went to the mountains to hunt some game for you. You can try it. If you like it, we will go to hunt again. Shang Ruai looked at them, her heart warmed. I appreciate your kindness. There is everything in the mansion, and there is no shortage of food. Take these prey and divide them up. Crown Princess, these are our honor to you. How can you take them back?
Honor?
Shang Ruai's mouth twitched. She didn't seem to be old enough to use this word. At this moment, He Jingheng came out, and everyone's eyes fell on his legs. Crown Prince, is the Crown Prince's leg healed? In the hearts of the people of Tianshan, the Dinghua Palace is the god of war and the patron saint of the entire Tianshan. Although it was exiled, its status in their hearts remained the same. Previously, the Dingwang was missing and the prince was disabled. In addition to regret, they were more worried and heartbroken. Now the prince's leg injury has healed. This time, the southern border invaded and marched north to defend the last checkpoint of Qingzhou. It was still the Dinghua Palace. If there were no prince and the prince's wife, how could the southern border stop after swallowing Qingzhou? The whole Tianshan would be dragged into the war. Thank you, Prince and Princess, for saving my life. Shang Ruai coughed twice, and He Jingheng's face darkened. He whispered, the prince's wife is not feeling well, so go back and rest first. We accept your kindness. He waved his hand, and the guards stepped forward and took the game into the palace. At this time, a group of guards came out carrying a lot of food. It's cold today, and there's less food. Those soldiers from southern Xinjiang should have plundered all the food in your home. You can take these rice and flour and divide them first. After this period of time, Qingzhou will prosper again, and then there will be no shortage of food. Everyone knelt down after hearing this. Thank you, Crown Prince and Crown Princess. After everyone left, Shang Ruai turned around and wanted to go back to the mansion. At this moment, her body flew into the air, and the smell of black bamboo filled her nose. She was hugged by He Jingheng. What are you doing? Shang Ruai whispered. Put me down quickly. He Jingheng glanced at her, without saying a word, and directly carried her sideways into the mansion. Shang Ruai struggled in vain, so she had to bury her head in his chest. Shame. Too shameful. Along the way, all the guards turned their bodies away. Are you kidding me?
Who dares to stare at me at this time?
Isn't this waiting to be gouged out by the Crown Prince? Back in the room, He Jingheng gently put her on the bed. At this time, Shang Ruai's face was slightly red, which was very beautiful. He Jingheng clenched his hands and finally did not make any extra movements. You have a good rest, I'll go take care of some things. After saying that, without waiting for Shang Ruai to speak, he left directly, and that action actually had a bit of the meaning of fleeing. After He Jingheng left, Xiaoyao walked in, holding a bowl of ginseng soup in her hand, and said softly, Miss, Ying Xue and Xuanmei want to see you. Shang Ruai paused. I will reply to them now. After saying that, Xiaoyao prepared to leave.
Wait.
Shang Ruai whispered. Let them in. Yes. Soon, two figures walked in. Mississippi Ying Xue and Xuanmei both knelt on the ground. Miss, please punish us. Shang Ruai's eyes fell on Ying Xue. Looking at her pale face, she couldn't help but recall the scene when she blocked in front of her without hesitation when the hidden weapon attacked. You guys go. Shang Ruai said in a low voice. Mississippi, I brought you here. I don't want to kill you. I'll let you go today as a way of repaying your kindness in saving me that day. From now on, we are even. But there is one thing I need you to do. Shang Ruai said coldly. Go back and tell Ling Feng that he can either come to see me in person or wait for me to kill him in person. Do you think I am a soft persimmon? Miss, we know we are wrong. Ying Xue felt a dull pain in her heart when she heard her drive her away. Xuanmei burst into tears. Miss, we are willing to put aside our past grudges. We only ask you not to drive us away. Shang Ruai shook her head when she heard this. I've said it before, if you are unfaithful once, you will never be used again. If you have second thoughts, I will not stay with you anymore. Seeing her cold expression, Ying Xue and Xuanmei knew that there was no room for redemption. They kowtowed 3 times to her back. After leaving the He family, Ying Xue whispered, Xuanmei, are we really wrong? I don't know either. She shook her head. For so many years, we have lived in hatred, and everything we did was to avenge our parents and brother. Although the time I spent with the young lady was also for revenge, it was the happiest and most relaxed time of my life. Let's go. The things the young lady asked us to do are not finished yet. At this moment, her hand touched the package, and she was moved and quickly opened the package. She didn't know when 2 porcelain bottles appeared in the package. She followed the young lady all day, so she naturally knew what was in the 2 porcelain bottles. One was a pill for detoxification, and the other was a pill for restoring physical strength. Young lady. Yingshue's tears fell instantly. They did something to let the young lady down, and even had a plan to follow her, use her, and deceive her from the beginning, but even at this time, the young lady still thought of her. Xuanmei, from now on, our lives belong to the young lady. Shang Ruai stirred the bowl of ginseng tea, and didn't drink it for a long time. Miss, this ginseng tea is cold. I'll change it for you. Shang Ruai put down the ginseng tea, and shook her head. Go away. Miss, I have put 2 bottles of pills in their luggage as you ordered. Yes. She turned her eyes to the window, and was suddenly stunned. It was snowing. Peony, bring my cloak. Miss, what are you doing? Xiaorao immediately became alert. Is the young lady going out? If the prince knew that the young lady went out to enjoy the snow on a snowy day, who knows what he would do? Miss, your body has not recovered yet, so it's better not to go out. Nothing, go out and take a look. She put on her cloak and walked out the door. It was snowing heavily today. Looking at the white ground, Shang Ruai couldn't help laughing. I don't know how long it has been since I saw the snow scene. I remember the last time I stood in the snow and admired the snow scenery was in my previous life. After several months of missions, they finally finished and gave themselves a long vacation. They agreed to climb a snowy mountain and stand on the top of a mountain to see all the other mountains. Such beautiful memories can only be kept in their hearts. If there hadn't been that betrayal, they might have climbed that snowy mountain again. No, not anymore, never again. I don't know how long it had been. Just when she was about to go back to her room, she suddenly heard an angry shout. Shang Ruai. Shang Ruai turned around and saw He Jingheng walking towards her with a dark face. I just came out to get some fresh air. I'm too lazy to listen to your explanation now. He strode forward, lifted her up and walked into the room. Shang Ruai felt that her internal organs were displaced and said angrily, Put me down quickly. He Jingheng turned a deaf ear to her and took her back to the room. He waved his hand, and the door closed. Yunqi, who ran behind him, saw this and couldn't help but sweat for her. How long has it been since I saw the prince get so angry? He Jingheng put her on the bed, his chest heaving violently. Although he was very angry at this time, his hands were very gentle. Do you want me off to death? I just went out to see the scenery. How did I you off? He Jingheng heard this and said angrily, You are not well yet. How long have you been awake? I am a doctor. I know my body best. You don't have to worry. Haven't you heard the saying that doctors don't treat themselves? Shang Ruai was choked by his words and glared at him. I want to rest now, Prince. Please go back. She lay down, turned around, and faced him with her back. The next moment, the quilt behind her was lifted. Shang Ruai's body stiffened. Her body was surrounded by the rich scent of black bamboo. She had never been so close to someone lying together. What are you doing? She whispered. I'm tired and want to sleep. He closed his eyes and said no more. In the face of his hooliganism, Shang Ruai didn't say anything. For some reason, she felt sleepy when she smelled the faint scent. She slowly closed her eyes and her breathing became even. He Jingheng slowly opened his eyes and looked sideways. He saw that she was curled up in the bed. This posture made her look like a little pitiful. He Jingheng thought about it and moved his body inside a few times. Seeing that she didn't move, he slowly reached out and held her in his arms. Shang Ruai buried her head in his arms, breathing on him one by one. He Jingheng swallowed his saliva and almost fled out of the room. Shang Ruai slowly opened her eyes. Where was the tiredness in her eyes? A triumphant smile appeared at the corner of her lips, and she turned over and fell asleep. Jing came to the training ground and said to Tian and Yunqi, "You two, come here." "Prince, what do you want?" "Fight with me."
What?
"Fight with the prince?" They looked at each other. What's the difference between this and seeking death?
Prince.
Before they finished speaking, Jing swung his palm. The two of them hurriedly stretched out their hands to block it. After dozens of rounds, Tian was knocked to the ground by him. Yunqi had been specially trained by Shang Ruai before, so he lasted a little longer, but he was no match for him at all. Jing's palm method today was very fast, and they didn't even have the strength to protect themselves. Ahem. Yunqi covered his chest and clasped his fists and said, "The prince is very skilled in martial arts. We can't defeat him." Jing frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "Why did your martial arts regress? Do you want to go back for special training again?" The two of them lowered their heads quickly. "Please punish me, Prince." Jing still felt a fire burning in his body. At this moment, Tian whispered, "He must have been kicked out because he didn't get any benefits from the prince's wife, so he took it out on us." His voice was so low that even Yunqi, who was standing next to him, didn't hear it clearly, but Jing heard it clearly. Tian only felt a fascinating gaze falling on him. Before he could react, he heard Jing's voice, "I think you don't need to go back for training. This prince has nothing to do, so I will train you well." "What? The prince trained them? Is that training? It's clearly a way to get killed." It was not until the evening that Shang Ruai slowly woke up. This time she woke up completely different from the daytime. Her physical strength had been fully restored. Not only that, she also felt extremely comfortable, as light as a swallow. Could it be related to the energy particles in the space? At this moment, a strange force appeared in her body. She felt a sharp pain all over her body. She pressed her hands on her chest, as if countless needles were moving around in her heart. She cried out in pain. Her face was as pale as paper, and beads of sweat dripped from her forehead. "It hurts. It hurts too much. It hurts more than cutting the flesh with a knife." The pain lasted for a long time and finally stopped slowly. Just when she thought it was over, she felt even more intense pain, as if countless steel knives were moving around in her body. Without caring about anything else, Shang Ruai went directly into the space. She finally didn't have to endure it and cried out in pain.
Ah!
The intense pain almost made her faint. Finally, the pain slowly eased. She lay on the grass, gasping for air. At this moment, a pungent smell came. She slowly raised her hand and looked at the sticky stuff covering her body. This scene seemed familiar. Was it to remove all the impurities in the innermost part of the body? No wonder it hurts so much. She wanted to lie down for a while to recover her strength, but the smell on her body was really unbearable. After cleaning herself up, she came to the spiritual spring to drink water. Looking at her reflection in the pool, the corners of her lips curled up. The skin on her body and face was much more delicate than before. At this moment, Xiaobai came over. Shang Ruai touched its head and said with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work some time ago." Her eyes fell on Xiaobai's body and found a wound on its leg, which should be left in the previous fight. "You are injured." Shang Ruai couldn't help but laugh out loud. "So many of your subordinates are not injured, but you, the boss, are injured. I think you should give up the throne of Tiger King." Xiaobai whimpered in grievance. Shang Ruai put her hand on the wound, wanting to comfort it, but at this moment, she suddenly felt the strange power in her body gathering towards her palm. She looked at her palm, and a white mist emerged. At the moment this power appeared, all the tigers in the space stood up and ran towards her. Xiaobai walked up to her and kept rubbing his head against her palm. Shang Ruai put her palm on its head and saw that the white mist instantly penetrated into its body. The hair on Xiaobai's body emitted a visibly bright light, and the wounds on his body healed quickly without leaving any trace. She looked at her palm in disbelief. She could feel that this power was exactly the same as the power in the energy particles that appeared in the previous space. The other tigers squatted around her, looking at her expectantly. Shang Ruai was a little helpless. It was hard to imagine that she saw flattery and fawning on the faces of a group of tigers. The group of tigers saw that she was slow to move, and they couldn't help feeling aggrieved. Shang Ruai had no choice but to wave to them. Seeing this, the group of tigers were about to run over like crazy, and they heard a low roar from Xiaobai's throat. Hearing this, the tigers hurriedly stopped and looked at it in horror. Xiaobai stood in front of her. Shang Ruai roared again, and all the tigers retreated in disgrace. The next scene made Shang Ruai stunned. The tigers began to line up like humans. Are tigers so smart? Shang Ruai stretched out her hand and gently pressed on the head of each tiger, trying to mobilize the power in her body. Every tiger has been baptized by the power, and its physique and fur have undergone very obvious changes. The tigers that have absorbed the power all ran back to their own territory and fell asleep happily. It seems that the power in her body can be used to heal patients, both internal and external injuries. At this time, Xiaoyao's voice came over. "Miss, are you awake?" Shang Ruai came out of the space and whispered, "Come in." "Miss, do you feel better?" Xiaoyao looked at her face and couldn't help but be stunned. "What's wrong?" Xiaoyao looked at her face for a long time, but couldn't explain it. She just smiled and said, "I can't explain it either, but I think the young lady seems to be more beautiful. In short, she is different." Shang Ruai stood up. "It's completely healed." She looked outside the door. "Where are Yuntian and Yunqi?" Xiaoyao's face looked a little unnatural when she heard it. "What's wrong?" "Miss, go and take a look." "What happened?" "Yuntian and Yunqi are being punished by the son-in-law." Shang Ruai couldn't help but get interested when she heard it. Before she arrived at the back school, she heard bursts of wailing. When she came closer, she saw Yuntian standing there with a bruised face. "What's wrong with your young master today? What's wrong with him?" Shang Ruai looked at his face and couldn't help laughing. "What a good face. Tut tut tut. If it weren't for this dress, I'm afraid I wouldn't recognize you." Yuntian smiled bitterly and said nothing. Who knows what's wrong with the young master? He Jingheng heard her voice, tapped his toes, flew down the ring and landed opposite her. "Why did you come out?" He reached out and gathered her cloak. "You are not afraid of freezing." Among the people who fought with He Jingheng, there were several leaders of the Iron Feather Guard, all of whom were highly skilled in martial arts. Although they knew that Shang Ruai was their mistress, they did not know much about her. They only knew that she was the concubine of Shang Xiangye. Although they looked respectful on the surface and bowed to her, they were not convinced in their hearts. However, it must be said that the appearance of this prince's wife is first class. Looking through all the noble ladies of Bailey, no one can compare to her in terms of appearance or temperament. But she is the daughter of Shang Nian, who is mortal enemies with their Dingwa Palace, and I don't know why the prince likes her so much. My health has improved a lot. I heard that you were in the training ground, so I wanted to come and see you. She looked past him and looked at the huge fighting ring. Shang Ruai smiled and said, "How about a match?"
"What?"
Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Fight with their prince? Is this prince's wife not smart? Fight with me? He Jingheng smiled and said, "Are you sure?" "Why, you don't dare." He Jingheng curled his lips slightly. "Let's fight, but what's the prize?" "If there's a prize." Shang Ruai smiled and pointed, and saw a white tiger standing in the wind not far away. The secret guards who have been in the He family all know that their prince's wife has raised a group of elusive white tigers, but how could the Iron Feather Guards know? When the white tiger appeared, a general of the Iron Feather Guards reacted quickly and rushed up with a long sword. Before Yuntian could say no, he saw the white tiger dodge his long sword at a very fast speed. Before he could turn around, the white tiger had come behind him, and the tiger's paw with a sharp palm wind slapped his back. "Don't hurt the vital parts," Shang Ruai said lightly. A trace of regret flashed across the white tiger's eyes, and the tiger's paw dropped 70% of its force and landed on his back. Zhou Yu, the third commander of the Iron Feather Guard, had a sweet and fishy taste in his throat, and his body fell to the ground in a very embarrassed state. He just wanted to get up, but he saw the white tiger's paw pressing on his back, with a victorious attitude. Shang Ruai smiled. Keep your claws. A grievance whimpering sound came out of the white tiger's mouth, and everyone was very surprised to see this. They had never seen such a spiritual tiger, not to mention such a strong attack power. Ordinary tigers only know how to attack. How can they know how to use tactics? Shang Ruai was also very satisfied with its performance and waved to it. The white tiger threw Zhou Yu away and ran to Shang Ruai happily, squatting in front of her, sweeping its big tail, just like a loyal dog. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. Shang Ruai patted her head, and the energy in her palm was secretly sent into its body. The white tiger squinted its eyes in enjoyment. Seeing this, He Jingheng raised his eyebrows slightly and couldn't help but be curious. How did she tame these beasts? No one knew that at this moment, the energy in her palm appeared, and all the animals within 100 miles began to get agitated. Zhou Yu stood up and looked at the white tiger that stepped on him under its claws, lying next to the prince's wife, like a well-behaved cat. He was really shocked. He felt the strong force of the white tiger when it slapped him, and that force was after the prince's wife reminded it to bear the force. If it was slapped down, I'm afraid that today's broken bones and tendons would be the lightest, and maybe even my life would not be saved. His eyes fell on the prince's wife. How strong would this prince's wife be if she could tame such a ferocious white tiger? I'll use this white tiger as a prize. What do you think? He Jingheng heard it and nodded. The white tiger heard it clearly and snorted a few times in displeasure. Shang Ruai patted its head. Don't worry, I won't lose you. She looked at He Jingheng. What about the prince? What is the prince's prize? He Jingheng saw a cunning look in her eyes, smiled and said, This prince will use these 3,000 iron feather guards as the prize. How about it? What? Using the iron feather guard as a prize? That's the iron feather guard. The iron feather guard that is famous in the 4 countries and is feared by everyone. How could it be used as a prize? Prince. The commander-in-chief hurriedly said, Please think twice, Prince. There are 40,000 people in the Iron Feather Guard, and they're just one of the teams, but they are the elite team in the Iron Feather Guard. What if the prince really loses them? Moreover, the prize of the prince's wife is just a white tiger, and they are only worth a tiger? Shang Ruai looked at them, TSK, and said reluctantly, Well, considering that you are exiled, you probably don't have anything good to show, so I won't force it. Nothing good? The Iron Feather Guards were almost mad when they heard it. This woman actually looked down on them. He Jingheng smiled. Of course, I don't have as rich a background as my wife. Everyone. When did their prince become so slick? Why do they always look at them coldly? Shang Ruai stepped on her toes and landed on the stage like a butterfly. He Jingheng knew that she had her own secrets, such as the internal force in her body. When they just got married, he was sure that Shang Ruai did not have any internal force in her body, but she was very familiar with the skills of close combat. It was really strange that she suddenly had internal force now. Moreover, this internal force was so deep that it would be impossible to practice without more than 10 years or even decades of hard training. She did nothing, but this internal force seemed to fall from the sky. That's right, it fell from the sky. I heard from Yuan Tian and others that she practiced this internal force in her dream after sleeping. How could there be such a magical thing in the world? But such a magical thing really appeared in front of him. It's only been more than a month since I practiced internal force, and I didn't expect it to be so strong. But what's the secret? What? More than a month? What secret can make you use Qinggong freely in more than a month?
Can you teach them?
But if it was only a month, she must be far inferior to their prince, and the Iron Feather Guards finally put down their worries. No wonder the prince said to use us as the prize. He must know that the prince's wife is definitely not his opponent. A person who has only learned martial arts for a month dares to compete with the prince. Does she really think she is a god? I saw that the prince can compete with her with one hand. It seems that the white tiger is definitely in the prince's pocket. Yuan Tian, who was standing aside, heard this and looked at each other. Why do they feel that this is not the case? Although the prince's wife has only practiced internal strength for a month, her profound skills are not much worse than the prince's, and the prince came out of the room in such a mess and took his anger out on them, which must have displeased the prince's wife. Now that the prince agreed to compete with the prince's wife, he might want to use the Iron Feather Guards to apologize to the prince's wife and please her. Now it seems that the Iron Feather Guard is doomed to lose. They feel that they have been defeated. He Jing flew to the ring and smiled and said, "Please show mercy, madam." Shang Ruai raised her hand and said, "I won't take advantage of you. Just attack." She swept her eyes over the Iron Feather Guards below the stage. She was determined to defeat the Iron Feather Guards today. "Madam, do you have a weapon that suits you?" Shang Ruai drew out the short knife from her waist, untied the ribbon at her collar with one hand, grabbed one side of the cloak with one hand, and threw it hard. The ink-colored cloak flew straight down, and Yunqi hurriedly flew forward to catch it. Without the cover of the cloak, her slender figure was exposed to the air. She was holding a short sword, and the moonlight shone on the blade, emitting cold light, making the already cold weather even colder. He Jingheng frowned slightly. "Wearing so little, do you want to freeze to death?" He came to the side of the ring, picked up a long sword, and swung it vigorously, and the scabbard flew out. The Iron Feather Guards in the audience were stunned for a moment when they saw this. When they were fighting, the prince never took out the scabbard. He would only show his sharp blade when he was serious. In an instant, he soared into the air, and the long sword in his hand suddenly attacked Shang Ruai. Shang Ruai waved the short sword to resist, and her palm felt a violent vibration, and her wrist felt a little painful. She had never fought with He Jingheng before, and she didn't expect him to have such great strength. Shang Ruai gathered her internal force in her palm and slapped him on the chest. Feeling the power in her palm, He Jingheng also separated a hand and collided with it. Both of them took a few steps back. Hiss! The onlookers couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Although they only fought for a few rounds, they had been with He Jingheng for many years, so they naturally knew that he was not letting her win. Just now, was I seeing things? Did the Crown Prince's wife and the Crown Prince fight to a draw? That's what I wanted to ask. They looked at Shang Ruai in amazement. Did this ancestor really only learn for more than a month? How is this possible? Such fierce moves, every move is a killing move. Even if they have been learning since it would be difficult for them to have such deep internal strength as she has today. Shang Ruai waved the dagger in her hand lightly. Her body was as light as a colorful butterfly. The sword light flashed, hissing through the wind. Her body pointed at the sword and rose up. The moves in her hand were extremely fast. Everyone only felt the silver light flashing. They could hear the sound of fighting, but it was very difficult to catch her sword moves. Only He Jingheng could see her moves clearly. He was slightly shocked in his heart, and did not dare to despise her at all. In a blink of an eye, more than 100 rounds had passed, and the two of them could not even tell the winner. Shang Ruai had the support of space, so she was not tired at all. However, it was impossible to tell who was better in such a stalemate. At this moment, she had an idea, and her mind flashed, injecting the mysterious power into her palm. Since this power can heal diseases, it might have other functions. In an instant, she was as light as a swallow, and her figure appeared in front of He Jingheng with a flash of thought. The short sword in her hand stabbed out. He Jingheng's pupils shrank sharply, and he quickly turned around to avoid the blade. He swung the long sword in his hand, and the weapons met. Suddenly, there was a crisp sound, and the long sword in his hand was cut into 2 pieces. The short sword attacked him with unstoppable momentum. Shang Ruai frowned slightly, withdrew the power, shook her hand. The tip of the arrow pointed at herself, and the hilt of the sword was against his throat.
Who?
Shang Ruai took a deep breath, and a bright smile appeared at the corner of her lips. I won. At this time, the whole school field could only hear the sound of the whistling north wind. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in shock. The prince actually lost. How is it possible? How is this possible? Their eyes all fell on the hilt of the sword against their prince's throat, with no other expression except shock. He Jingheng threw the broken sword on the ground, and a doting smile appeared on the corner of his lips. Yes, you won.
Boom.
The Iron Feather Guards were immediately in an uproar. Lost, the prince actually lost. Then, as the prize for this competition, didn't we lose along with the prince? Their eyes fell on the white tiger lying on the ground, and they saw it looking at the two people on the ring with a calm face, as if the result of the competition should be like this. They were not as good as a white tiger. Shang Ruai retracted the dagger and looked at the sharp blade. Forget it, I don't want your Iron Feather Guards anymore. After all, even if I win today, it will not be glorious. The dagger in my hand is made of cold iron, and you only have an ordinary long sword in your hand. The weapons are not equal, so you are at a disadvantage, aren't you? The Iron Feather Guards were delighted when they heard this. Just when they thought they didn't have to follow Shang Ruai, they heard their prince say, "A gentleman's word is as good as a horse. I will not regret using them as the prize." The hearts of the Iron Feather Guards instantly fell to the bottom. It's over, it's completely over. He stretched out his hand to the side, and Yunqi walked forward with a very stern look and handed the cloak in his hand to him. Jing took it and put it on her. "It's cold and freezing. You must not take it lightly." Everyone sighed again. Their prince was completely defeated. Shang Ruai turned and walked to the side of the ring, looking at the Iron Feather Guard. "You are all my soldiers from today. Do you have any objections?" "Objections? There are many. But how dare they say anything?" It was the prince who bet on them and lost. Shang Ruai's eyes fell on them and saw that although they were respectful on the surface, their eyes were full of dissatisfaction and whispered, "If you don't want to, you can raise it, as long as you can beat me." Everyone promise her? The prince can't beat him. How can they win? However, as the most special existence in Dingwa Palace, the Iron Feather Guard naturally has some arrogance. Zhou Yu did not say anything. After all, he could not even beat the white tiger of the Crown Prince's consort. However, as the commander-in-chief of the Iron Feather Guard, Bai Zhou was naturally unwilling to accept it. Bai Zhou stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Your Highness, Crown Prince's consort, Bai Zhou has something to say."
Speak.
Although the Crown Prince's consort defeated the Crown Prince, you are the Crown Prince's consort after all. When fighting with the Crown Prince may have some concerns, so he did not use his full strength. Although I am the Crown Prince's soldier, I am now assigned to your command. Bai Zhou is willing to obey, but there is a prerequisite. What prerequisite? The Crown Prince's consort must defeat our 3 commanders. As long as you can win, we are willing to follow you, without any second thoughts. Hearing this, the Iron Feather Guards all looked up at Shang Ruai with unwillingness in their eyes. Shang Ruai smiled. "Come on, I just want to meet the leader of the Iron Feather Guard." Shang Ruai looked at Jing. "It is said that the Iron Feather Guard is a sharp blade of the Dingwa Palace. Today, let me see how fast this blade of yours is." She pointed at Bai Zhou, Zhou Yu, and the second leader Yi Su. "It's getting late. The 3 of you come together." Come together? Hearing this, the 3 looked at each other and jumped onto the stage. Jing whispered, "Stop it, don't hurt anyone." Bai Zhou turned around, bowed, and said to Jing, "Please rest assured, Your Majesty, we will never let the Crown Prince's consort get hurt." For a long while, he didn't hear the Crown Prince's answer. He looked up and saw that their Crown Prince's eyes were on the Crown Prince's consort. Could it be that the words just now were used to instruct the Crown Prince's consort? "Don't worry," Shang Ruai said with a smile. "You, the Iron Feather Guard, are a gold nugget and a silver nugget." The 3 surrounded Shang Ruai in the middle, with sword flowers flying in their hands and sharp sword moves. Shang Ruai still had the short sword in her hand. After dozens of moves, she waved her palm and strong internal force gushed out. Zhou Yu was directly slapped away by her move and almost fell on the edge of the ring. Feeling her strong internal force, Zhou Yu immediately stopped attacking and stood on the edge of the ring. Shang Ruai looked at the 2 people opposite her. She gathered the strength in her body into her palm and punched out. The 2 people actually fell directly from the ring. Hiss! This internal force, even if they practiced for another 10 or 20 years, they would not be able to match it. After fighting with her, they could conclude that the prince should not have held back on her. They would not feel ashamed to recognize the woman who could defeat the prince as their master. The two got up from the ground and knelt on one knee. The next moment, all the Iron Feather Guards in the entire training ground knelt on the ground. Iron Feather Guards, swear to be loyal to the Crown Prince's consort until death. Swear to be loyal until death. Swear to be loyal until death. Seeing this, Shang Ruoyi raised the corners of her lips slightly, standing on the stage, her eyes shining like stars. Since you are willing to recognize me as your master, the first thing you have to learn is that military orders are as heavy as mountains, and the second thing. She looked at the Iron Feather Guards who were kneeling straight and said in a deep voice, "Status is a reflection of strength. You now have the title of the First Iron Cavalry, but in fact, you are not even a little bit worse." Her words made some Iron Feather Guards unhappy, but when they looked up at the three commanders who were beaten very badly, no matter how dissatisfied they were, they could only swallow it. Starting tomorrow, you will give up the halo of the Iron Feather Guards and hide among the common people. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. What would they do if they didn't become Iron Feather Guards? I will see you at the parade ground at 11 a.m. tomorrow. Yes. Although they did not know the purpose of the Crown Princess's action, they would absolutely obey her orders. After everyone left, Shang Ruoyi looked at He Jingheng and whispered, "Why do you want to hand them over to me?" She had sensed He Jingheng's purpose since she stood on the parade ground, so she proposed to compete with him. "You promised to help me train the soldiers before. Does that still count? Why let me train the soldiers?" Shang Ruoyi smiled and said, "You know I'm not a person who follows the rules. If your illness is handed over to me, it may not be the same as it was before long. No problem. Since they are handed over to you, they are your soldiers. Then I'd be disrespectful to refuse." Yuan Tian and Yunqi stood in the distance, with bruised faces and noses, and whispered, "Sure enough, we lost to them." Tsk. The prince actually gave up the Iron Feather Guards just to make the prince's wife smile. The next morning, before dawn, Shang Ruoyi came to the training ground. At this time, the Iron Feather Guards had assembled. Bai Zhou stepped forward, bowed, and said, 3,000 Iron Feather Guards have been assembled. Please give us your instructions, Princess. I said yesterday that from now on, the Iron Feather Guards will become a thing of the past. What instructions does Princess have?
Please tell me.
Shang Ruoyi stepped forward and said in a cold voice, "From now on, I will give you special training. You will become the real sword hidden in the dark. If you are separated, you can fight alone and fight 100. If you are together, you can cooperate with each other, reorganize the army, and be invincible." She walked in front of everyone. "I hope you can become such people. Are you willing?" Shang Ruoyi's words were like a military drum, hitting their hearts hard. Of course, they wanted such a person. "Crown Princess, we are willing." Bai Zhou bowed. Shang Ruoyi set her eyes on them, and her voice was slightly raised. "Are you willing?" "Yes."
Yes.
3,000 people in unison. She waved her hand, and Yuan Tian and others brought up several large boxes. "There are all pills in here."
What?
"So many pills. 20 pills each, 10 for injuries and 10 for detoxification. 20 pills, how can you eat them all?" Shang Ruoyi saw their faces and knew what they were thinking. "You think there are too many pills now, but when the special training really starts, you will probably feel that it is not enough, and you will have no place to cry at that time." Shang Ruoyi's lips curled slightly, and Zhou Yu saw the smile on her lips and couldn't help but shudder. For some reason, he felt that the Crown Prince's consort was more terrifying than the Crown Prince. The first level. Shang Ruoyi snapped her fingers, and everyone was alert. Dozens of tigers were seen walking slowly towards them from all directions. Zhou Yu's body stiffened instantly, and the wound on his back ached slightly. They looked at these tigers in shock. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe that there was someone in the world who could tame so many tigers. The most terrifying thing was that this person was such a young woman. Shang Ruoyi touched Xiaobai's head and at the same time poured her strength into its body. She whispered, "Without any weapons, without using qinggong, without hurting the white tiger and avoiding its attack, walk to the back door, and you will pass this level." Everyone frowned when they heard this. The princess meant that they had to rely on agility to avoid the tiger's attack. They looked around. There were dozens of tigers. If they could avoid one, they might not be able to avoid another one, and they might even be clawed by it. It doesn't matter if they get hurt, but I'm afraid they'll be killed in one. Shang Ruoyi sent energy into the tigers one by one. This time it lasted longer, and the beasts in the mountains became more agitated than before. Finally, the wolves in the mountains couldn't hold back any longer, and then several tigers in the mountains also came down the mountain and ran towards the place where the smell appeared. At this time, Shang Ruoyi, who still knew nothing about the situation on the mountain, shook her head at the chaotic training ground. You still dare to call yourself the king's teacher? After a long time, no one passed the test successfully. Not only that, several people had already taken 2 pills. Shang Ruoyi looked at Yuan and whispered, "You just keep an eye on it here." "Yes, princess." As soon as Shang Ruoyi returned to the courtyard, she was pestered by Hyuni. "Sister-in-law, please teach me. I will definitely learn it well. I don't have an apprentice like you who works for 3 days and rests for 2 days. She nodded Hyuni's head. "You'd better find someone else as soon as possible." "Sister-in-law." Hyuni wanted to say something else. Then she heard Jing's voice. "Do you have nothing to do? Why do you pester your sister-in-law all day long?" Hyuni pouted. She was still a little scared facing her brother. I just want to learn kung fu," Hyuni said softly. "Before, my sister-in-law was the only one fighting the enemy in southern Xinjiang. Although I was anxious, I couldn't help it all." "Yeah." Jing sat in front of the table and picked up a letter to read it. "You just don't make trouble, but you are fighting to the death. Have you ever thought that if you become a hostage, your sister-in-law will have to spend a lot of effort to win?" Hyuni rolled her eyes at him and was about to talk to Shang Ruoyi again and ask her to teach her martial arts. At this moment, a guard ran in breathlessly. "Your Highness, Princess, it's not good. According to my observation, a group of wild beasts are coming towards our village. Rather than saying it's a village, it's actually coming towards their He family."
"What?"
Hyuni exclaimed. "Did you see it clearly?" "Miss, it's absolutely true." Shang Ruoyi's mind moved. Could it be because of the energy in her space? After all, she had seen with her own eyes how crazy the tigers in the space were for energy. Jing said in a deep voice, "Don't come out of the room. I'll go and take a look." After he left, Shang Ruoyi asked the guards to send Hyuni back to the room where Xiao Huang was guarding, so there was no need to worry even if wild animals ran in. Shang Ruoyi came to the outside of the courtyard and stopped far away from the house. She gathered the energy in her palm and soon attracted a few rabbits and pheasants. After a while, Shang Ruoyi suddenly felt the ground shaking. Hundreds of wild beasts gathered towards her. Those wild beasts that were originally going to the He family suddenly changed their route and ran towards her. Countless wild beasts surrounded her in the middle, their eyes obsessed with the white mist in her palm. The Wolf King stared at her with cold eyes, and just as he was about to get closer, a white shadow suddenly appeared in front of her. Roar! The warning roar made all the wild beasts stop in their tracks. The little white tiger's eyes were wide open, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. At this moment, 2 white tigers coming down from the mountain slowly approached it. Little Bai kept growling in his throat, but the 2 white tigers kept provoking Little Bai under the stimulation of energy. Little Bai was extremely impatient. After getting a nod from Shang Ruoyi, he jumped up, and his huge tiger claws directly pressed one of the white tigers to the ground. The sharp nails pierced into the skin of the white tiger, and blood flowed. Seeing this, the other white tiger did not dare to move forward, and looked at Xiao Bai with fear in his eyes. Shang Ruoyi waved her hand and took the wolves, tigers, and lions here into the space. Shang Ruoyi sat on the chair, and the beasts were a little confused. "Where is this?" Shang Ruoyi poured the energy in her hand into their bodies. With just a little, the beasts could understand what she meant by speaking. "Do you want to have this energy often?" They nodded. Of course they wanted to. "If you want, then help me guard this village." Shang Ruoyi smiled and said, "Don't let other beasts attack the people here. As long as you can do this, I will regularly replenish your energy." She looked at the Wolf King in the wolf pack. There was a huge wound on his back, which had begun to fester. Shang Ruai walked forward and put her hand on it. As energy continued to flow in, the wound began to gradually heal. Although the beasts are not as intelligent as humans, they also know how to think. Feeling the changes in his body, especially the wound on his back that has begun to heal slowly, the Wolf King finally lowered his proud head and submitted. As for the other beasts, under the intimidation of Xiaobai, they naturally obeyed. Shang Ruai never thought that one day she would become a tamer, and she was also amused and helpless. However, if you want more energy, you can exchange it in other forms. The beasts looked at her in confusion. For example, if you help hunt, save people, or participate in battles and make meritorious contributions, these can be used to exchange for energy. Xiaobai almost laughed out loud when he heard this. How can the master tame the beasts? It's clearly abducting them and letting them work. But the beasts were extremely excited when they heard this. Xiaobai glanced at them and said, "You ignorant things, quickly put away your big teeth that are about to fly out of your mouths." It's really embarrassing for the beasts. He Jingheng and others came to the training ground, stood on the high platform and looked out. Where is the shadow of the beasts? The people who came to report were also very confused. They had just seen the smoke and dust, but now they couldn't see any hair. Is this what you said? Surrounded by wild beasts? This. At this time, a secret guard said loudly, "Prince, look. There are wolves and lions, followed by 2 tigers, coming towards us." Everyone became nervous after hearing this. The wolf pack was okay, but the lion pack was a bit tricky. Just when they were ready for battle, they heard a secret guard say, "No, there are 2 children over there." Everyone looked in the direction of his hand-break forehead. There were indeed 2 children playing there, and they didn't realize that danger was coming. At this time, even if they had wings, they couldn't fly over. Just when everyone felt sad for the 2 children, they saw the Wolf King and Lion King running in the front, running towards the 2 children. They were too far away and they couldn't shoot them even with bows and arrows. It's over. The 2 children will definitely be buried in the mouths of beasts. The Wolf King and the Lion King came to the 2 children and stopped suddenly. The 2 children were so scared that they couldn't even move. At this time, the Lion King and the Wolf King moved. They bit their clothes gently with their mouths, picked them up very gently, and put them in a safe place to ensure that they would not be hurt by the running wolves and lions. After doing all this, the Wolf King and the Lion King glared at each other, and there was resentment in their eyes that the other party was meddling and stealing their credit. After the wolves and lions behind caught up, they continued to run towards the village. I must not have woken up. A secret guard blinked, otherwise how could he see this scene? At this moment, a slap came over. "What are you doing?" He covered his face and said angrily, "Do you feel pain?" Another secret guard smiled and said, "I also think it's a dream, so I slap you to see if you feel pain." Not only them, but everyone was stunned by this. Even He Jingheng was somewhat shocked. Seeing them continue to run towards the village, the secret guards had already set up their bows and arrows. "Prince, do you want to shoot?" Yuan Tian asked. He Jingheng shook his head. "Wait a minute." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the wolf tribe, lion group, and tiger group suddenly split into 3 groups. The tiger stopped at the entrance of the village, the lion group ran to the south, and the wolf tribe guarded the north, and their house was in the east. "Report to the prince." A secret guard ran over and said in shock, "The beasts have settled around the village." At this moment, a sharp-eyed secret guard saw 2 figures slowly appearing at the entrance of the village. "Prince, it's bad. It's the prince's wife." Seeing this, the golden feather guards picked up their weapons and were ready to go to the rescue at any time. He Jingheng looked over and saw Shang Ruai walking leisurely with Xiaobai. "Prince, there are 2 tigers lurking there," Yuan Tian said in a deep voice. "Why don't I take a few brothers to meet them?" Yunqi rolled his eyes at him. "What's the big deal about 2 tigers? Didn't you see that there was a bigger, white tiger following the crown prince's wife? Besides, even if there was no white tiger, the 2 tigers would not pose any threat to the crown prince's wife." The next scene was unforgettable for everyone. The two tigers stood up quickly and came to the side of the road. Just when everyone thought there would be danger, the two tigers suddenly squatted on the ground, shaking their tails at her with a flattering look on their faces. Shang Ruai smiled helplessly and patted their heads. The energy entered their bodies, and the two tigers were extremely excited, shaking their tails even more vigorously. Those two, are they really tigers? They must be fake. How could they be tigers? They were clearly servants in front of someone's house. As Shang Ruai walked into the village, all the wolves and lions stood up and lowered their heads. Hiss. This is a salute to the crown prince's wife. He Jingheng's eyes were deep as he looked at the woman who was walking towards him step by step. At this moment, the Wolf King and the Lion King ran to Shang Ruai. The Wolf King opened his mouth, stuck out his tongue, and shook his big furry tail behind him. The Lion King squatted in front of her, looking like a pet. Shang Ruai stretched out her hand and placed it on their heads. Pure energy entered their bodies. The eyes of the Lion King and the Wolf King lit up. When Shang Ruai withdrew her hand, they bowed deeply again and then returned to their own territory. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. At this moment, Zhang Hu's voice came over. Miracle, miracle. He murmured in a trembling voice. Definitely a miracle. He Jingheng's eyes never left her from beginning to end. It would be a lie to say that he was not shocked, but he had long known that he, the prince's consort, was different from ordinary people, and today's scene did not seem so difficult to accept. The Iron Feather Guards were stunned. They were glad that they knew the situation and sighed that they had such a powerful master. Shang Ruai came to the parade ground, saw everyone looking at her, and said with a smile, "What's wrong?" "Princess, just now." Yunqi swallowed. "Those lions and wolves, are they yours too?" Shang Ruai nodded. "In the future, the wolf pack and lion pack will be responsible for the safety of the village in the north and south directions. The two tigers will be responsible for the west entrance of the village. As for the east, it is our He family." Shang Ruai's eyes fell on the secret guards. If so many people can't defend, it means you are not as good as lions and tigers. At this time, the secret guards in the parade ground had experienced the siege of southern Xinjiang with her, and they had long been convinced by her. In addition, after today's scene, they naturally had no objection to her orders. "I will definitely guard it well and not embarrass the crown prince's wife." He Jingheng walked up to her and smiled. "I really don't know how many things you still have that I don't know." "A lot." Shang Ruai looked at him with a secret joy in her heart. Perhaps He Jingheng already knew that she was unusual, but he never asked her about it. Last time when southern Xinjiang invaded, she took out so many grenades, and he never asked where those things came from. Since then, those beasts have settled here. At first, the villagers were scared to death. Later, they heard that these were pets raised by the crown prince's wives, specially used to protect everyone's safety. They remembered the scene when they were protected by tigers in the yard that day, and they all felt relieved. Sometimes, when someone's children ran away because of mischief, they would chase them back. Sometimes they would go to the mountains to catch some game and send it to the He mansion. After doing these things, they would wait outside Shang Ruai's yard. In the eyes of everyone, they wanted to be patted on the head by the crown prince's wife, but in fact they wanted energy. Of course, this matter was known only to them. These days, Shang Ruai always goes out early and comes back late. No one knows what she is busy with. Even when He Jingheng asked, she evaded the question. He Jingheng knew that she had a lot on her mind, so he stopped asking and let her do whatever she wanted. That day, Yunqi walked into the study and whispered, "Prince, the urgent edict of 800 miles has been delivered, and the Imperial envoy has arrived in the county." "Oh, so what? Mr. Su is here too." He Jingheng frowned slightly. "What is he doing here?" "Maybe he came to see the excitement." Yunqi pouted. It would be abnormal if Mr. Su didn't come. "Where is the crown prince's concubine?" Before dawn, the crown prince's concubine left with the Iron Feather Guard. When he said this, his tone was depressed. Obviously, He was the crown prince's concubine's secret guard, but she didn't take him with her, and even Qingdu followed her. Jingheng knew what he was thinking and rolled his eyes at him. What are you, a secret guard? Didn't I get left behind too? The Imperial envoy has sent several visiting cards. I wonder if the prince is willing to summon him?
No.
Jingheng sneered. What does he think our Dingwa Palace is? He demoted us when he said so, exiled us when he said so. Now that the smoke of war is everywhere, he feels that he can't do without us, so he finds an excuse to reinstate us. Who does he think he is, and who does he think our Dingwa Palace is? Yunqi concluded that the he mentioned by the prince was undoubtedly Emperor Tianshun. Shang Ruai took the Iron Feather Guard to a mountain stream under the cover of night. From today, for a period of 1 month, this will be your training place. Here? How to train here? Bai Zhou stepped forward. Crown Princess, I'm afraid this place is not very good. This mountain stream, except for its flat terrain, has no advantages, and there are even some poisonous snakes and insects around it. Really? Shang Ruai smiled mysteriously, pointing to a small purple flower in the distance. Pick it off.
Yes.
Bai Zhou finished speaking, and just after taking a few steps, he heard a click under his feet. The next moment, the scenery in front of him changed, and the small flower had disappeared. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several arrows flew out. Bai Zhou tapped his feet lightly, and his body flew into the air. He thought he had escaped, but he didn't expect that several more arrows were shot. One of the arrows flew past his body and cut a deep wound on his arm. He thought it was just a skin injury, but he felt dizzy after taking a few steps. He quickly took out an antidote pill and slowly recovered after taking it. When he returned to the original position, the small flower appeared in front of him again. Everyone was stunned when they saw this. Princess, this. I have set up many formations and mechanisms here. Don't underestimate them. Any mistake may be life-threatening. Shang Ruai said with a smile. I will ask Bai Hu to bring food every day. I will wait for you at the exit of the mountain stream in a month. She pointed to the passage in the distance and said, After passing the passage, I will give you new tasks.
Yes.
The Iron Feather Guards were excited and couldn't help but eager to try. Shang Ruai gave a few simple instructions and turned to leave. As soon as he returned to the mansion, he saw Yunqi standing there with a depressed look on his face. What are you doing here? Hearing Shang Ruai's voice, Yunqi came over and whispered, Crown Princess.
What?
I also want to train with the Iron Feather Guards. Shang Ruai raised her eyebrows slightly. Train together? Looking at his expression, Shang Ruai understood. Okay, since you want to go, I will let Xiao Bai lead the way, but let me be frank in advance, there is no turning back once the arrow is shot. There are many traps in the mountain stream. Whether you live or die depends on your own ability. Yes. Thank you, Crown Princess. At this time, Jingheng came over and glared at Yunqi. Yunqi, on the other hand, didn't see it at all. He turned around, saluted, and left with Xiao Bai. What are you laughing at? Jingheng walked up to her, looked at her, and said, You've taken away everyone around me. I'll have no one around me in the future. Are you going to be my secret guard? How can there be no one? Shang Ruai pointed to several trees around her and said, There are 9 secret guards on 4 trees. She turned to the tree where 3 secret guards were squatting and said, If you don't get down, the branch will break. Before the 3 of them could react, they heard a click and the branch broke. 2 people fell from the tree in a very embarrassed manner. Look, it's broken. Shang Ruai had a smug smile on her face. Seeing this, Jingheng couldn't help but stretched out his hand and pinched her face a few times. He said in a very low voice, I know you are unusual, but you should be more restrained.
What?
Shang Ruai's pupils shrank slightly. Otherwise, it will make your husband seem too incompetent. Shang Ruai was slightly shocked. What are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Jingheng didn't say anything, just smiled. Seeing the alert look on her face, Jingheng felt a little bitter in his heart. It seems that she still doesn't trust him enough. Nothing. At this moment, Yun Tian came over. Prince, the court is here again.
No.
Jingheng said coldly. There is no need to report such things in the future.
But what?
He Jingheng was a little impatient. For some reason, every time he stayed alone with Shang Rui for a while, all kinds of things came to him. But Mr. Su is here too. Mr. Su? Why did Su Zimo come with him? What's the matter with Su Zimo?
No.
He Jingheng said coldly. Let him go back. What are the people from the court doing? Shang Rui asked softly. He wants us to go back and continue to work for him. He Jingheng snorted coldly. He has a good plan. He waved his hand. Let them go away. Yuan Tian came to the village entrance and said to the people standing a few hundred meters away, the prince is not feeling well and will not see guests. Please go back. The person in charge of coming this time was Su Yuan, a second-rank minister. Su Yuan had no grudges against the Dingwa Palace and was considered upright in the court. He had previously come forward to plead for the exile of the Dingwa Palace. Emperor Tianshan wanted him to come, and He Jingheng would give him this face anyway. Su Yuan knew He Jingheng's temper very well. How could such an arrogant person agree to re-establish the Dingwa Palace in this way? Wouldn't that be equivalent to admitting the crime of treason in the Dingwa Palace? What is the reinstatement of the official position after making meritorious contributions? Clearly there is no crime, only merit. So he used the excuse that he was too old to travel long distances, and Emperor Tianshan had no choice but to send Zhongshu Ling Jingqi to come. He had been at odds with the Dingwa Palace for a long time, and he had received instructions from concubine Zhao, so he did not come here sincerely to confer the title. Before leaving Beijing, concubine Zhao had sent someone to tell him to find an opportunity to convict the Dingwa Palace of treason and disobeying the Imperial edict. To her, the Dingwa Palace was not the patron saint of Tianshan at all, but her son's death warrant. The Dingwa Palace was powerful, and if there was a rebellious heart, how could her son have a good end? She would not allow, and would never allow, any factors that would threaten the crown prince's ascension to the throne. For this reason, she would never allow anyone from the Dingwa Palace to return to Beijing. At this time, Zhengqi looked at Yuan Tian with anger on his face. Although he was far away, he could still feel the contempt in Yuan Tian's tone. Rebellion! Rebellion! Zhengqi said angrily. I came here with the Imperial edict, but He Jingheng refused to see me. He is really tired of living. Sir Zheng. Su Zimo stepped forward and pouted. Can I still go in? If not, I will go back first. I didn't sleep all night last night, and I am exhausted. Sleep, sleep, sleep. You only know how to sleep. We have been here for so long, and we can't even enter this village, and you are still sleeping. Zhengqi stared at him and said loudly, You should think of a way. Last night, the sound of stringed instruments in his room lasted until dawn. He must have been fooling around with those singing girls all night. He has been here for so long, and he either goes to the restaurant or listens to music in the mansion all day. He doesn't think of any way. People who don't know him would think he came here to travel. Facing his beard blowing and glaring, Su Zimo didn't take it seriously at all. They can't see He Jingheng, but he meets that ancestor every day. Last night, he was dragged into playing chess all night, and he could only get away by letting the singing girl sing in his room. He Jingheng, that, dragged him into the water when he didn't have a wife to accompany him. Sir Zheng, if you don't go back, then I will go back first. He yawned and walked towards a carriage. Stop right there. Zhengqi stopped him. Aren't you on good terms with him? Send something in. Maybe he will let us in for your sake? Su Zimo looked at him as if he was looking at a fool. Could it be that He Jingheng didn't know he was there? Without waiting for him to speak, Zhengqi pulled off the jade pendant from his waist and shouted to Yuan Tian, Tell your son to tell him that Su Zimo wants to see you. Yuan Tian was expected to come and take the jade pendant, but he just bowed and said, My son said that if Mr. Su comes, he will release the tiger to bite people. What the? Release the tiger to bite people? As soon as Yuan Tian finished speaking, the two tigers slowly stood up and looked at them with drooping faces. Zhengqi was shocked. Someone come. Su Zimo spread his hands. Look, what did I say? Let's go back to sleep. After speaking, he took back his jade pendant, glared at him secretly, and then turned and left. Seeing Su Zimo return to the carriage, Zheng Qi dared not stay any longer and hurried back to the carriage. Just kidding. If it was Yuan Tian who was walking towards them, he would not be afraid. After all, he was holding the Imperial edict in his hand, and the whole world belonged to the king. Even if it was He Jingheng, he would kneel down when he saw the Imperial edict, but it was different with tigers. How could a tiger care about an Imperial edict? Could it be expected that it could read? Yuan Tian returned to the mansion and told He Jingheng what had just happened. Shang Ruai smiled and said, "Let the tiger bite people?" She looked at He Jingheng. "Did you really come up with this?" He Jingheng glanced at Yuan Tian, and Yuan Tian hurriedly said, "Reply to the prince's wife. It was my subordinate who said nonsense." "Well done." Yuan Tian was delighted, and just as he was about to speak, he felt two eyes falling on him. He slowly raised his head and saw that the prince was looking at him with an unexpected expression. He was startled and hurriedly lowered his head. Zheng Qi and others returned to the post station, and they were so angry that they swept all the teapots on the table to the ground. Rebellion. It's really a rebellion. Sir, why don't we go back to the capital directly and say that the people in Dinghua Palace disobeyed the emperor's order and punish them directly? Isn't this what the imperial concubine meant? Zheng Qi frowned. Before leaving, the emperor suddenly notified that the young master of the Su family should accompany him. There must be a deep meaning behind it. Could it be that he was afraid that they would take revenge on each other and return home without waiting to see the people in Dinghua Palace, and then accuse them of disobeying the emperor's order?
No,
He said in a deep voice. Su Ziluo is still here. If we tell others about this, it won't be that they are disobeying the emperor's order, but that we have failed to fulfill our duties. It's not certain who will be punished. We were clearly refused entry by the Dinghua Palace. What do you mean refused entry? Where is the door to the Dinghua Palace? We haven't even entered the village, so where is the door? But it was clearly them who ordered the tigers to block the road, so we couldn't get in. The key point is that the tigers were not ordinary tigers. The rain of arrows shot by the archers did not hurt them at all. Hearing this, Zheng Qi slapped him on the forehead. Your brain. You also said that it was the tigers that blocked the road. Which eye of yours saw that the people of the Dinghua Palace ordered them? His eyes were deep. He didn't expect that their Dinghua Palace would have such deep scheming. Now it seems that the entire Exile land is the territory of their Dinghua Palace. He didn't know that it was more than just the Exile land. Now the whole Qingzhou is under the control of He Jingheng. From the moment they set foot in Qingzhou, their every move and every word was under his eyes. This matter needs to be considered in the long run. At night, a figure shuttled through the night sky. Su Zimo came to the entrance of the village. The two tigers saw that it was him, and they were too lazy to open their eyelids and fell asleep directly. TSK, 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 they are just two stupid tigers. Look how scared Zheng Qi and the others are. Hearing him say this, the two tigers, who had their eyes closed, opened their eyes instantly. Su Zimo walked forward a few steps and suddenly heard a low growl in his ear. He looked over and saw the tiger, which was originally drowsy, looking at him fiercely. What do you mean? Su Zimo took a step back, and the two tigers bared their fangs and rushed towards him without saying anything.
Ah!
Su Zimo's shout resounded throughout the village. When he arrived at He Jingheng's yard, the secret guards were startled. If they didn't look carefully, they would have thought he was a beggar. They saw that his outer robe was torn into strips, like rags. What are you wearing? He Jingheng glanced at him. Is this the popular style in the capital? Get lost. Su Zimo's face turned pale, staring at He Jingheng and said, I'm wondering, what do you keep in the Dinghua Palace? Okay, you can keep tigers, but what are the habits of the tigers in your palace? Why do they tear people's clothes? Why don't they let others wear them when they don't have robes? Yuan Tian, who was standing at the door, couldn't help laughing when he heard this. What are you laughing at? What are you laughing at? What's so funny?
Su Zimo said coldly.
Mr. Su. Yuan Tian tried to hold back his laughter, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. There are a few animal hairs stuck in your hair. What the? He touched his hair and found that there were a few rooster feathers stuck in it. He remembered that in order to avoid the tiger's pursuit, he hid in the chicken coop. He Jing, pay for my clothes. He shouted to Yuan, hurry up and get some hot water, I want to take a bath. Yuan looked at He Jing, and when he nodded, he went to prepare hot water. Shang Ruai came back from the mountain stream and heard a sound in the room. Just as she was about to go in and take a look, the door of the room was opened and Suzaku came out. He was wearing He Jing's clothes, and in his hand was the one that was torn by the tiger. Suzaku didn't expect to meet her face to face, and subconsciously hid the clothes in his hand behind his back. After all, the scene just now was really unsightly. Mr. Su, why are you here so late? She looked him up and down, with an intriguing expression on her face. Suzaku knew that she was thinking wrongly, and quickly waved his hands to explain. No, it's not what you think. What was I thinking? Shang Ruai smiled and said, what are you explaining so anxiously, Mr. Su? Suzaku's face flushed, and he said angrily, you two are too bullying. Shang Ruai rolled his eyes at him. What is Mr. Su talking about? I don't understand at all. You? Suzaku flicked his sleeves. If it weren't for the stupid tigers you raised, how could this young master be so embarrassed? Fortunately, there are only 2 of them. Shang Ruai raised her eyebrows and showed an ambiguous smile when she heard it. Stupid tigers? 2? Why, can you bring them here? He glanced at Shang Ruai. The 2 tigers were much more agile than ordinary tigers, and they would cooperate with each other. Otherwise, he would not be so embarrassed. I really can't bring them here. After all, they still have to guard the village. Shang Ruai finished speaking, and Suzaku said, I'm not bragging, I just don't want to hurt them, otherwise, They are just stupid tigers. How can I take them seriously? After the voice fell, a familiar roar came from not far away. Suzaku's heart was instantly hanging. At this moment, some black shadows suddenly appeared in front of him. The next moment, the black shadows became clearer and clearer. I saw dozens of tigers slowly walking out of the darkness. Before Suzaku could speak, Shang Ruai continued, but you still don't think it's enough? She snapped her fingers, and another group of black shadows appeared. In a few breaths, dozens of tigers appeared in front of him. At this moment, the tigers were separated on both sides, and a passage appeared. A huge tiger slowly walked out of the passage.
The roar just now was made by it.
The little white tiger stared at Suzaku, as if asking, was it you who just said we were stupid tigers?
Suzy mo balinket?
Was it too late to run now? Obviously, it was too late, because his legs could no longer move. Master Su, is this enough? Suzaku was almost crying, and he almost knelt down to kowtow to her. Aunt, I was wrong. The secret guards looked at him from the dark and curled their lips. Master Su could be so spineless. If Suzaku knew what they were thinking, he would definitely sneer at them. Backbone? How much silver is a pound of backbone? What's the use of that thing? Forget about calling her aunt. If she can send these tigers away, she can even let him call her ancestor.
Aunt.
Seeing that she didn't react, he quickly changed his words. Ancestor, I really know I was wrong. He didn't want his clothes to become rags again, and with so many tigers, he didn't know if it would be his clothes or himself that would be torn into rags. Shang Ruai heard this, smiled, waved her hand, and except for Xiaobai, the other tigers disappeared into the darkness again. She walked into the room and saw He Jing reading a book. Suzaku rolled his eyes at him. This guy was clearly watching a show, watching him being bullied by his wife. Fortunately, he was still a brother. Cut off the robe and break the ties. He Jing glanced at him, put down the book in his hand, stood up and walked to Shang Ruai. Seeing that she looked normal, he smiled and said, Do you want someone to cook some midnight snacks? Cook midnight snacks. What midnight snacks? Suzaku rolled his eyes. He almost became the midnight snack for the tigers. No need, you guys chat, I'm going to rest. He Jing heard this and asked Yuan to bring the cloak. What are you going to do? Suzaku looked at his actions and had a bad feeling in his heart. He Jing didn't say anything, but just put on his outer robe and walked outside. Tian walked up to him and made a gesture of invitation. Master Su, the Crown Prince's wife wants to rest, and the Crown Prince invites you to discuss matters outside.
What?
Where? Why did he feel like he had heard it wrong? To discuss matters outside? Which outside? In the yard? He walked out quickly and saw that He Jingheng was indeed standing under a dead tree in the yard. A gust of cold wind blew, and the dead leaves on the tree fell to the ground. No, there is not even a study in your house? He said in disbelief. Who would discuss matters in the yard? In this cold and snowy weather? Master Su, the study is connected to the Crown Prince's wife's bedroom. If you discuss matters inside, I'm afraid it will disturb the Crown Prince's wife's rest. Yuan Tian explained. The shock on Su Zimo's face was completely from the heart. He didn't expect that He Jingheng would one day do this for a woman. Don't you have guest rooms in your house? Can't we hold meetings in the guest rooms? Why do we have to hold meetings in the yard? Seeing that He Jingheng didn't say anything, he suddenly thought of the way Shang Ruoyi looked at him before, so he had to resign himself to sitting on the cold stone bench in the yard. What kind of fate do I have every day? The two of them discussed matters until late at night. When they were about to leave, Yuan Tian came over and handed Su Zimo a porcelain bottle. The princess said you will need it. What is this? This is a pill for treating typhoid fever. Su Zimo's chest rose and fell violently. What a black-hearted couple. He really wanted to have some backbone, throw away the pill, and turn around and leave. But how much is backbone worth to him? He snorted coldly, took the pill, and turned to leave. This time when he left, he deliberately took a detour and did not go through the village entrance. He came to the north and found a pack of wolves after walking for a while. He was so scared that he hurried back and came to the south. There were actually lions in the south. He wanted to use Qinggong, but there were many traps here. If one accidentally fell into a trap, he might as well fight with a tiger. He kept tossing until it was almost dawn before he returned to the post house. Seeing him come back so tired, the guards around Zhengqi hurried back to report. He's fooling around outside until late at night again. Zhengqi slammed the table fiercely. He's just a good-for-nothing. Who said he was good friends with He Jingheng? My lord, it was Master Su who said it himself. If Su Zimo, that was my grandson, I would beat him to death. Zhengqi said angrily. How could He Jingheng be good friends with such a... If they were really good friends, I would resign from the post of Zhongshu Ling. My lord, are we going tomorrow? Yes. Zhengqi narrowed his eyes slightly. Why not? Tomorrow not only will we go, but we will also bring the officials guarding here. I want to see if He Jingheng will even refuse to let the officials in. If so, it means that he has a rebellious heart and wants to secede. At that time, I will return to Beijing immediately and report him severely. By then, no matter what achievements he has made in Dinghua Palace, they will all be in vain. Your Excellency is wise. The next morning, Shang Ruoyi just got up and heard the baby crying one after another. Since she went to Bailing, the child she picked up has been taken care of by the old princess. Peony, what's the matter? Miss, the nanny beside the old princess said that Miss Weishi started to have a fever since last night and wanted to bring her to you to see what happened. Bring her in. The nanny brought He Weishi into the room. Shang Ruoyi looked at her for a long time and did not find anything unusual, but the child did have a high fever. She had no choice but to hold her hand and transfer the energy in the space into her body. In an instant, her crying stopped, and her eyes, which had been red and swollen from crying, looked at her. Seeing this, the nanny exclaimed in wonder. Could it be that Miss Weishi missed you, so she cried and wanted to see you? Shang Ruoyi smiled, watching the nanny tidying up her clothes, and suddenly a red mark fell into her eyes. Mammy, please go back first. Just leave her here. Shang Ruoyi said with a smile. I haven't seen her for a long time, and I miss her now. Yes. After the mammy left, Shang Ruoyi told Xiaoyao not to disturb anyone. She looked carefully at the red mark on her body. At first, she thought it was the mark of Qiyu Villa, but after a closer look, it didn't look like it. Instead, it looked like a butterfly, a leaf, and it seemed to be just a birthmark. Forget it. Maybe it's just a birthmark. She whispered. If I hadn't gone to deal with the plague last time, how could I have met her? After breakfast, the old princess sent someone to look for her. She was old and loved children very much. Now, she didn't want to be separated from her for a moment. After breakfast, Zhang Ruai went directly to the mountain stream. After only 2 days, those iron feather guards were all covered in dust, and some were even seriously injured. The iron feather guards who had not passed the first level saw her coming and bowed their hands dejectedly. Crown Princess. Why, you still can't pass the first level. Hearing her say that, the iron feather guards, who were originally very arrogant, looked a little ugly. Crown Princess, your mechanism is really too difficult. You have profound internal strength, so you naturally don't take these things seriously. However, our internal strength is low and cannot compare with you, so naturally we can't pass it. Internal strength? Zhang Ruai smiled. These mechanisms can be passed even without the slightest internal strength. How is that possible? Why is it impossible? Zhang Ruai stepped forward. Since you are not convinced, then I will demonstrate it to you. She clenched her palms, and there was a crisp sound from her body, and her internal strength was completely sealed.
Princess, no.
It's okay. Zhang Ruai smiled. It's just a small mechanism. It can't hurt me. She took a step forward. There was a sound under her feet. Countless arrows flew towards her. She danced with the dagger in her hand, shot down all those arrows, moved her footsteps. Each step was full of mystery. Facing the flying arrows, she seemed to have predicted it in advance. After a while, she passed the first level. Click, click, click. The mechanism in front of her returned to its original position. Zhang Ruai walked in front of them again, smiled, and said, "Without internal strength, can't you pass it?"
But
Zhang Ruai pointed to the various books on the stone platform and said, "The real elite is not just brute force, but must know astronomy and geography, not only martial arts, but also brains. Look at these books, remember, don't just know one thing but not the other, you have to read and understand them thoroughly."
yes.
After hearing what she said, they came to the stone platform and studied the mechanical gossip seriously. Bringing those iron feather guards who have lost their combat effectiveness back to the He family is equivalent to being eliminated, and they can only follow Zhang Ruai as iron feather guards. Zhang Ruai gave them some pills and allowed them to rest for 5 days. Although they were unwilling, they could only admit that their strength was not enough. She had just sat down and had not had time to catch her breath when she saw Xiaobai, who was lying on his stomach, stand up and look vigilantly in the direction of the wrong entrance. What's wrong? Wild beasts have a natural sense of danger. After experiencing the baptism of space, they are more sensitive to everything around them. "Princess, someone from the court is here." Zhang Ruai frowned slightly. "Where is he, Jingheng?" "The prince went out early in the morning." Yuan whispered. Zhang, who also came with them. "Where is Su Zimo?" "I didn't see Mr. Su. He must have caught a cold last night." Yuan was right. When Su Zimo went back, he fell asleep immediately. He felt cold all over after just 1 hour of sleep and had to force himself to wake up. "He Jingheng, you made me catch a cold. You deserve it that your wife won't let you in." After cursing for a long time, he took out the pills given by Zhang Ruai, ate one, thought about it, and ate another. There was one thing Yuan didn't tell him, that is, this medicine must not be taken too much, otherwise the person will be like fainting and can't be woken up. Now Su Zimo is still sleeping soundly in the inn. "Did your prince have any instructions before leaving?" "The prince said that if anyone comes, just follow your mood." Zhang Ruai heard it and smiled and said, "In this case, tell the guards not to stop them. As long as they can break in, let them come." She wrote a note and tied it to the leg of the gray sparrow, and the gray sparrow flew towards the mountains. When Zheng Qi arrived at the entrance of the village, Zhang Hu stepped forward and bowed, saying, "I am Zhang Hu, your humble servant. I am honored to meet the Minister of the Central Secretariat, Mr. Zhang." Zheng Qi stroked his beard. "I have come to his house in Xia village to read the Imperial edict on the orders of the Emperor. Unfortunately, there are wild beasts blocking the road. My people have tried many ways but are unable to drive them away. So, I have no choice but to ask Mr. Zhang to come and help." Upon hearing this, Zhang He said loudly, "Your Excellency, you don't know that since the people from southern Xinjiang came some time ago, there have been many more ferocious beasts in this village. It's terrifying. Your humble servant has limited ability and is unable to drive them away. Please punish me, Mr. Zhang." Horrible? Zheng Qi narrowed his eyes slightly. If it was really like what he said, why was there no fear in his eyes? Being able to sit in the position of the second-rank minister of the Central Secretariat, Zheng Qi was definitely not a good-for-nothing. Since Lord Zhang can't get in, let the people in the village come out. This. Zhang He smiled a little embarrassedly. To be honest, I haven't seen anyone in this village these days. Zheng Qi saw that he was beating around the bush with him, and he couldn't help but get angry. How dare you tease me? Sir, it's unjust. How dare I tease you? Zhang He sighed, waved his hand, and said to the officials, "You lead the way first, the lord into the village." Yes. Zhang He turned around and walked in first. The two tigers saw him, shook their tails, and ignored him. The officials behind him also entered smoothly. Zheng Qi was secretly happy when he saw this. Sure enough, Zhang He was lying, and the tiger clearly knew him. He waved his hand, and the guards behind him were ready to follow him in. The next moment, the tiger who was originally lying there pretending to be asleep stood up with a swoosh. He sniffed and growled.
They smelled like the ignorant man.
That man was Su Zimo. Zheng Qi was shocked. What's going on? Zhang He pretended to be shocked. I don't know what's going on.
Come here. He pointed at Zhang He and said.
Zhang He had no choice but to go back. This time, he walked side by side with Zheng Qi, but the fierce light in the tiger's eyes still fell on Zheng Qi, as if to say, "If you dare to step into the village, I will bite you to death." The sharp fangs made people tremble with fear. Zheng Qi stepped back again and again, angrily saying, "Whose are these two tigers?" "Sir Zheng, these are ferocious beasts, so they are naturally ownerless." Zheng Qi glared at him fiercely, looking at the guards who had fooled him that day. The two tigers were as obedient as cats. They were clearly the tigers raised by He Jingheng, and they were ownerless. At this moment, a sound of horse hooves sounded, and a group of people in white robes came up. Seeing this, Zhang He curled up his lips obscurely. "Oh no! Sir, hurry up! The snow bandits are coming down the mountain."
"What?
Snow bandits?" The guards behind Zheng Qi drew their swords one after another, but looking at the team of hundreds of people, they knew they were no match for them. "Sir, it is said that the snow bandits are cruel. Let's go back quickly." Zheng Qi also wanted to retreat, and suddenly a wolf howl came from not far away.
What?
This sound fell into Zheng Qi's ears, which was undoubtedly a death warrant and the last straw that broke his psychological defense line. "Sir, it's bad. There is a wolf. Not just a wolf, but a group of wolves." They kept retreating, and before they took a few steps, there was another tiger roar behind them. Now they really understand what it means to have wolves in front and tigers behind. At this time, the snow bandits had come close, and the wolves retreated when they saw them coming. Lu Qin and Lin Mu had a grim smile on their faces. "Hey, big officials. Bold snow bandits. I am an official appointed by the court. What do you want to do?" Zheng Qi said coldly. "What?" Lin Mu sneered. "You look unfamiliar. Maybe this is your first time here. So what? No big deal." Lin Mu took a few steps forward and came close to Zheng Qi. "You must not know the hatred between us and the court. Otherwise you wouldn't ask this question so calmly." You. Zhang He tugged at his sleeve. "Sir Zheng, a good man will not suffer a loss in front of him. These snow bandits were not wiped out when the Dinghua Palace was at its peak. You can imagine how powerful they are." Zhang He's words made Zheng Qi's heart tighten, but he soon thought of a way to save himself. He pointed to the village behind him and said, "I heard that the Dinghua Palace had encircled and suppressed you before. Now they are in this village. If you want revenge, you can rush in." Zhang He looked at him with contempt. Lin Mu and Lu Qin looked at each other without saying a word. Zheng Qi thought his words had worked, and continued, "They have been demoted by the court. They will not be punished even if they die or are disabled." "Charge in?" Lu Qin sneered. What are you thinking? Dingwa Palace can defeat tens of thousands of southern Xinjiang troops. We are just a few hundred people that are not enough to fill their teeth. You let us rush in. Aren't you sending us to death? He waved his long knife, and the sharp tip of the knife pointed at Jingqi. You old man. You dare to plot against your grandfather Lu. You are looking for death.
Boss.
The snow bandit stepped forward and whispered, Boss, he is an official appointed by the court. If we kill him here, and the court investigates, we will be charged with the murder of an official appointed by the court. It is not good. Why don't we take them back to the mountain stronghold and ask their palace to send some silver? He pointed in the direction of Dingwa Palace. The people in the village are from the Dingwa Palace. If they find us, we will be in trouble. Lu Qin nodded seriously and said, You are smart, and I will reward you handsomely when we return to the village. Thank you, boss. Their conversation was not loud, but Zheng Qi heard it clearly. It seems that the Dingwa Palace has nothing to do with the snow bandits. How is it? What's the surname of this, sir? Lu Qin had a bit of viciousness on his face. You can choose whether to walk up or let the brothers carry you up. Anyway, no matter what, they have to enter this bandit's nest. Zheng Qi didn't expect that he, a second-rank Zhongshuling of the court, would be taken to the mountain by the snow bandits. He was locked up in a cell in the mountain stronghold, opposite Zhang Hu. Every day at mealtime, Zhang Hu would be taken away by the snow bandits, and he would eat the food sent by the snow bandits. From time to time, the smell of meat came from outside, and he looked at the few limp vegetable leaves on the plate, drooling with greed. That day, when it was time for dinner, Zhang Hu was taken away again. He was really curious and asked, Where are you taking him? Zhang Hu sighed and said, Master Zheng, you don't know that I have some cooking skills. It happened that the cook in their village was sick, so they asked me to cook a few dishes. Zhang Hu finished speaking, and the snow bandit said angrily, Why don't you leave quickly? What are you talking about here? Do you want to be beheaded like those people before? Zhang Hu hurriedly trotted out after hearing this. Zheng Qi looked at his back and moved his lips without saying anything. The moment the cell door closed, he thought a little dejectedly, if only he hadn't been so impulsive that day. Now the only person he could rely on was Su Zimo, who was idle all day long. Zhang Hu walked outside and was taken to the backyard. In the past few days, every time it was time to eat, they would take Zhang Hu to the backyard to eat together. Seeing him coming, Lu Qin stood up quickly. Master Zhang, please come in. You're welcome, brothers. Zhang Hu said with a smile, I feel embarrassed to be treated with such good food and wine every day. Master Zhang, when you are here, just feel like you are at home. Lin Mu looked around and said softly, I think this Zheng guy won't be able to hold on for much longer, so why don't we have a trial today and see if we can get any valuable information from him, so that the master doesn't have to make another trip. Zhang Hu thought for a while. Okay, but I still need to ask the master for permission on this matter. At this moment, a chuckle came from above their heads. What do you need to ask me for permission? Shang Ruai jumped down from the tree.
Master.
The three of them stood up quickly and saluted. What were you talking about just now? My lord, we were just talking about the interrogation of Zheng Qi. Lu Qin said, That old man may not be able to hold on any longer. Shang Ruai nodded. Bring him out to see me.
Yes.
At night, everything was silent. Only the lights in the mountain's stronghold were bright. Zheng Qi watched as the blood-like people were dragged away from him one after another, and he was so scared that his whole body couldn't stop shaking. At this moment, an official walked to the cell opposite him and dragged away Zhang Hu, who was sleeping soundly. What are you going to do? Zhang Hu said in a trembling voice. Are you going to make a midnight snack? What midnight snack? The snow bandit sneered. Our boss has found a better cook, so there is no need for you to exist. Zhang Hu struggled hard for a few times, and the snow bandit impatiently gave him a knife, and Zhang Hu's eyes rolled back and he fainted. The two snow bandits dragged him away. When they passed by Zheng Qi, he stopped them tremblingly. The two warriors, can I ask what happened? What else could it be? One snow bandit was about to say, but was stopped by another snow bandit. Why tell him that? How much can he, an old man, know? The things our village chief wants to ask are not known to everyone. Yeah. Why waste time with him? He ignored him and continued to move forward. Zheng Qi was shocked. Village chief? There is another village chief here? Wait. 2 warriors. He took out a silver note from his shoes and socks and handed it over. 2 warriors. Take it to buy some wine. Can you tell me what your village chief wants to ask? What if I know? The 2 took the silver note with some disgust. One of the snow bandits even took it to his nose and sniffed it. The smell went straight to the top of his head. But who would go against silver? They said impatiently. Okay, let me just tell you briefly. Our village chief was plotted against by that old man Shang, so he was seriously injured. Now, if you can provide information about the mistakes that old thief Shang made, it will be a great achievement. Shang? He didn't look as excited as before. The 2 snow bandits looked at each other, and one of them said, Forget it. He is buried up to his neck in the dirt. What's the point of telling him these things? There will be a few more in the cell behind. Catch them and torture them severely. If you can't get any information, kill them all and go to the capital to catch them again. The 2 dragged Zhang He farther and farther away, and the sound gradually disappeared. Zheng Qi sat in the cell, his face gloomy. At this moment, the 2 snow bandits came again, with blood on their bodies and hands. They wiped the blood off their hands with a white handkerchief and said with some disdain, It's really unlucky that we are covered in blood before dying. It doesn't matter, there are still a few here, and we can rest after we deal with them all. As soon as the voice fell, they threw the handkerchiefs to wipe the blood on the ground, right next to Zheng Qi's cell. He looked at the blood-stained handkerchief and swallowed his saliva. Zhang He's blood-stained appearance appeared in front of him, as if he saw how Zhang He was killed. The last few were dragged out of the cell. When they were leaving, the 2 snow bandits saw him looking over here and said with a smile, Don't worry, you're the next one. What? He was horrified and sat down on the ground, his mind blank. He recalled the conversation between the 2 people just now, the wrong things Shang had done over the years. The original concerns became worthless in the face of life and death. Just as the 2 snow bandits turned back, Zheng Qi shouted, I want to see your village chief. I have something important to tell your village chief. What do you mean? The snow bandit said coldly, Can you see our village chief just because you say so? I know all the wrong things Shang did. Doesn't your village chief need it? He shouted, I have something very important to tell your village chief. The 2 looked at each other for a while, then sighed, Forget it. Since you said it's important, we'll give you this opportunity. But let's be frank. If you say something useless and make our village chief angry and blame us, don't blame us for being rude. I used to be a butcher. I promise that after I cut you into pieces, your heart will still be beating. His words made Zheng Qi's heart beat wildly, and he quickly promised, Your village chief will definitely be interested. 2 snow bandits took him to the main hall, where a masked man was lying on the high platform, with Lin Mu and Lu Qin sitting on both sides of him. That must be the village chief. Village chief, this old man said he knew about Shang. Shang Ruo's eyes fell on Zheng Qi and said lightly, How many times has this happened? She picked up the fruit in front of her and snorted coldly, I'm too lazy to listen, just bury him alive. Zheng Qi heard this and hurriedly said, No, village chief, I know, I really know. Everyone knows, but they bring up some trivial things. What do you think of me, the village chief? Shang Ruai sat up. Looking at her lazy attitude, she looks nothing like a lady from a noble family. She is just like a mountain king. If you can't say something important and fatal, there is no need to speak. Seeing her like this, Zheng Qi hurriedly said, Shang has been enriching himself in recent years, accepting bribes during the Imperial examination, and influencing court officials to accept their fate. Shang Ruai narrowed her eyes and sneered. You want to use this incident to overthrow Shang? Do you think the emperor doesn't know what Shang has done? She waved her hand and said to the 2 snow bandits, Drag him away. The 2 snow bandits stepped forward and were about to take him away. Zheng Qi tried his best to push them away, as if he had made some kind of decision. Dingwa Palace. Shang Rui raised her eyebrows and finally said what she wanted to hear. The palace of the king of Ding? Shang Rui said coldly, What does it have to do with the palace of the king of Ding? It was Shang Nian who framed the palace of the king of Ding and used a fake letter to frame the palace of the king of Ding, which forced the palace of the king of Ding to be exiled. Is there any evidence? Zheng Qi was stunned when he heard this. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Shang Ruoyi sneered. If Lord Zheng wants to live, he must show sincerity. Otherwise, what's the use of saying that Shang Nian has committed something without any evidence? Zheng Qi frowned slightly and said in a low voice, As for evidence, it's not that there is no evidence, but I am very curious about one thing. You say, since the village chief said he had a grudge against Shang Nian, why didn't he kill him directly but instead looked for evidence of his crime? Hee. Shang Ruoyi chuckled, her eyes full of teasing. Lord Jing has been in a high position for many years, and perhaps he has forgotten the hardships of life before he entered the officialdom. If you were asked to go back to that kind of life now, I wonder what Lord Jing would do? Would he accept it calmly, or would he rather die than live? She straightened her body slightly, looked down at him on the high platform, and said slowly, Sometimes, death is the best relief. Only by living can you experience all the sufferings in this world. Zheng Qi felt a chill rushing to his head when he heard this. Seeing the coldness and impatience in her eyes, he hurriedly said, I have evidence, but I need to go back to the mansion in person to give it to you. Sir Zheng, why don't you understand? Shang Ruoyi sneered. If you can't give me the answer I want today, your fate will be no different from that of others. Zheng Qi originally wanted to leave himself a way out, but now it seems that this way out will also be handed over. 5 years ago, the Dinghua Palace was ambushed at Qijing Pass, resulting in heavy casualties in the army. This was also the work of Shang Nian. Shang Ruoyi was shocked. The tragedy of Qijing Pass that year was something that no one dared to mention. Corpses were floating all over the ground, blood flowed like a river, and the bloody smell in the air had not dissipated for a long time. This was also the work of Shang Nian?
Go on.
The murderous aura on Shang Ruoyi made Lu Qin and Lin Mu around her look sideways. Shang Nian instructed the emperor to plant spies in the Dinghua Palace, who overheard the battle route and copied a wartime geomancy map. Shang Nian sold this to the Beiling royal family. Evidence. This happened a long time ago. Even if there is evidence, I don't know where it is. I only found out when I overheard the conversation between Shang Nian and the spy. However, I have evidence of the frame-up of the Dinghua Palace. It is hidden in a black box on the second shelf of the study in my palace. In the mezzanine, there is a note from Shang Nian to the spy. My grandson is naughty and likes slingshots. He accidentally shot down a bird with a note tied to its leg.
This is what was written on it.
How do you know it's from Shang Nian? I have been in the court for decades, and I know everyone's handwriting by heart. He looked up at her. Captain, can this matter save your life? Shang Ruoyi heard this and said in a deep voice, I need evidence to tell whether what you said is true or not. She waved her hand, and the 2 snow bandits took him away. Master, I will send someone to his house to look for the note. Lu Qin stepped forward and said. Shang Ruoyi shook her head, her eyes fell on the door, and said lightly, You don't need to do anything. As soon as the voice fell, He Jingheng's figure slowly appeared. Did you hear everything? He Jingheng nodded. His expression was cold, and his face was as heavy as water, but he was very calm. But the calmer he was, the more worried Shang Ruoyi became. What do you want to do? He Jingheng's lips curled slightly. Killing someone means paying with your life, and owing a debt means paying it back. This has been natural since ancient times. His eyes fell on Shang Ruoyi. Will you go out for a walk with me? The 2 came to a mountaintop. He Jingheng sat on a stone, looking at the starry sky, and said softly, It was also a night like this that year. I followed my father to the battlefield. Halfway through the journey, we finally found a place to rest. We thought our whereabouts were extremely hidden, but we didn't expect that what was waiting for us there was a long-planned ambush. We were still asleep when the enemy attacked us. Of the 80,000 troops, less than 20,000 survived. Such a number frightened her. Looking at the scarlet color in his eyes, Shang Ruoyi knew that both Shang Nian and Emperor Tianshan would be doomed. If I kill Shang Nian, will you blame me? After a while, He Jingheng suddenly asked, Shang Ruai was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud. It turned out that this was the thing that really bothered him. You killed him. Why should I blame you? Although he did not fulfill his responsibility to raise you, he is your father after all. Shang Ruai lowered her eyebrows and smiled. Who told you that he is my father?
What?
I am not very clear about the details, but there is one thing I know very well. My father is not Shang Nian. My mother was taken in by the Wei family. She is not a girl from the Wei family, but a daughter of the Biling Li family. As for my biological father, Shang Ruai whispered, I am not sure if it is that person. The big stone in He Jingheng's heart finally fell to the ground. When he heard Jing Qi talk about what happened a few years ago, he wanted to go back to the capital immediately and skin Shang Nian alive, but when he thought that he was Shang Ruai's father, he was a little worried. Now that the words have been spoken, he has no scruples. How do you plan to deal with Jing Qi? You can't take his life. Shang Ruai sneered. You can believe his words, but you can't believe them all. He has been an official in the court for decades and is very slippery. There must be some things he hasn't said clearly. He has a close relationship with Shang Nian. Now he pushes all the things to Shang Nian. It's possible that he is involved in this. Besides, we need witnesses to expose Shang Nian, and he is the best witness. How do you make him surrender? He Jingheng looked at her with a smile in his eyes. No one knew that every time at such a time, her whole body seemed to be glowing, so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off her. According to what he said, he has a grandson, and it seems that he values him very much. Although I don't like to use children as bargaining chips, at this point, the lives of so many people are involved, and I can't care too much. She took out a pill. This medicine does not harm the human body itself, but if it is driven by another drug, it can take a person's life instantly. If I use this as a threat, he will have to cooperate. But she did not give him the pill. She looked at the pill in her palm, and her heart was very entangled. He Jingheng smiled. What are you hesitating about? His grandson is now 2 years older than you. Not to mention that he bullies men and women in the capital. He does all kinds of evil. If you poison him to death, you will be rid of harm for the people. Shang Ruai was stunned for a moment when she heard the words, and handed him the pill without hesitation. If it's not enough, I have more here. Looking at the smile on her face, He Jingheng couldn't help laughing out loud, rubbed her head, and his eyes were full of doting smiles. He held her in his arms and whispered, Ruai, when everything is settled, how about we get married again?
Why?
I married you with that kind of mood back then, and I wronged you. His hand passed through her ink-like hair. Let's start over. Shang Ruai put her arm around his waist and nodded gently. A few days later, the secret guard sent by He Jingheng brought back the note that Jing Qi mentioned, and the content on it was shocking. He even calculated the time we can arrive at Qijing Pass clearly. Su Zimo looked at the last 4 words on the note and murmured, Don't leave anyone alive.
Oh.
What a cruel heart. Su Zimo's voice was cold. Ahung, what do you want to do? Collaboration with the enemy and treason caused tens of thousands of soldiers to shed their blood on the battlefield, framed loyal officials, accepted bribes, and perverted the law, colluded with both internal and external forces. He Jingheng raised a bloodthirsty smile at the corner of his lips. All people, as long as they are related to this matter, I will not let any of them go, and I will use their blood to pay tribute to the souls of all the soldiers in heaven. Su Zimo felt heavy in his heart, and suddenly thought of Shang Ruai. He looked around. Then what about your wife? Speaking of her, the expression on He Jingheng's face finally eased a little, and his voice became softer. She is her, and the Shang family is the Shang family. What does it matter? At this moment, Shang Ruai walked in with a plate of snacks.
Try it.
Shang Ruai pinched a dessert for He Jingheng, and then heard Su Zimo laugh and said, Princess, Ahung never eats these things. He never even touched the cakes in your shop before. Shang Ruai looked at He Jingheng. You don't like it? She was embarrassed. She always thought that He Jingheng loved it. She would make it for him every day in the past few days, and he would eat it all. He Jingheng swallowed the cake into his mouth with her hand, looked at her slightly red ears, and chuckled and said, Don't listen to his nonsense. I like the cakes you make the most. Su Zimo felt that his eyes were going blind. Did he have nothing to do and was looking for abuse here? The corners of his lips twitched slightly, and he took a bite of the cake fiercely. The next moment, his eyes widened. What is this? He had never eaten such a sweet and delicious cake. Shang Ruai smiled and said, "This is called dafu."
What?
What's big? Just tell me if it tastes good or not. Before Su Zimo could answer, He Jingheng said, "It tastes good. Everything my wife makes taste good." Su Zimo rolled his eyes and wanted to turn around and leave. Forget it, since there were such delicious pastries, he would just bear with it reluctantly. At this time, Yunqi walked in and whispered, "Prince, the news that Lord Zheng was kidnapped by snow bandits has been reported back to the capital. The one sent this time is Su Yuan, Lord Su." Su Zimo hiccuped in shock. "They sent my uncle?" He turned to look at He Jingheng. That's my uncle. My uncle has never offended your Dingwa palace." Even when everyone kept silent, he risked offending the emperor and tried his best to make excuses for your Dingwa palace. "You can't throw him into the snow bandits' nest." He Jingheng glanced at him, and seeing that he was about to speak, he took out a cake, threw it casually, and threw it straight into his mouth. "Shut up." Su Zimo swallowed the cake and looked at him eagerly. "I won't throw him in."
You don't have to look at me like that.
"It's disgusting." After He Jingheng finished speaking, he heard Su Zimo say, "Can you give me another piece of your cake?" The next moment, he was slapped out of the study by He Jingheng. The secret guards in the yard watched their noses and hearts, trying their best to hold back their laughter. Listen less and watch less. You should not laugh at the master's affairs, unless you can't help it. Yun Tian couldn't help it and said with a smile, "Mr. Su, why do you have to provoke our prince?" "Stingy, too stingy." He patted the dust off his body and pouted his lips. "It's just a piece of cake. What's wrong with giving me one? Are you crazy because of poverty in the Dingwa palace?" Shang Ruai looked at He Jingheng and smiled. "What are you doing? If the cakes are gone, I will make more." Seeing the smile on her lips, He Jingheng's originally irritable heart gradually calmed down. "Su Yuan is Su Zimo's uncle?" He Jingheng nodded. Now he knew why the emperor agreed to let Su Zimo come. He knew that Zheng Qi had a grudge against the Dingwa palace, but he sent him here just to let himself vent his anger and then use Su Zimo to test him. If he dealt with Zheng Qi and let Su Zimo go, it would mean that he had some friendship with the Su family. Then he would send Su Yuan over. At this time, he was a little less angry, but because of the face of the Su family, he had to see Su Yuan. Since he brought the Imperial Edict, if he refused to see him, it would be disobeying the Imperial Edict. What a good plan. What a good plan. He Jingheng narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice, "It seems that we have to vindicate the charge of treason before Su Yuan arrives here. All the breakthroughs still lie with Zheng Qi. Do you have any clues about the spy that Zheng Qi mentioned?" Shang Ruai whispered. He Jingheng shook his head. "Many things that happened 5 years ago are difficult to verify. As for the spy, he can even grasp the marching route, which shows that his position in the army is extraordinary. The wartime geomancy map has been placed in the study of the palace. Apart from his father, he is the only one who can access it, who can copy a wartime geomancy map under their noses." When he thought of these things, he couldn't stop having a headache. He Jingheng rubbed his brows. At this moment, Yunqi's anxious voice came. "Prince, Crown Princess."
When?
Yunqi walked into the study with a dagger in his hand. "Prince, there is a letter on this dagger. When I chased him out, he had disappeared." He Jingheng unfolded the letter and said in a deep voice, "It's someone from Qiyu Villa." His eyes fell on the handle of the dagger, and he saw a very small red feather pattern on it. "The owner of Qiyu Villa." He Jingheng whispered. He said, "If you can catch him, all his kung fu would be wasted." Speaking of Qiyu Villa, Shang Ruai just had something to ask him. "Answer me truthfully, did you massacre the whole family back then?" He Jingheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Our Dingwa palace has been fighting for years, and we can't even go home. So why would we go and massacre their whole family? Really? I swear on the reputation of Dingwa Palace for 100 years. You should believe it now." He Jingheng was quite helpless. Every battle of Dinghua Palace is justified, and we will never kill innocent people. You said that even babies in swaddling clothes were not spared. Do you think this is my style of doing things? Shang Ruai dispelled the last bit of doubt in her heart, picked up the pen, and said to He Jingheng beside her, "What are you looking at? The pen and ink are ready." He Jingheng was stunned for a moment, then recovered, and smiled, and went to grind the ink stick. Yunqi, who was standing opposite, also turned around and left very skillfully, and then closed the door considerately. It would be better for their prince not to be seen by others when he was being humble. Shang Ruai had just finished writing a reply, and suddenly remembered what Yingxue said. The token of the Dinghua Palace fell at the Ling family. If the token was real, did it mean that someone from the Dinghua Palace was really involved? Who went to the Ling family? The two looked at each other and instantly understood each other's thoughts. Perhaps this person was the spy hidden in the palace. On the second night, in the manor on the outskirts of the city, Ling Feng was making tea. He was the only one in the huge yard, and the fragrance of tea filled his nose. "Since you're here, why are you still hiding in the dark?" Shang Ruai flew down. Ling Feng's eyes fell on her, and he smiled softly. "I didn't expect you to really come. You threw the letter into the yard. Why wouldn't I come?" She sat down on the chair. Ling Feng poured her a cup of tea. Shang Ruai took a sip without blinking. It was warm, and the coldness in her body was instantly dispelled. "Aren't you afraid that I will poison you?" "Haha, have you forgotten what I am best at?" Shang Ruai smiled. "Besides, you and I have known each other for a while. I believe you will not do such a thing." Ling Feng chuckled. "How do you know that I will not want to take revenge and kill people blinded by blood?" Shang Ruai looked at him and said slowly and firmly, "Because you are not sure whether your Ling family was wiped out by the Dinghua Palace, and the poison in shopkeeper Qian has not been cured yet." "I didn't expect you to be right." "The poison in shopkeeper Qian is not difficult to cure." She threw him a pill. "Mix it with snow water and take it." "Thank you." "No need to thank me." Shang Ruai smiled. "I poisoned you, and no one can cure it except me. But if there is a next time, I will definitely not show mercy. You should know that I have at least dozens of poisons that can kill people instantly." Ling Feng raised his teacup and drank it all. "Use tea instead of wine. Let me tell you about your Ling family." Ling Feng sighed when he mentioned this matter. It happened many years ago. The Ling family was once a prosperous family, almost monopolizing all the fabric industries in Jiangnan. I was young at that time, and I didn't know why my family suffered a disaster of extermination. I was away from home that day, and when I returned home, no one in the family survived. Not only people but also dogs were killed. At the scene, I found this. She took out a black token and put it on the table. I didn't dare to make it public, so Butler Qian took me to hide everywhere, for fear that people would find out that there were descendants of the Ling family living in this world. Shang Ruai picked up the token, read it over and over again, and took out another identical one and put it together. The two tokens are exactly the same in style and material. If she guessed correctly, this must be the work of the spy. Seeing her heavy face, Ling Feng whispered, "I didn't want to use you, but in order to avenge the Ling family, I had to do this." Shang Ruai didn't look at him, but looked at the token in her hand in disbelief. How could this be possible? Noticing that her face was very ugly, Ling Feng frowned. What happened? How could it be him? What? Shang Ruai retracted her gaze and suddenly remembered what He Jingheng said to her before she left. She hurriedly said, "I have something else to do, I'll go first." Just as she was about to leave, she was grabbed by Ling Feng. "Where are you going?" Shang Ruai looked at him. "Do you want to come with me?" At this time at the He family, He Jingheng was discussing matters with He Ziyuan in the study. "Uncle San, what on earth are you doing here, so late?" He looked at the sky outside, a little anxious. "I've been here for almost half an hour, and you haven't said business yet." He Ziyuan said softly, "Jingheng, where is Ruoi?" She had something to do, so she went out. It's not safe for a girl to go out so late. "Uncle San, I was going to go out with her. If you hadn't said you had something important to tell me, I would have gone with her." Hearing this, He Ziyuan smiled awkwardly. "Uncle San, What's the matter? It's not a big deal. I just heard that Lord Jingqi was kidnapped by snow bandits. Uncle San had some friendship with him when he was an official in the court, so I wanted to ask if you can rescue him. He Jingheng's eyes flashed when he heard this. Uncle, why have I never heard you mention being on good terms with the Zhang family? Yuan smiled and said a little embarrassedly, Isn't it because Zhongqi once offended my eldest brother? How could I dare to publicize it? I see. Jingheng nodded. But who did you hear Uncle San tell you about the abduction of Lord Zheng? I overheard the guard say that day. Oh, really? Jingheng smiled. But didn't the guard say Lord Zheng was kidnapped? When did he say he was kidnapped by snow bandits? What? Jingheng's eyes were cold. I don't know, where did third uncle hear that Lord Zheng was kidnapped by snow bandits?
Just you said.
He was a little flustered. In this place of exile, only snow bandits would do such a thing. Really? At this moment, the door of the study was pushed open, and Shang Ruoi's figure appeared at the door, followed by Ling Feng. Did third uncle guess, or did he get the news from somewhere? Yuan's eyes sank slightly. What do you mean by this? Only people in the court would say that Lord Zheng was kidnapped by snow bandits. Because the guards in the mansion knew that the snow bandits were her people would be tacitly regarded by them as their own people. Moreover, Jingheng deliberately spread the news that Zhongqi was abducted, just to see if the spies in the mansion would take any action. He originally wanted to fish, but he didn't expect to catch his uncle. I don't understand what you're talking about. Yuan said coldly, If you don't want to talk, forget it. He stood up and turned to leave. Shang Ruai moved slightly and blocked the door. What are you doing? He looked at Jingheng angrily. Jingheng, I am your elder after all. Your daughter-in-law is so rude to the elders, and you don't care. Jingheng leaned back in the chair, raised the corners of his lips slightly. Third uncle, I suspected everyone in the mansion, but I didn't suspect you. He stood up, his eyes slightly cold. I never thought that this spy would be you. What spy? Jingheng, what are you talking about? After lurking in the palace for so many years, third uncle's acting skills must have been perfect. Third uncle. Shang Ruai took out the token and held it in front of him. Do you recognize what this is? The token of Dinghua Palace. Yuan said in a deep voice. Why are you asking this? Where is third uncle's token? Yuan snorted coldly. I didn't have time to take it out when the house was searched before. Really? Shang Ruai smiled. It's not that they didn't have time to take it during the house search, but it was lost a long time ago. Yuan's pupils shrank slightly. What did you say? I said, third uncle's token was lost there when he went to exterminate the Ling family. She held the token in front of him. This is your token. You are talking nonsense. What Ling family? What extermination? Don't slander me. It seems that third uncle doesn't know the secret hidden in this token. What do you mean? Shang Ruai moved her fingers slightly, and there was a click sound. A tiny sign fell out of the token and fell at Ling Feng's feet. The small sign was clearly written with the 3 words Yuan. At that moment, he didn't know how to describe his feelings. Yuan looked at the small sign. His pupils trembled. How is this possible? Shang Ruai took out another token, which also contained a small sign with Jingheng's name on it. I guess this little trick was hidden in it when the token was made, but none of you noticed it. When she got the token, she felt that there seemed to be a piece of space inside, so she used her ability of perspective to take a look. Unexpectedly, she saw the words on the small sign inside. She never expected that the uncle who couldn't carry anything in their eyes was actually a spy planted by Emperor Tianshan in the Dinghua Palace. He was also the culprit who wiped out the Ling family. Seeing that he couldn't deny it, Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, flashed a dagger in his hand, and stabbed at Shang Ruai. Shang Ruai sneered, drew out the dagger, and fought with him. Jingheng frowned, flew forward, swung his palm, and slapped him directly on the back. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Yuan fell to the ground. At this moment, the sound of fighting attracted Yuni. What happened? Miss, don't go over. Yunqi said in a low voice. At this moment, something unexpected happened. Yuan threw a firebomb, and the blinding light made everyone unable to open their eyes.
Ah!
Only a scream was heard. A dagger was put on Yuni's neck. The dagger was extremely sharp, and it left a blood mark just after it touched the skin on her neck. The bright red blood flowed. Third uncle, Yuni said in disbelief. I am Yuni. Third uncle. Shut up. Yuan's chest rose and fell violently. There was a trace of blood on the corner of his lips, and he said angrily, If you dare to come forward, I will kill her. Third uncle. Shut up. Yuan shouted loudly. I told you to shut up, do you understand? Yuni was already scared. How could her third uncle, who loved her on weekdays, become like this? Everyone came over after hearing the noise. The old princess was terrified and said tremblingly, Yuan, what are you doing? She is Yuni. What are you crazy about? Yuni, Qian said tremblingly. Yuni, how are you? Husband. Lin looked at him in shock. What's going on? Jingshi protected Song and the child behind him and whispered, Dad, what happened?
Back.
Everyone back. Yuan said angrily. No one should come forward, otherwise I will cut her neck with a knife. Lin was already crying at this time. Husband, are you crazy? What is going on? Yuan looked at Jingheng and sneered. Back then, when I did these things, I had already guessed that this day would come, but I didn't expect that this day would come so soon.
Why?
Jingheng said coldly. You also have the blood of the Ding kingdom flowing in your body. Why do you do these things?
Ha!
Yuan sneered. Yes, we are both of the Ding kingdom. Why can Yuan, inherit the throne, while I can only be a county prince without any power or status? I am also a legitimate son. Is it because he was born earlier than me? He looked at the old princess and said angrily, Mother, and your second brother is not your biological son. Am I not either? Why can't I be the Ding king? The old princess burst into tears. No one. Listen to your mother and put the knife down. Put it down. He snorted coldly. Do you think I can turn back now? The dagger in his hand got closer to Yuni's neck. Today, either you let me go, or let her be buried with me. Jingheng said coldly. I won't let you go. 5 years ago, you copied the wartime geomancy map, causing tens of thousands of soldiers to be buried in Qijing Pass. I wonder if Uncle Sam was killed by those tragically dead soldiers when he dreamed at midnight. Everyone in the Dinghua Palace knew how tragic the Battle of Qijing Pass was. They had never thought that he would be the one who did it. So what? He shouted loudly. A general success is the result of the sacrifice of thousands of soldiers. I only regret that the battle did not take the lives of you and your son. Otherwise the throne would have been my turn. Crazy. You are really crazy. The old princess trembled and said, That was your brother. Jingheng is your nephew, and there were tens of thousands of soldiers. How could I give birth to a traitor like you who can't tell right from wrong? If you had let me inherit the throne, there wouldn't be so many right and wrong, and the Dinghua Palace would not have become a thorn in the emperor's eyes, and we wouldn't have ended up like this today. He sneered. Mother, do you know what it means to be more meritorious than the master? At this moment, Shang Ruai sneered. Don't make excuses for your greed. You want to inherit the throne, so you use everyone's life to pave the way for yourself. With your virtue, do you still want to become King Ding? Do you have the determination to wear golden armor in the yellow sand for 100 battles and never return until you reach Luoyun? Do you have the belief that you only want to die for your country on the battlefield? Why should you return with your body wrapped in horsehide? Do you have the spirit of not going to the frontier to suffer, and even if you die, you will still smell the fragrance of chivalrous bones? You have none of them. You are basically a selfish, cowardly, but pleasure-seeking waste. You are obviously not as skilled as others, but you never look for your own reasons. You only know to complain that others are better than you. Shang Ruai's words were like a thorn, piercing his heart fiercely. You shut up. What? Are you angry because I said it? You. Yuan's chest rose and fell violently, and suddenly, a mouthful of blood spurted out. At this moment, Shang Rui flipped her palm, and a silver needle flew towards him, knocking the dagger in his hand to the ground. At this moment, A white figure flew up and came to Hiyuni, holding her in his arms, taking her away from here and sending her behind Shang Ruoi. Yuan was about to pick it up when he saw a yellow figure rushing over. The huge force made him faint directly. Yunqi and others stepped forward and lifted Yuan up, and they couldn't help but admire Shang Ruoi even more in their hearts. As expected of the prince's wife, she actually made the third master spit blood in anger. Hiyuni was protected behind Shang Ruoi with a horrified face. It's okay, it's all over. After a while, she cried out, wow. Sister-in-law. It's okay. Qian walked up and held her in her arms, and the mother and daughter hugged each other and cried bitterly. Find someone to keep an eye on him for 12 hours without stopping, and don't let him die. Jing said in a deep voice. Yes. Shang Ruoi snapped her fingers, and 2 tigers walked out of the dark. Anyone who wants to get close to him will be bitten to death. As soon as she finished speaking, the 2 tigers' eyes instantly changed from cute to fierce. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but take a step back. When they came to the main hall, Jing told everyone the whole story, and they knew what had happened during this period of time. So, my father is actually the emperor's man? Jingshi said in disbelief. How is it possible? If so, why would the emperor let him be exiled? It is precisely because he is the emperor's man that he was exiled. Shang Ruoi said in a deep voice. I believe you all know that it is said that there is a ring in the Dingwa Palace that can command thousands of troops and is the key to some treasure. Who doesn't want it? The emperor asked him to accompany him, which must be related to this ring. At the same time, he can monitor our every move, so why not? Hearing her say this, everyone was silent. Only Lin wiped her tears aside. Oh, what a sin. It's all a sin. The old princess sighed heavily. For such a throne, a good family is broken up. Hiyuni snuggled in Qian's arms, her eyes full of fear. She really couldn't imagine that the person closest to her would put a knife on her neck. If it weren't for her sister-in-law and Ling Feng today, the dagger might really stab into her neck. Thinking of this, her body couldn't stop shaking, and the wound that had just been bandaged by Shang Ruoi began to ache slightly. Until everyone dispersed, she hadn't recovered. Yuni, it's time to go back and rest. Qian touched her hair and said softly. Yuni shook her head. I won't leave. She cried and said, Mom, I'm scared. Don't be afraid. Mom will accompany you. Shang Ruoi watched the mother and daughter leave, and Jing came to her side. It's getting late. You've been tossing for so long. Go back and rest. Yuni finally fell asleep, and Qian returned to her yard. As soon as Qian left, Hiyuni slowly opened her eyes and looked around, with fear in her eyes, as if someone would hold a knife to her neck in the next moment. At this moment, a voice appeared outside the window. When Hiyuni heard the voice, she walked over quickly. Hero, why are you here? Ling Feng, wearing a mask, said softly. It's okay. I just came to see you. You look a little bad, but what happened? Hiyuni was a little depressed when she heard this. I was almost killed by my uncle tonight. She shed tears. Why do people change? Ling Feng didn't say anything. Yes, why do they change? Why was their Ling family destroyed? Are you afraid? He asked in a low voice. Hiyuni burst into tears again. Everyone told her not to be afraid, but it was really difficult for her to overcome the fear in her heart. At this moment, a wooden knife appeared in his palm. This is for you. What is this? When I was young, something happened at home. I was also very scared and often couldn't sleep at night. At that time, I carved this knife myself and hung it on my body, and I felt less scared. Today I give this to you, hoping to help you drive away your fear. Thank you. It's getting late. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. He was about to leave when her arm was grabbed by her. Can you tell me your name? Ling Feng was stunned for a moment, then smiled. It's better not to leave your name if we meet by chance. After saying that, he flew away. Xiao Huang in the yard looked up at him, shook his tiger head, and continued to sleep in the yard. Yuni was lying on the bed, holding the knife tightly in her hand, but she was already afraid. At this moment, she heard a beautiful flute sound. The fear buried deep in her heart was slowly dispelled, and she finally fell asleep peacefully. Ling Feng stood on the top of the mountain and put away the flute in his hand. He looked deeply in the direction of the He family. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Shang Ruai's voice behind him. "When are you going to tell her your identity?" Ling Feng's eyes were slightly red and he whispered, "Forget it, it's better not to know. Yuni is not a fool. I think she may have known your identity." Shang Rui thought of Yuni's eyes that were obviously stunned for a moment when she saw Ling Feng, and said softly, "You should know how Yuni feels about you." Ling Feng shook his head, and he laughed at himself. "I used to think she was the daughter of my enemy, so I wanted to get close to her, but every time I saw her clear eyes, I felt that I was really too much of a. Now that you already know that your family's hatred has nothing to do with her, why don't you tell her?" Shang Rui looked at him. "Sometimes if you miss it, it will be a lifetime. What's the point of living in hatred for all these years? It's better to live a free and easy life. What do you think?" "Live a free and easy life," Ling Feng murmured. "Yes." She smiled. "In life, the most difficult thing is to be free. Although the great revenge has not been taken yet, revenge is not the whole meaning of your life. Can't you marry and have children before revenge? It's you who seek revenge on others, not others who seek revenge on you. What are you worrying about here? Are you still worried about getting her into trouble?" This is indeed what he is most worried about. "Do you think anyone can bully my sister?" Shang Rui raised a smile on her face. "If you don't want to see Yuni sad, do you think anyone can be our son-in-law?" Ling Feng heard this, did not speak, just looked in the direction of the He family. His eyes changed slightly. This night was destined to be a sleepless night for He Jingheng. He came to the dungeon and looked at He Yuan, who had woken up. His eyes were calm, but Yun Tainyanki, who was standing beside him, looked at the blue veins on the back of his hand and knew how turbulent his heart was at this time. "Jingheng." He sat on the ground and smiled. "No need to interrogate me. I won't say anything, just kill me."
Why?
He Jingheng suppressed the anger in his heart and said coldly, "Just for a mere throne?" "A mere throne?" He Yuan said angrily. "Do you know how important the throne, which is the least valuable in your eyes, is to me? I can't get it in my entire life. My descendants, my children and grandchildren, will never be able to become princes. They can only be county princes forever."
Why?
"Just because he Yuan, came into this world earlier than me? This is not fair." This was the first time he saw He Yuan hysterical. "Why is it unfair?" He Jingheng sneered. "Do you know how much your father has sacrificed for the people of the world while being in this position? I went to the battlefield when I was young and started leading troops in battle when I was a teenager. The days in the barracks and on the battlefield have almost spanned the entire time of my life." He suppressed his anger. "Have you all experienced these? Has your third uncle ever seen the scars on your father's body? Humph. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. It's up to you to say. My third uncle has watched me grow up. Why should I be such a blind man?" He Jingheng sneered and said, "My third uncle, do you still think that after the eldest branch of the family is killed in the future, your third branch can naturally take over the palace?" He Yuan's pupils shrank slightly. This was the promise the emperor made to him. "I advise you not to dream about this. Doesn't your uncle know the emperor's character at all? He is ruthless and cruel. He went through so much trouble to destroy the Ding Palace. How could he be willing to let it reappear in Tianshan? The Ding Palace is a thorn in his side, and he must get rid of it as soon as possible. If the Ding Palace is finished, everything related to it will be eradicated, including you." He Yuan sat on the ground with some exhaustion after hearing this. Yes. So from beginning to end, he was the only one who was a real idiot. Ha ha ha. He couldn't help laughing wildly. After a long while, he lay on his back on the ground, staring and muttering, "It's my fault. It's all my fault. I hurt you and my elder brother. However, there is a chance now. I can come back to life." "What chance?" "Admit your crimes to the world, let the emperor write an edict of guilt, and redress the grievances of the Dingwa Palace." He Jingheng took out a pen and paper. "Write everything down word by word. I will confront the emperor on the spot." Hearing this, He Jingshi stood up. "You can write. but I have a request. What request? I want you to save my life. Jing snorted coldly. He was really a cowardly person. He did not nod, a culprit who caused tens of thousands of soldiers to die before they could achieve their goals. What right did he have to live in this world? Jing returned to the study, unfolded the letter, looked at the pages of paper. His eyes were full of scarlet. That night, the training ground in the backyard was brightly lit. Shang Ruai looked for a while and was about to leave. Yunqi said softly, "Princess, the prince is like this. Do you want to persuade him?" "No need." She shook her head. "He will go crazy if he has no outlet for his emotions. It's better to vent like now, and he will feel better after venting." She yawned. "It's almost dawn. You guys stay here. I'm going to sleep." Shang Ruai patted Xiaobai's head, and Xiaobai carried her on his back and walked into the yard. Yunqi looked at her back as she left, and wanted to give her a thumbs up. When can he raise a tiger like Xiaobai? Su Yuan was old, and the carriage was moving very slowly. 10 days passed in a blink of an eye, and he finally arrived at Xia village. At this time, Jingqi had been released and was in the post house. Su Zimo watched him every day. Jingqi was already very thin, but it was not a matter of food. During the days when he was captured, the food was a little worse at first to scare him. Since he provided clues, Lu Qin and his men had the cooks cook all kinds of food all day long, causing Jingqi to think that this was his last meal every time. He wanted to eat but couldn't eat it all. The first thing he did when he came back was to send people to take down the snow bandits' lair. Who knew that when the officers and soldiers arrived at the mountain stronghold, there was no one, not even a fly. Jingqi was furious when he heard the news and almost fainted. "Go and investigate for me. Even if you have to dig 3 feet deep into the ground, you must catch this mob." "Sir Zheng." Su Zimo stepped forward and said with concern, "Sir Zheng, what happened?"
Wow.
"How come you have become so thin after just a few days of not seeing you?" Jingqi heard this, and if he hadn't been exhausted, he would have slapped him hard in the face. "How dare you ask?" Jingqi said angrily. "We haven't been back for so many days, and you didn't even ask or look for us. How should I know what you did? You didn't leave a single word. I wanted to contact you, but who should I tell?" Jingqi waved his sleeves and said angrily, "Don't quibble, you boy. When we return to Beijing, I will tell your father, Marquis Jianan, about your great achievements." At this time, his subordinates came to report, "Sir, the Lord Su sent by the Emperor has arrived." Jingqi glared at Su Zimo and walked straight out. Su Yuan was an extremely upright person and always looked down on Jingqi, a sinister villain. Therefore, when Jingqi met him outside the post house, he just nodded lightly and walked to Su Zimo. "What have you been doing all this time?" "Uncle." Su Zimo was as arrogant as he was in front of Jingqi before, and he was as humble as he was now. "Uncle, how about we go in first?" Su Yuan glared at him and walked straight into the inn. Jingqi was left there by him, his face turned purple. This Zheng Yuan, how dare he disrespect him? He embarrassed him in front of so many people. This grudge he will definitely avenge. "I heard that you haven't even met Jing yet." Su Yuan sat on the chair and said lightly, "Time is running out. I will go to see him directly today." How dare Su Zimo say no? He could only nod in agreement. Jingqi rolled his eyes when he heard it. How can it be so easy to enter the village? He went there many times, but was blocked by the tiger. Why did the tiger disappear when Su Yuan came? When they arrived at the entrance of the village, the tiger was still there. Jingqi looked at him with a gloating look. "Master Su, can you try to go?" Su Zimo looked at the 2 tigers and felt a little guilty. Sure enough, the 2 tigers stood up from the ground when they saw Jingqi and Su Zimo, showing their sharp fangs and fierce eyes. Jingqi stepped back and swallowed his saliva. "Well, I'd better not go over there." Su Yuan muttered in his heart and hesitated to step forward. When the 2 tigers saw him, their originally fierce looks were retracted. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, they sniffed him, and their fierceness instantly retreated. They walked back a few steps and lay back in their positions. Everyone was surprised. What was going on? The two tigers were about to attack and hurt people, but why did they behave so well when they saw Master Su? Su Yuan's eyes flashed. It seemed that they smelled the smell he had applied on his body. Halfway through the journey that day, a guard beside He Jingheng came to him and gave him a porcelain bottle. The guard said that if he poured the potion in the porcelain bottle on himself, he could enter the village. At first, he was a little confused, but now he understood that the potion was for the tigers at the door to smell. Zheng Qi's face turned pale. Are these two tigers bullying people? Why would he be bitten when he came? Let's go. Su Yuan looked at Zheng Qi. Sir Zheng, let's go together. He pointed at the tigers on both sides. How can it be as difficult to enter as Sir Zheng said? This is the first time I have come here, and the first time I have seen these tigers. They are not as violent as you said. Zheng Qi's face trembled, and under the protection of the officials, he slowly passed through the village entrance. One of the tigers looked at Zheng Qi and suddenly growled, which scared Zheng Qi to death. Roar. For some reason, people actually saw gloating on its face. A tiger can actually have such a bad intention? Su Zimo was walking at the end. When it was his turn to pass, the two tigers stood up instantly and rushed towards him without saying anything. Again, he hurriedly used his qinggong to dodge everywhere. He didn't want to be embarrassed like last time. At this moment, a crisp sound came, like a bird's cry. The two tigers stopped moving instantly, glared at Su Zimo, and returned to their positions to lie down. Su Zimo panted, wiped the sweat from his head, and walked to Su Yuan. Su Yuan glanced at him and walked straight inside. Walking from the entrance to the inside of the village, they couldn't help but be stunned when they saw the scene of Xia village. Is this still the barren land it used to be? The people who thought they were living in poverty and starving people everywhere did not exist at all. It was time to cook dinner. There was steam coming out of the chimneys of every household, and the aroma of rice could be smelled. There was even the smell of meat coming out of the chimneys of some households. Zheng Qi had never been to the village before and didn't know what it would be like. He murmured, "Is this Xia village? The place of exile?" Su Yuan's eyes deepened. This place was actually better than the villages around the capital. He had passed by so many places along the way, but this place was the most peaceful. After walking for a while, a building that was no less than a royal palace appeared in front of everyone. When they walked to the main gate, the two big characters He mansion appeared in front of everyone. At this time, Yunqi stepped forward. "Master Su, our master has been waiting for you for a long time." Su Yuan nodded. "Lead the way." Just as everyone was about to follow him in, they heard Yunqi whispered, "My master is not feeling well today and will not see any outsiders. Please wait in the side hall." "Side hall? You actually asked me to go to the side hall?" Zheng Qi said angrily. "I am the second-rank Zhongshu Ling. How dare He Jingheng ask me to go to the side hall?" As soon as the voice fell, a crisp female voice came out. "Xiaobai, take Master Zheng to the side hall and wait." "Humph. No matter who comes, you can't ask me to go to the side." Before he finished speaking, a huge white figure appeared in front of him. Xiaobai drooped his tiger face and looked at him fiercely. "Why is there a white tiger here?" Zheng Qi swallowed his saliva and hid behind the guards. He looked at Yunqi tremblingly. "Where's the film stopping? Why don't you take me over there quickly?" Yunqi suppressed a smile. "Please come in, Sir Zheng." Zheng Qi collapsed on the ground before he could move a step. In the end, several guards carried him in. Su Yuan came to the main hall and looked at the familiar display. He couldn't help but smile. This old minister greets the prince. He Jingheng stood up and returned the greeting. "Sir Su, please sit down." Su Yuan's eyes fell on the woman next to him. "Is this the crown prince's consort?" "Junior greets Lord Su. I didn't expect that old man Shang Nian could give birth to a daughter like you." Su Yuan recognized Shang Ruoyi as the one who had just commanded the white tiger. He looked at He Jingheng and said, "When he exchanged a concubine for a legitimate wife, I, an old minister, advised him to do so. Fortunately, it was rejected, otherwise who knows what would have happened." Shang Ruoyi smiled and said nothing. The old man Shang Nian could not give birth to a daughter like her. "Lord Su, did you bring the Imperial edict with you today?" That's right. He whispered, the emperor has issued a death order to me, and I must bring everyone from the Dingwa palace back to the capital this time.
Hee.
He Jingheng sneered. The palace has been abolished, so where is the Dingwang palace?
Prince.
Su Yuan sighed. I know you have resentment in your heart, but you have to think about future generations. Do you want them to bear the reputation of being the descendants of criminals for the rest of their lives? His eyes fell on Shang Ruoi. What do you think, princess? Shang Ruoi smiled. Of course I can go back to Beijing, but it depends on how I go back to Beijing. What do you mean, princess? Shang Ruoi waved her hand, and Yun Tian walked to Su Yuan with a tray. This is. Lord Su will know it at a glance. Su Yuan took a few sheets of paper on the tray in his hand and looked at the contents on them, his eyes becoming more and more solemn. At the end, his hands couldn't help shaking. At Qijing Pass, 67,000 soldiers died. He ordered his subordinates to exterminate the Ling family. He colluded with Shang Nian to frame loyal officials. He read out the words word by word. Every word was tearful. Is it true? He Jingheng nodded. At first, I was also very shocked. I asked myself countless times if I had done anything wrong to offend His Majesty. But now I think it's just that our Dingwa palace has made greater achievements than the emperor, and the emperor is afraid of it. Su Yuan closed his eyes and did not speak for a long time. If you want us to return to Beijing, there is only one way to go. What way? The Edict of Guilt. He Jingheng looked firm and said in a cold voice, unless he issues the Edict of Guilt, I will announce everything he has done to the world. At that time, if the country is shaken, it will not be the business of our Dingwa palace. Hearing this, Su Yuan just sighed, and Shang Ruoi looked at him with a calm face. No matter who it is, it would be difficult for them to accept that the emperor they have always trusted and the monarch they thought was wise was actually a villain who believed in the slander of treacherous villains and framed loyal and honest people. That's all. He stood up, turned around, and walked out. His figure seemed a little hunched, and he looked a little more decadent than when he came. I will draft a letter and have someone send it back to the capital city in an emergency for 800 miles. Zhang Qi and others didn't expect to go back so soon. He walked to Su Yuan. Has He Jingheng received the order? Su Yuan looked at him, thinking about the contents of the letters, one of which was written by Zhang Qi himself. He couldn't help but get angry and said loudly, Someone, tie up Zhang Qi for me. Take him back to the post station and keep him under strict guard. Zhang Qi was shocked when he heard this. Su, you dare to lock me up. Do you know who I am? I am the second-rank Zhong Shuling, on the same level as you. What right do you have to detain me? Zhong Shuling? Second rank? Su Yuan sneered. This official thinks that you have reached the end of your career as the second-rank minister of the Central Secretariat. For all the things you have done over the years, not to mention being dismissed, I am afraid that all your 9 clans will be in trouble. Zhang Qi was shocked and no longer as arrogant as before. His voice trembled a little. You know everything? Su Yuan was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. With a wave of his hand, several guards came forward and tied him up. Zhang Qi dared not say a word. Su Zimo watched his uncle with thunderous mien from the side and could not help but feel secretly happy. His uncle was busy dealing with these things and did not have the energy to scold him.
Su Zimo,
Su Yuan said in a deep voice, We are both young people. Look at He Jingheng, and then look at yourself. You always act like a good-for-nothing. If you could make your father less worried, he would not complain to me all day long. Su Zimo was dizzy from his reading, but he did not dare to refute it all. 3 days later, an urgent letter of 800 miles was delivered to the Imperial study. Soon after, the sound of porcelain breaking in the Imperial study was heard. In the past few days, even the morning court was put on hold. He Lingsheng and He Lingqi asked for an audience in turn but were turned away. No one knew what had happened. Emperor Tianshun sat in front of the table, looking at the testimonies with bloodshot eyes. Every single one of them was done by him. But where did he go wrong? Since he was still the crown prince, his father had warned him that he should not let anyone threaten his position. The Dingwa palace was more meritorious than the master, So, what was wrong with punishing him? Late at night, he walked outside the palace, where there was a big tree. He squatted on the ground, and at this moment, a dead branch fell down. The behind him was about to pick up the dead branch, and heard him say, "Bring it here."
Yes.
He took the dead branch and squatted on the ground and dug. Soon, a red box showed its lid. He dug faster and faster, and after a while, he dug out the box intact. He opened the box and found several jars of wine inside. Without asking anyone else to help him, he took the wine back to the study and closed the door again. Zhang was so anxious that he jumped at the door. After a while, he ordered the to go to Fengyi Palace to invite the queen. Emperor Tianshun opened the jar of wine, and the clear aroma of wine filled his nose. He was drunk before he drank it. At the beginning, I buried this with you. That was when he had just inherited the throne. In order to express his deep brotherly love, he hid the wine under this tree with Yuan. They grew up together since childhood. Although they were not brothers, they were better than brothers. I didn't expect that the two of them would go to the point of facing each other with swords. He held the jar of wine, took a big sip, wiped the wine from his mouth with his sleeve, and looked at the shiny fabric on his wrist. Yes, there is a difference between the monarch and the minister. From the beginning, I shouldn't have become a brother with anyone. I am lonely on this peak. At this moment, the alcohol gradually took effect, and he was a little confused. In his hazy consciousness, a familiar figure slowly appeared in front of him. Yuan. After he finished speaking, he laughed softly. I didn't expect to see you. I thought I could see the fairies in the sky when I was drunk, but I didn't expect it to be you. Your Majesty is drunk.
Yes, drunk.
He smiled. The last time I was drunk, it seemed to be before I ascended the throne. You told me that no matter what, you would never betray me. Dingwa Palace will always be a sharp sword for me. Yuan said nothing, but just listened to him quietly. But you didn't do it. You broke your promise. Emperor Tianshun's eyes were bloodshot, and he gritted his teeth and said, I trusted you so much, but you betrayed me. You even set your sights on my throne. Don't you deserve to die? I have never coveted the throne, and neither has the Dingwa Palace. Yuan whispered, if the Dingwa Palace wanted to rebel, the world would have changed hands long ago. How could it be your turn to sit on the throne? Nonsense. You clearly want to replace me. The soldiers of the court recognize you, but not me. I clearly asked you to return to the court, but you told me that you would not obey the orders of the troops outside. What else is this if not treason? Yuan sighed, sat on the ground, opened another jar of wine, and took a big gulp. If I wanted to rebel, you would have died in my hands if I had so many opportunities. I would not have charged into battle to help you defend this country, and almost lost my life. Yuan. Emperor Tianshun looked at the still, hazy figure in front of him and murmured, I was wrong. Yuan's mind moved, and when he looked in his direction, he found that he was already lying on the ground and asleep. He shook his head helplessly. After so many years, why is he still like this? Yuan placed him on the low couch next to him and turned to leave. After a while, Emperor Tianshun, who was lying on the couch, slowly opened his eyes. How could his clear eyes be drunken? Yuan, you are still alive, you are still alive. When the Empress came to the Imperial study, Emperor Tianshun was already fast asleep. She ordered the palace servants to clean up the wine jars on the ground. At this moment, Emperor Tianshun woke up slowly. Empress. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. What's wrong with you recently? The news that you have stopped attending court has reached me. It's my fault that you've made the Empress worry. I've made you worry before you've even finished your confinement. Emperor Tianshun looked apologetic. I'm fine. Empress, you should go back and have a rest. Ever since the incident with the poisonous insect, Emperor Tianshun didn't want to get close to her. Whenever he saw her, the scene of the poisonous insect being taken out of her body flashed in his mind, and he felt extremely disgusted. The Empress knew what he was thinking, so she bowed and returned to Fengyi Palace. Your Highness. The nanny whispered, Your Highness, the Emperor doesn't care about you as much as before. Humph, so what? The queen sneered. Do you think I care about you? She looked at the baby in the cradle and said with a smile, I only need the princess. As for others, they are not important. Your Highness, you don't have a legitimate son. If the emperor dies one day and the prince succeeds to the throne, according to concubine Zhao's character, she will want to get rid of you as soon as possible. What should I do then? Don't worry, it's not the day when everyone will die. Even if that happens, I will naturally have a way. No one can think of hurting her child. No one can. 2 days later, He Jingheng did not wait for the emperor's confession, but instead waited for a letter from his father. He Jingheng looked at the letter with a frown. What's wrong? Shang Ruai asked in a low voice when she saw him like this. Father, he went to see the emperor. So what? He Jingheng handed the letter to her directly. Shang Ruai couldn't help laughing after reading the content above. No wonder father didn't have the intention of rebellion. What do you mean? What else could it mean? Prince Dinghua is definitely a first-class player in leading troops to fight, but when it comes to playing tricks, I'm afraid that even if he puts several heads together, he is no match for Emperor Tianshun. Father, considering the face of the royal family, doesn't want to pursue it too much, so he asked us to accept the imperial edict brought by Lord Su and return to the capital. He Jingheng's voice was low, full of anger and unwillingness. Shang Ruai smiled when she heard it. Father is thinking about this. What about you? What do you think? The Edict of Repentance. If I don't see the Edict of Repentance, I will never return to the capital. Shang Ruai's lips curled slightly. When a general is away from the army, he is not subject to military orders. You should also learn more from father. Shang Ruai's words made him laugh out loud. I think the same as you do. Shang Ruai said seriously. If we go back like this, the Dinghua Palace will still not be able to get rid of the crime of treason. Since he forced this hat on our heads, let him take it back as he put it. At night, figures shuttled through the jungle like ghosts. At the other end of the forest, a woman was lying on a white tiger with Yuan Tian standing behind her. Just then, a figure rushed out of the forest and flew towards her, and Shang Ruai suddenly opened her eyes. Your subordinate Yunshi greets the Crown Prince's consort. Your subordinate Bai Shou greets the Crown Prince's consort. Your subordinate Zhou Yu greets the Crown Prince's consort. Your subordinate Yi Su greets the Crown Prince's consort. Only 100 Iron Feather Guards really passed this assessment. Not bad. Shang Ruai said with a smile. Looking at your body skills, you have gained a lot during this period. Thank you for your guidance. The voices of 100 people resounded through the mountains and forests. Shang Ruai looked at them and whispered, From now on, you are no longer the secret guards of the Dinghua Palace, nor the Iron Feather Guards. Crown Princess, what are we then?
Suzaku. What?
Suzaku is an ancient mythical beast that can both stabilize the 4 directions and drive away evil spirits. I want you to be like the Suzaku mythical beast and become a sharp blade to pacify the 4 seas. Can you do it? Follow the orders of the Crown Princess. Follow the orders of the Crown Princess. In order to test your results, I will now assign you your first task. Shang Ruai said coldly, You 100 people divide into 4 teams and go to the capital to get a few things without disturbing others. A few days later, news of theft spread in the palace. Emperor Tianshun looked at the note in his hand and almost fainted with anger. He Yuan, He Jingheng, I'm going to kill you.
Kill you.
He looked at the empty place where the jade seal was originally placed, and his heart tightened. He hurried forward and saw that the black box next to the jade seal was still there and the tiger talisman inside was still there. His hanging heart finally slowly let go. Picking up the box, he frowned. The weight was wrong. He hurriedly took out the tiger talisman, only to see that only half of the tiger talisman was left. Emperor Tianshun couldn't help but tremble all over. He took away the jade seal and half of the tiger talisman. What were they going to do in the Dinghua Palace? Were they going to become emperors? Your Majesty. Concubine Zhao walked in with a bulging belly. What's wrong with you? At this time, Emperor Tianshuan's face was ashen, and he said in a cold voice, Get out. Get out of here. Concubine Zhao was shocked. She had been in the palace for so long, and the emperor had never treated her like this. What on earth was going on? But even if she had thousands of doubts and grievances in her heart, she could only obey. When she walked out of the palace, concubine Zhao looked back fiercely, turned around, and walked away quickly. Shang Ruai looked at the jade seal and half of the tiger talisman that Zhuke brought back, her eyes full of smiles. He Jingheng smiled. If you do this, the emperor will probably go crazy. What's the big deal if he goes crazy? You guys are just too honest. Why should you listen to everything he says? We are both human beings, so why is he noble? Isn't he just a mortal? He Jingheng looked at her and felt that what she said made a lot of sense. So, you founded Zhuke just to do these things? What's the difference between this and the secret guards? More than that. Shang Ruai shook her head. There are many things they can do, such as collecting intelligence, assassinating, interrogating, rescuing, lurking, disguising. No matter what kind of battle they can complete, no matter what identity they play, they can do it. Even if they are dressed as women, it is not impossible. Yuan Tian, who was standing behind her, was stunned when he heard this. How is this possible? If a person knows so much, it can be said that he can do everything. You don't believe it? Shang Ruai smiled, her eyes wanton. How about a competition? She snapped her fingers, and there was silence all around. Yuan Tian couldn't help but laugh and said, Princess, the secret guards in our manor are the most powerful among all the secret guards in the palace, far from being comparable to those drunkards in the palace. I'm afraid your Suzaku can't break in. Really? Shang Ruai looked at him with a teasing look in her eyes. Yuan Tian was about to speak when a dagger with a cold glow was placed on his neck. He was startled, and the hair on his body stood up. He Jingheng's eyes were deep. He walked out of the room and looked around. He was even more horrified. Come out. The next moment, more than a dozen figures were kicked down from the tree. Their acupuncture points were sealed at this time, and they couldn't use any internal strength. Bai Zhou and a dozen people fell from the tree. He Jingheng looked at their body movements. They jumped down from such a high tree without making any sound. The few people lying on the ground stared at Bai Zhou and the others. Where did these wicked things come from? Not to mention that there was no sound at all, they couldn't even feel their breath. They were kicked down with their acupuncture points sealed before they could react. They lost face completely. I failed to protect you well. Please punish me, Your Highness. A secret guard said unwillingly, Your Highness, they attacked us. Where did these wicked things come from? Not to mention that there was no sound at all, they couldn't even feel their breath. They were kicked down with their acupuncture points sealed before they could react. They lost face completely. I failed to protect you well. Do you understand the meaning of the word sneak attack? The secret guard was speechless when he heard that. Yuan Tian also pouted unconvincedly. My Highness's wife. I don't accept it. Don't accept it? Yunqi heard the words, put away the dagger, and kicked him out. I will beat you until you accept it. After this period of special training, they have been in awe of Shang Ruai. It is no exaggeration to say that Shang Ruai's status in their hearts is higher than He Jingheng. Come and fight if you don't accept it. You are no match for them. He Jingheng said in a low voice. Hearing the prince say this, they had no choice but to lower their heads in resignation. This concealment technique, even I am not completely sure I can do it. How did you teach them in such a short time? Experience life and death. Shang Ruai said it lightly, but these 4 words hit their hearts like a heavy. There are traps everywhere in the valley, and basically every trap is fatal. The valley is full of poisonous grasses and insects, and occasionally there will be miasma at night, and occasionally there are formations that need to be cracked, and maybe there will be ferocious beasts. The ferocious beasts I'm talking about are not the little white ones that can only scare people, but the real wild and untamed lions, tigers, and pythons. If you want to survive, there is no other way except to fight desperately. With every word Shang Ruai said, the faces of those secret guards turned paler. Only by truly experiencing life and death can you know how to subdue the enemy in the shortest possible time and at the fastest speed. She looked at Yunqi, Bai Zhou, and others. You did a great job. Thank you for the compliment, Princess. He Jingheng's pupils shrank when he saw the excitement of those people. To be able to make these arrogant guys so submissive, she, the princess, was really extraordinary. At this moment, Yuntian's voice came again. Yunqi, you are a treacherous, selfish, and disloyal dog. You went to special training by yourself, but didn't even call me. Yunqi glanced at him. It's you who doesn't want to endure hardship.
Me.
Shang Ruoyi smiled. You have worked this trip. Go back and rest early. She pointed to the box on the table. There are 100 pills in it, one for each person.
Thank you, princess.
Several people hugged the box and left happily. The secret guards who were still on the ground and whose acupoints had not been unblocked wanted to rush up and fight them, showing off. He Jingheng turned and walked into the room. Those secret guards were still anxious because their acupoints had not been unblocked yet. At this moment, several purple round beads fell on them, and the originally blocked meridians were instantly opened. Not only that, they felt that the internal force in their bodies flowed faster.
Thank you, princess.
Knowing that it was her who did it, they quickly knelt on one knee to express their gratitude.
Huh?
What is this? A secret guard looked at the purple bead on the ground. The princess had just used this to unblock their acupuncture points. This is... A secret guard exclaimed, this is a purple oriental pearl.
What? Purple oriental pearl.
Purple oriental pearls worth hundreds of thousands of taels each. They quickly picked up the beads on the ground. After looking at them, they were surprised to find that this was the priceless purple oriental pearl. How much wealth did their princess have? Such expensive oriental pearls, she casually gave away more than a dozen. Was it like candy beans? He Jingheng returned to the room with a smile on his face. I didn't expect my wife to be so powerful. It's just a trifle. If it can be used in the army, the entire army will be improved a lot. Shang Ruoyi shook her head. Such special training is originally prepared for a very small number of elites. If you want to use it on a large scale, it is impossible. He Jingheng nodded in agreement. But I can design some equipment for training in the military camp. Really? Of course it's true. At this moment, a secret guard stepped forward. Prince, the prince is here. As the secret guard finished speaking, Yuan walked in, his voice full of anger. Smelly boy, you dare to send people to steal the jade seal and the tiger talisman. Are you tired of living? Your son greets your father. Your daughter-in-law greets your father. Shang Ruoyi stood up and saluted him with He Jingheng. Yuan waved his hand and said, you two don't need to bother with this useless thing. He Jingheng, I'm not dead yet. How dare you do such a treasonous thing? He couldn't sleep at night these few days. He kept recalling the things of the past. Thinking that the emperor admitted his mistakes in front of him, he felt very sad. I told you to just accept the imperial edict directly. Why didn't you listen? Why did you order people to steal the jade seal and the tiger talisman? That is a crime punishable by the death of 9 generations of the clan. Treason. It's simply treason. Father, it was my daughter-in-law who ordered someone to get the jade seal and tiger talisman. Shang Ruoyi whispered. You ordered? Prince Ding blinked, then laughed. You don't have to bear this crime for protecting this stinky boy. How can a girl like you order the secret guards of Prince Ding's palace? It must be him. He pointed at He Jingheng and shouted, don't think that you have become powerful now that you married the crown prince's wife. Send the things back quickly, or I will beat you to death today. Seeing that he didn't believe it, Shang Ruoyi had no choice but to make a gesture to Yunqi. Yunqi didn't have any hesitation in his eyes, and he directly placed an unsheathed dagger in front of Prince Ding. He wanted to curse at first, but the words were taken back in an instant. He stared at Yunqi. Are you crazy? You don't even recognize me? He just wants to tell your highness that I can command the secret guards in this mansion. Seeing this, Prince Ding gritted his teeth and said angrily, I know. Get out. After he finished speaking, Yunqi did not move at all, and the dagger in his hand did not move at all. He did not withdraw the dagger until Shang Ruoyi nodded. Your highness, I'm sorry. You son of a, I'll chop you off.
Father.
Shang Ruoyi stepped forward and whispered, Father, Yunqi is my secret guard. You can't touch him. Yuan was so angry that his beard was about to fly up. He stared at He Jingheng and said, Your own wife. You don't care about it? He Jingheng couldn't help but smile when he heard it. My son is no match for her now, so naturally I can't do anything about it.
What?
Yuan looked at Shang Ruai in surprise. You can't beat her with her thin arms and legs? Jing shrugged. Last time in the training ground, I lost to her 3,000 iron feather guards. Yuan finally took his daughter-in-law seriously. He sat on the chair and said in a deep voice, You just said that you asked the secret guards to get the jade seal and the tiger talisman back? Shang Ruai nodded. It was my daughter-in-law.
Why?
Just for that confession of guilt? Just for this confession of guilt? Shang Ruai sneered. Why would your highness use the word just? Shang Ruai didn't even call him father, but called him your highness directly. Yuan frowned. Foolish loyalty. How outrageous. Yuan said angrily. Don't think that you can be so rude just because you saved my life. Yes, you are still dignified when facing your savior, but you are so soft-hearted when treating the person you have saved countless times and protected with your life. Yuan was stunned for a moment. Just because he is the emperor, he is treated differently from others? Shang Ruai's face was cold. If he was a wise monarch, it would be another matter if the people lived and worked in peace and contentment. But what is the reality? Tens of thousands of soldiers died in Qijing Pass because of his suspicion and frame-up. Has your highness ever thought about their families behind them? Could your highness empathize with their pain? He trusted villains and treacherous people, killed loyal and virtuous ministers, and exiled the Dingwa Palace. In order to concentrate all the power in his own hands, he killed the generals who were originally under the palace, resulting in the loss of the border and the displacement of the people. Can your highness turn a blind eye to all this? She stood there, her eyes full of coldness. Your highness, is the Dingwa Palace a safe haven for the people of Tianshan, or a protective umbrella for that incompetent monarch? Her rapid-fire words stunned Yuan. After a while, he turned to Jing and said, Did you marry a wife or a censor of the court? How can you be so talkative? Jing couldn't help laughing when he heard it. Father, you'd better not let her hold any handle in your hand. I think she is even more powerful than the censor. Yuan looked at her and whispered, Do you know what a confession of guilt means? Admit your mistakes. Shang Ruai sneered. The emperor is guilty of the same crime as the common people. Why can't he take a good look at himself when judging others? Ordinary people must pay with their lives for killing one person. But what about him? How many people did he kill? According to the law, what punishment is better? Is it torn apart by a chariot? Or burning with fire, or Ling Chi? Or the extermination of 9 clans? Shang Ruai's words made Yuan stand up directly from the chair. His mouth moved for a while, and he pointed at her and said, Child, why do you want to exterminate 9 clans? Did you know that we are also among the 9 clans? Shang Ruai knew he had compromised when she saw him like this. Prince, no one is perfect. It is the greatest virtue to correct one's mistakes. Just let him issue an edict of repentance to comfort the souls of those who died tragically and restore the reputation of the Prince Ding's palace. He has already gotten a bargain without cutting his own flesh. Yuan sighed. I really don't know how Shang Nian could raise such a righteous daughter like you. What does it have to do with him? Shang Ruai rolled her eyes. With his character, he can't give birth to anything good.
Puff.
Yuan couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of tea. His daughter-in-law really dared to say anything. What are you going to do next? Let's talk about it after he issues an edict of repentance. At this time, in the Imperial study, Emperor Tianshan had smashed everything that could be smashed. Rebellion. Rebellion. How dare he come to the palace to steal things? It's really a rebellion. Your Majesty, please calm down. The concubine Shu is here. Get out. All of you get out. As soon as he finished speaking, the concubine Shu walked in. You all go down first, the concubine Shu said in a low voice. After everyone left, concubine Shu walked to the emperor. I pay my respects to His Majesty. Didn't I ask you to leave? I haven't seen Your Majesty for a long time, and I heard that you were not feeling well today, so I personally made chicken soup before dawn. Would you like to try it? He was in no mood to drink chicken soup, so he glanced at the soup and said no. I remember you told me a few years ago that the late emperor made several Western tours to appease the people and lived and ate with the people. This was ridiculed by emperors of other countries for a long time, and they thought that the late emperor's actions were unworthy of the emperor. But in the end, among all the countries, only Tianshan became the leader. The country was rich, and the people were strong, and the people lived and worked in peace and contentment. What do you want to say? Concubine Shu knelt on the ground. I beg you to follow the example of the late emperor and don't care about the gains and losses of your status for a while. Are you here to persuade me to issue an edict of repentance? He looked at Concubine Shu and overturned the tray to the ground. Even you disobey me. Your Majesty, I am ready to be sentenced to death today, but there are some things I must say. She looked up and said calmly, don't let the people of the world feel cold.
Get out! Get out!
Get out of here! He slapped Concubine Shu in the face and said angrily, get out immediately. Otherwise, I will be unable to resist the urge to kill you. Shame. It was a great shame. He was the emperor of Tianshan. Everything in Tianshan belonged to him, and the people of the world were his slaves. Even if he wanted to take their lives, it was what they deserved. Now he had to issue an edict of self-blame. If this wasn't a shame, what was it? If he admitted in front of the world that he was a foolish monarch, how could he have the face to sit on the dragon throne in the future? Your Majesty, the Crown Prince requests an audience. Emperor Tianshan thought for a moment and whispered, let him in. Not long after, He Lingxing walked in. Your son pays his respects to your Majesty. Get up. Thank you, your Majesty. He Lingxing looked at his gloomy face. Your Majesty, you have not been in good health recently. Your son has specially asked someone to find some top-quality tonic herbs. Dr. Jiang has already prescribed a prescription. They are all beneficial to your body. Your Majesty is thoughtful. Emperor Tianshan sighed. I believe you have heard about what happened in the Dingwa Palace. What do you think? Your son thinks that He Jingheng has gone too far and should be punished. Emperor Tianshan looked at him. Don't you think I was wrong? Your Majesty is the supreme ruler and the monarch of Tianshan. How can he be wrong? Yes, I am the monarch. The face of Emperor Tianshan changed slightly, and he couldn't help but recall what Concubine Shu had just said. He sighed. I'm tired. Go down. Yes, I'll take my leave. He Lingxing looked up and found nothing unusual, so he turned and left. He Lingxing came to Launching Palace. At this time, Concubine Zhao was resting with her eyes closed. Since she became pregnant, her appetite has become very good, and she felt sleepy from time to time. She just ate a few bites of cakes and felt dizzy and fell asleep. Your Highness, the Queen is asleep. Bishi stepped forward and said softly, according to your instructions, the Queen sleeps for a long time every day. He Lingxing nodded. Well done. It is my duty to share your Highness's worries. Your brother has been very capable recently. The inspection office is just short of someone. Let him wait for news. Bishi was overjoyed when she heard this. Thank you, your Highness. Since my mother is asleep, I will not disturb her. After he finished speaking, he left Launching Palace without looking back. As soon as he returned to the East Palace, he received news that the emperor issued an edict of repentance and promoted the concubine of Yongfu Palace to the concubine of Shu. How is it possible? He Lingxing said coldly. Why would the emperor issue a self-criticism edict? Your Highness, not long after you left the Imperial study, the emperor asked Li to go in. Li Ju whispered, I think the self-criticism edict was drafted at that time. If the self-criticism edict is issued, the Dingwa Palace will really make a comeback. Your Highness, although the Prince of the Dingwa Palace is not on good terms with you, he has no hatred. Now that he has returned, he will not be a threat to you. He Lingxing naturally understood this truth, but he had finally driven away the annoying family, and now he needed them to admit their mistakes and invite them back. I think he was really unwilling. Besides, how could there be no hatred? The woman he had set his eyes on first was now his prince's consort, and he had to marry that idiot home. How could he not resent it? At this time, the news that the emperor issued a self-criticism edict had spread, and the first person who couldn't sit still was Shang Yan, who was related to everything. He was having lunch when he received the news. Originally, Madame Shang had bought many expensive jewelry with Shang Yufu today, just so that they could marry into the prince's mansion with great fanfare. Thinking that their daughter would one day become the crown princess and later the queen, Shang Yan and Madame Shang could not stop being excited, and had even begun to imagine the days after Shang Yufu became the queen. "4. Mother only has you as a daughter. You must make me and our prime minister's mansion proud," Madame Shang said with a smile. "My Fu is indeed the most blessed child in the world." Shang Yan had a smile on his face. "Yes, my Fu will become the queen in the future. By then, your father will be the father-in-law of the emperor, and our Shang family will be considered a real noble in the capital. Dad and mother, don't worry. When my daughter marries into the prince's mansion, she will surely win the prince's favor and become the prince's principal wife as soon as possible." "Good. Good." The three of them were having a happy meal when a servant ran in. "Master, something bad has happened." "Master, what happened?" Shang Yan put down his chopsticks angrily. "Master, the emperor issued an edict of repentance, and now it is spread throughout the capital." "Edict of repentance?" "That's right." He briefly repeated the content of the edict of repentance. He was shocked and stood up from his seat. "Really? Really?" The servant said anxiously. "The capital is in chaos now. Should we close the house and refuse visitors?" Shang Yan's voice trembled slightly. "Quick. Close the door quickly. Don't open the door, no matter who knocks."
"Yes."
How could Shang Yan still have the mind to continue eating? In the self-criticism edict, although the emperor did not specify who was involved as an accomplice, he knew very well that he was involved in all these big and small things. It was precisely because of these that he could truly become the emperor's confidant. "Master, what's wrong with you?" Madame Shang asked in a low voice. "It's okay, you guys eat first, I have something else to do." After she finished speaking, she hurried out. He Jingheng looked at the copied self-criticism edict, and the big stone that was blocking his heart suddenly shattered. Yuan took it and looked at it for a long time, and for a moment he seemed to have aged a little. At this moment, Shang Ruai walked in with a pot of hot milk tea.
"Try it."
Yuan frowned. "What is this?"
"Perle milk tea."
Shang Ruai poured him a cup. "Father, would you like to try it? Are you willing to call me father now?" He snorted. "When you called me your prince that day, I thought you wanted to divorce Jingheng." Jingheng said lightly, "Father, don't worry. Even if I sever the father-son relationship with you, my son will not divorce Roy." "You?" Yuan kicked him without saying anything. Yuan picked up the milk tea, took a sip, and found it sweet. "I didn't expect you to have this skill." "Father, you are too kind. It was just a sip." Yuan looked at Shang Ruai and said softly, "After waking up from the injury, I heard a lot about you. Since you were exiled, you have contributed the most to this family. Father is grateful. When you return to Beijing in the future, you will be in charge of this palace. A princess consort who is good at martial arts, smart, upright, and straightforward but also thoughtful is definitely the most powerful helper for their palace." "Manage the palace? Why should such a hard job fall on me?" Early the next morning, Su Yuan arrived at Xia village. There were still 2 tigers guarding the entrance of the village, but when they saw him, they didn't even move. They arrived at the He family smoothly all the way. Su Zimo followed behind him with sleepy eyes, yawning continuously. "Uncle, it's just dawn now. The prince and the others may not have gotten up yet. Why are you here so early?" "What do you know?" Su Yuan glanced at him. "You've been eating and sleeping all day, like a pig." Su Zimo was scolded so much that he didn't dare to talk back. At this moment, Yunqi's figure appeared in front of them without anyone noticing. "Oh my god. Yunqi, who are you trying to scare to death?" Su Zimo said in surprise. "You walk without making any sound?" Yunqi bowed and said, "Sir Su, Mr. Su, our crown prince and crown princess have been waiting for a long time." "What time is it now?" "They have been waiting for a long time?" Su Zimo pouted and said, "Don't these 2 people need to sleep?" Su Yuan came to the main hall, bowed and said, I congratulate the Crown Prince on his reinstatement. Thank you, Sir Su. When he saw Su Yuan took out the Imperial edict, he said lightly, Sir Su, my legs and feet are not very convenient. Although I can stand and walk, every time it is cold, my legs find it difficult to move. He pointed to his legs and said embarrassedly, Why don't you just read this Imperial edict? Su Yuan knew what he was thinking. Even if the Emperor issued an edict of repentance, it would be difficult to go back to the past. The Dingwa Palace will never again bow down to the Emperor as it did before. Su Yuan placed the Imperial edict on the table. In any case, this old minister has accomplished a great deed by coming here this time. Thank you for your hard work, Lord Su. Su Yuan talked with He Jingheng for a long time. Shang Ruai felt bored and went straight to the kitchen. As soon as she entered, she saw Su Zimo. What are you doing here? Su Zimo turned around and saw that it was her, without any embarrassment on his face. What time is it? Why haven't you made a fire and cooked yet? We have already had breakfast. Shang Ruai said with a smile. Breakfast is delivered to the room. Haven't you had breakfast? Su Zimo's stomach made a rumbling sound at the right time. Seeing this, Shang Ruai ignored him and turned away. Hey, where are you going? This is my house. You can go wherever you want. Do you still have the snacks you ordered from last time? He hesitated for a long time and finally asked, 10 taels of silver for one, Mr. Su. Do you want to buy one? Su Zimo's eyes suddenly widened when he heard this. Are you crazy? 10 taels of silver for one. Why don't you go and rob? Are you the only one in the world who can make this kind of snack? I'm a serious businessman. How could I do that? Shang Ruai smiled and said, if Mr. Su could eat it somewhere else, he wouldn't have run to someone else's kitchen to look for it. Su Zimo knew he couldn't argue with her, so he took out 30 taels of silver. I want 3. Shang Ruai looked at the silver and rolled her eyes. I'm not in the mood to cook today. If Mr. Su wants to eat it, just wait. What? Waiting?
How can that be?
He hadn't been able to sleep well or eat well these past few days. The aroma of the snacks was always lingering at his nose. If he couldn't eat them anymore, he was afraid he would go crazy. Just then, a secret guard came over. Princess, Miss Li is here. Shang Ruai slapped her head and hurried out to greet her. She had been busy with things here since she came back and had completely forgotten about the affairs of the Li family. Li Xia was waiting at the door, and when she saw a green figure walking out, a smile finally broke out on her face. Sister Shang.
Xia.
It's been so chaotic lately that I haven't been able to get away. It's okay. My grandfather and I have been slowly adapting to life in Tianshan these days. She said softly, Sister Shang, my grandfather asked me to ask about the Dongzhu clams. Shang Ruai was about to take her to the farm where the clams were raised, but before she had taken a few steps, she heard footsteps behind her. Wait. Su Zimo walked over and said, I haven't eaten my cakes yet. Where are you going now? At this moment, a figure stood in front of Shang Ruai. Master Su. Yunqi whispered, please keep your distance from the Crown Prince's consort. Su Zimo said angrily, Yunqi, are you crazy? What could I care about your Crown Prince's consort? I just care about her snacks. Want to eat daifu? Shang Ruai smiled. If you want to eat daifu, you can't just have money. What else do you want? Since you want to eat it, come with me. Several people came to the farm on the outskirts of the city. Crown Princess. Shang Ruai said to Li Xia beside her, this is where I raise clams. There were dozens of clam ponds of different sizes in the huge yard, and each clam pond was filled with many eastern pearl clams. The water in the pond was clear and the eastern pearl clams raised, and it looked much larger than before. Sister Shang, how is the water in your pool so clear? Li Xia said with some surprise, I have thought of many ways, but none of them worked. There is a hot spring in this manor, and in the back mountain of this manor, there is a living spring. Every day, a steady supply of fresh water is injected into these pools. So that's how it is. Li Xia's eyes were full of surprise. Sister Shang is so amazing. Su Zimo curled his lips. What's so amazing about this? Where did this girl come from? How can you be so ignorant? He walked forward, His eyes fell on the pearl oysters at the bottom of the pond, and he was stunned. This is Dongzhu? Shang Ruai waved her hand, and a secret guard fished up a few eastern pearl clams. This pearl oyster is kept in the spiritual spring water, and it grows very fast. Sister Shang, your Tianshan is indeed a place of outstanding people and beautiful scenery. Even these eastern pearl clams grow better here. I thought that most of these eastern pearl clams would die after being transported from Bailing. It seems that this place is more suitable for growth. After listening for a while, Su Zimo finally reacted and said in surprise, "This eastern pearl clam, is it yours?" Bailing, the girl from the Li family, could she be the Miss Li who raises eastern pearls in Bailing? Among the royal merchants of the surrounding countries, the Li family is extremely famous. Many dignitaries and nobles have heard of it. Everyone loves beauty. Not to mention that Dongzhu represents not only wealth, but also a symbol of status and power. Upon hearing this, Li Xia nodded and shook her head. "What do you mean, young lady?" Su Zimo nodded and shook his head, which made Li Xia laugh out loud. "This pearl oyster is mine, but it belongs even more to Sister Shang." Her words made Su Zimo stunned for a moment. "What do you mean even more to her?" "Because my grandfather handed the Li family over to Sister Shang to manage. The Li family is hers, so this pearl oyster is naturally hers too," Li Xia said with a smile. "Otherwise, why do you think we moved all the way here from Bailing? Your grandfather gave the Li family to her?" Su Zimo said in surprise. "Her surname is Shang. Is your grandfather confused? He gave the Li family to an outsider. Your grandfather is confused." Li Xia glared at him. "You fool. What do you know? Sister Shang is." Before he finished speaking, he heard the surprised voice of the secret guard. Li Xia looked in the direction of the voice, and her pupils shrank suddenly. Su Zimo was also stunned there. Is this a Dongzhu? I saw a Dongzhu as big as a pigeon egg lying quietly in Shang Ruai's hand. Li Xia ran over quickly. I'm rich. Her eyes were sparkling, and she looked like a little money grubber. I have never seen such a big and perfect Dongzhu in my life. Shang Ruai handed the Dongzhu to her. "It's just a broken bead. Take it and play with it." "A broken bead?" Su Zimo almost vomited blood when he walked forward. Such a big pearl is probably several times bigger than the ones in the palace. Who would not protect it like a treasure? This ancestor just threw it away and let her play with it? Before he could react, he heard another gasp. She was holding a golden pearl. Li Xia had never seen a golden pearl and had never heard the elders and her family mention it, which meant that no one had ever opened a golden pearl. Is this a real pearl? Li Xia's eyes seemed to be glued to the pearl. Is it because I am dazzled? After saying that, she threw the white pearl in her hand to the ground. Seeing this, Su Zimo hurriedly picked up the pearl. This prodigal girl, did she just throw away such a treasure? Sister Shang, is there a fairy air in the water and soil of your Tianshan? She murmured. Otherwise, how come these Dongzhu seem to have become spirits when they arrived in Tianshan? Shang Ruai smiled. What nonsense are you talking about? This. Shang Ruai waved her hand. It's just a bead. Take it and play with it. Okay. Li Xia came to her side with a flattering smile on her face and rubbed her shoulders. Sister Shang, you are my real sister. From now on, I will do whatever you say to me. If you frown, I will not be surnamed Li. Su Zimo rolled his eyes at her with some disdain. She is still the miss of the Li family. She is so useless. Li Xia didn't care what Su Zimo thought, holding the golden Dongzhu and couldn't let it go. Su Zimo looked at the white Dongzhu in his hand and thought to himself that if this Dongzhu was taken outside, he didn't know how high the price would be. No wonder Li Xia showed such an expression. If Mr. Su likes it, I will give you this Dongzhu. Su Zimo was shocked. Give it to him? How can I do this? Su Zimo said he was sorry, but he did not reach out his hand. Li Xia saw this, walked up to him, and was about to take the Dongzhu from his hand. Since you are embarrassed, just return the Dongzhu. Su Zimo hurriedly put the Dongzhu away and put it in his arms. You girl, how can you take something back after giving it to me? The crown prince's wife said she would give it to me. Why do you want it back? Li Xia rolled her eyes at him. What I hate most is your pretentious face. Su Zimo patted his clothes and felt the huge dongju and was delighted. Sure enough, things like success are useless and real gold and silver are more real. Princess, since I have taken your things, please let me know if you need anything in the future. Shang Ruoyi smiled. Since Master Su said so, I really do have a favor to ask.
What is it? Just tell me.
He patted his chest. With the status of our Su family in Tianshan, there is nothing I can't do. The Leaf family moved from Bailing to Tianshan. They have no relatives here, so they can't settle down. But you also saw that if they can't settle down, this huge industry can't be traded. I heard that the Su family is in charge of this matter in Beijing. I guess for Master Su, helping the Leaf family settle down is a piece of cake. Su Zimo raised his eyebrows. You have made this plan from the beginning, so you brought me here to give me such a sweet treat. I'm right? What are you talking about, Master Su? How could I be so scheming? Su Zimo sneered. You don't have any scheming? Then all the women in the world are probably fools. Will you help me with this, Master Su? What if you help? What if you don't help? Shang Ruoyi smiled. What can I do? If you help, we can talk it out. If you don't help, then I can only go to He Jingheng and ask him to come to you in person. Then Dongzhu will be regarded as paying Master Su's medical expenses in advance. Su Zimo gritted his teeth and let He Jingheng, a guy who valued women over friends, come to him. He knew that he was deliberately making things difficult for him and would definitely be beaten up by him. Women are the most vicious. Okay, I'll help you. He suddenly thought of something, turned to Shang Ruoyi and said, but we have a deal. After this is done, you have to make me 2 big plates of something like that.
Dafu.
Yes, that's Dafu. Sister Shang, can you make snacks? Come back with me. I'll make them for you. When they returned to the mansion, Su Yuan hadn't left yet. Shang Ruoyi simply made some more. Su Yuan was an old-fashioned man, and he had no interest in snacks at all, but seeing Su Zimo eating so deliciously opposite him, he couldn't help but take a piece and put it in his mouth. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. Excuse me, princess, what kind of snack is this? Su Zimo smiled. Uncle, this is called Dafu.
Dafu?
What's the name? Does Lord Su like the snack? Su Yuan nodded. The crown prince's wife is very clever and can make such delicious food. The crown prince is so lucky. I remember that the prince loves snacks very much. If he were still alive, he would be very happy. Shang Ruoyi and He Jingheng looked at each other. He Jingheng smiled. Yes, father also likes this snack very much. Yes, the prince will definitely. Su Yuan suddenly stopped. The prince means. Father is still alive.
Really?
Su Yuan's face was overjoyed. The prince is really still alive? He Jingheng nodded. Today I was just about to tell you about this matter. Since the emperor has issued an edict of guilt, it proves that our Dinghua palace is innocent, and my father's crime of treason is not established. Now that I have found my father, can he also be reinstated? Of course. Su Yuan said excitedly. I wonder where the prince is now. Can I meet him?